Eliana was the noble daughter of a duke of the Biotech Empire, born into an illustrious family whose roots could be traced back to the very founding of the empire, its history tightly intertwined with the empire's own. As the daughter of a powerful father, she became the most coveted flower of high society. However, her father held her fate in his hands, and the choice of her husband was merely another proof of that power. When Eliana wept in despair, he never spoke a single gentle word to her. He merely condemned her improper behavior in a displeased tone. Dmitri Rosano pierced her with a hollow, soulless gaze, waiting for her answer. Eliana's legs gave way, and she fell to her knees, ready to beg her father. Her nanny had told him everything. She was worried that her fiancé would have other women. The girl burst into tears again. They said Emperor Zaccardo had 5 wives besides the Empress, and many concubines as well. The man roughly told her to be quiet. It was nonsense. How could a mere 7th prince afford to keep several wives? Her fiancé was nothing more than an idle man. Though that was obvious, he was as far from the throne as the moon was from him. Perhaps the next emperor would kill him. The Zaccardo imperial family was short-lived. A prince who failed to become emperor would die, but if he supported his brother, he could survive. It was said that a noble woman of the Biotech Empire was taking a risk if she married into the imperial family, and whenever the latest news was discussed, everyone sincerely pitied the duke's daughter. Eliana did not want to endure such a terrible fate. She was terrified. She repeated frantically that anything was fine as long as they did not send her to Zaccardo. Her father rolled his eyes in irritation. No one would harm the prince, a symbol of peace and tranquility, or his wife. Besides, the contract clearly stated that he could have only one wife. The tears did not stop for even a moment, continuing to stream down Eliana's cheeks, while convulsive sobs shook her petite body. She was about to protest again, but her father raised his voice once more and told her to stop making that expression. The only reason she could live a life of luxury was because she was Eliana Rosano, the daughter of a duke. The poisoned duke smiled. It was time to repay her father, was it not? The girl had no choice but to accept her fate. 1 month later, Eliana arrived in the capital with an entire procession behind her, magnificent and dazzling in its splendor. A young man accompanied the carriage, and judging from the servants' conversations, he was one of the young princes. The future emperor was waiting for her impatiently, and the moment the girl saw him, her heart began to race, not from joy, but from fear. Eliana Rosano kept telling herself that she must not cry, but her lower lip began to tremble. The guests whispered excitedly, gazing at her with admiration. She herself looked extremely dignified and graceful. But inside, she was seized by fear and the pain of betrayal, and hot tears burned her face. Every step she took brought her closer to her fiancé, and she was about to see his face clearly for the first time in her life. How she wished this moment would never come. A light breeze stirred the young man's blonde hair. The emperor's son slowly turned toward her. Eliana felt nausea rise in her throat. She stepped back involuntarily, barely suppressing the urge to flee, to escape anywhere as long as it was not here. The prince shone upon her with a gentle smile. Her tears glittered like jewels. His eyes were deep and alluring, and his blonde hair sparkled beneath the sunlight, making it impossible to look away. This was the man who told her he had fallen in love with her at first sight. Marcel Zaccardo, the 7th prince of the Zaccardo Empire, reached out and gently took her palm. Eliana was deeply captivated by his beauty and charm, and for an instant, she even forgot why her face was wet with tears. Although she had come to a foreign land for a marriage she did not want, Eliana's heart was still moved by the husband who poured such passionate love upon her. She fell in love with him, and they spent a dreamlike honeymoon in Rainskin. During that time, Eliana was no different from an innocent child. It was not until her powerless husband became entangled in the struggle for the throne that she began to grow up. The empress, who had lost her child, adopted the 7th prince, born to the emperor's deceased 5th wife, and the rapidly changing situation began to tilt toward the 7th prince. Many people shouted that they would support him in ascending the throne and play a role in his future reign. Who else but His Highness the 7th Prince was worthy of the throne? His Highness had returned in triumph from the place where the 1st prince and his brothers had sent him to die. His Highness had gained the support of the Saints and saved the people of the empire from the plague. But that was not all. The bishop himself had also blessed His Highness. Marcel laughed it off. He was not actually that remarkable. Fortune had simply been on his side. Although he expressed concern over his excessive good fortune, there was ambition in his eyes. He had never been taken seriously in the imperial palace, but now he had become a true imperial prince. Could he not dream of someone calling him Your Majesty? When he looked at Lia, his gaze no longer seemed so familiar. He wanted to become emperor, and the whole world would prostrate itself at her feet. But the young empress did not need any of that. To her, his love was enough, and she suddenly began to place her husband's ambitions above her own safety. She hoped he could achieve everything he wanted, even if it came at the cost of his own good fortune. The Rosano Duchy supported the seventh prince with enormous sums of money, and Eliana also sacrificed much to remain by her husband's side. Marcel successfully overcame everything and became emperor, and in return for her endless support, Eliana became empress. However, her disadvantage lay in her origins. She came from the hostile nation of Biotech. In the years before the powerless seventh prince became crown prince and eventually emperor, the peace between the two great empires of Biotech and Zaccardo had already shattered. As a series of wars and disputes broke out, Eliana's position became even more complicated. The council split into two factions. Some proposed making the daughter of Grand Duke Veen empress, while others angrily declared that they already had Her Highness the Crown Princess. But the anger only grew stronger. Biotech blood could not be mixed with the Zaccardo imperial family. Marcel held her hand and no longer spoke of his love for her, but of his dream to ascend the throne and become emperor. There was no longer any tenderness in his eyes, only a burning greed for power as he asked whether she wanted to become empress. Of course, she was his wife. That was the position that rightfully belonged to her. The prince raised a probing gaze toward her. Why? Such a rude question enraged Eliana, and her heart shattered with jealousy. She loved his highness. Did he truly want her to become his concubine rather than empress? A second wife was not a concubine. She was likewise recognized by the temple as the emperor's wife and possessed all legal rights. The tone in which he said this was infuriating. No matter what, she would not become the emperor's first wife, and if he wanted to make her a concubine, then he might as well send her back to Biotech. Tears flowed down the girl's face, and she realized that the last time she had cried like this was on their wedding day. Her voice choked as she asked in a low voice whether His Highness truly no longer loved her. Marcel pressed her against his firm chest and stroked her long hair. Do not say that. He loved only her. In the end, Eliana achieved her goal and became the Empress of Zaccardo. The one who wore the crown had to bear all its weight. Eliana finally grew up and lived like an empress, but happiness did not last long. Marcel announced that he needed a second wife who could give him strength. He would marry the daughter of Grand Duke Veen. Now that her husband had become emperor, he no longer needed to obey the restriction against having multiple wives, and she had to accept his wishes. All of this was achieved through obedience. Elizabeth, the daughter of Grand Duke Veen, arrived at the imperial palace as quickly as possible. She was extremely grateful for the invitation. Eliana was not pleased by her arrival at all, but she was forced to show a faint smile and lie, saying that she was glad to see her and hoped she would become a model for the entire imperial palace. Now, Marcel, who had once considered Eliana's feelings, began boldly inviting women into the palace. Since the empress was infertile, did the emperor not need as many wives as possible? Young women came to the imperial palace one after another. As the emperor came to have many women, the struggles among the consorts became increasingly fierce. And now, in order to survive, Eliana had to destroy the love she had carefully cherished in her heart. Ironically, her husband himself contributed to this. He shamelessly appeared in her bedchamber and continued talking about his consorts, completely disregarding her feelings. The third wife had been unable to attend the prayer meeting due to illness. Why impose such cruel punishments? The empress raised her brows, not understanding how copying sacred scripture had suddenly become a cruel punishment. This was no ordinary prayer meeting. The bishop himself had been present. Marcel continued shouting at her. The third wife was in poor health. Had she truly forgotten that a girl had nearly been poisoned recently? He was very disappointed in her. Eliana truly wanted to believe that Marcel loved her as he had in the past. But love that had already cooled could never be warmed again. At least, that was how it was with Marcel. Her Majesty the Empress should know that a man's love was like this. They always swore to love forever, but their feelings would fade sooner or later. At tea parties, the other duchesses gave her advice, but it had no effect. The emperor no longer visited her. The young women complained indignantly. Then she should go to his bedchamber herself. No man would refuse a woman who came to his bedroom. Eliana was deeply embarrassed. She was the empress. How could she do such a vulgar thing? The noble women persuaded her. A son was the foundation of the future. Nobles gave birth to heirs, so they would have something to rely on for the rest of their lives. The imperial family followed the same principle. She only needed to become pregnant. Even if it was only on a whim, she could use that. The noble women eagerly advised her to give birth to an heir, as though it were a cure-all that could solve everything. But the thought of it made her feel disgusted. Before cruel reality, Eliana's noble pride was finally shattered. The emperor was satisfied with this change and began visiting the empress's palace frequently. However, when he argued with Eliana or was simply in a bad mood, he would become aggressive. He enjoyed her fear. She could scream louder. If the servants came, he would stop, but afterward, he would never come to see her again. When he sneered in satisfaction, Eliana went cold all over because she wanted his child. The empress tried hard to gather herself. She felt uncomfortable here. She suggested going to the bedroom. Marcel should at least preserve a trace of dignity, but the man did not care at all. He pressed against her obscenely, leaving damp traces along her neck. The sensation was like a slug. He pressed her down harder and harder. She had to open her eyes, or he would leave. If Eliana wanted to obtain what she desired, then she was obligated to satisfy him. That day, something inside her broke. She used all her strength to push him off her. She did not need this child. Rather than be deposed for infertility, it would be better to die. A heavy blow landed, her ears rang, and she fell onto the table. Her husband's distorted face appeared, then dissolved into flickering patches of color. She could not believe he had done such a thing to her. Marcel pressed himself firmly against her. He knew she no longer loved him. He was only trying to help her become pregnant. Leah had to love him, even if her heart was already empty. When everyone had wanted her gone, he was the one who had kept her in this place. Her eyes tightened, tears welled up, and a suppressed gasp escaped her throat. At that moment, her love died completely. Her dreams, goals, desires, everything vanished. She looked into his indifferent eyes. That blue had once drawn her in, but now she hated it. Marcel pressed his cold lips against hers, and her tears still looked like jewels. Eliana felt that not the slightest trace of her former love remained, but she had to endure it. She had to do as he said. She had to give birth to a child in order to survive. Sometime later, she unexpectedly received a visit from Flint Howard, the Grand Duke of the North of the Biotech Empire. The Empress looked at him in irritation, her whole body tense. Did Grand Duke Howard truly think this was a normal situation? Behind the man, her maid was trembling, a sharp knife pressed against her neck. The young man did not answer and merely continued piercing her with an inquisitive gaze. Was Duke Rosano angry because she had abandoned Biotech, the land where she had been born and raised, or would Biotech punish those who betrayed their motherland? First of all, the Biotech Empire had never asked Eliana for anything. A contemptuous laugh escaped the girl's lips. The Empress had rejected her homeland and had also proven unable to bear children. All dreams of interfering in domestic politics had been shattered. She was not stupid. Biotech would not allow itself to do such a thing out of consideration for the family of her birth. Grand Duke Howard explained that he had come here to bring her back to her homeland. Flint Howard, a close friend of Crown Prince Callus, the one who had always remained by his side, and a great warrior praised by everyone in the Biotech Empire. Behind that dazzling reputation lay a past stained by misfortune. His grandfather, Crown Prince Alfonso, had died young before ascending the throne. The Biotech throne was inherited by his second son, Leopold. Emperor Leopold was defeated in the war against Sicardo. He sent Maximilian Howard, the son of his deceased elder brother, away as a hostage. Flint was born in Sicardo as the legitimate son of Maximilian Howard, and soon afterward, he lost his mother. He was abandoned in Rainskin, where he spent his entire youth. Grand Duke Howard was an unfortunate man. If Prince Alfonso had not died so suddenly, he would have been the emperor's grandson. In a country where a second son had no right to inherit the throne, Why had Crown Prince Alfonso died? In Zaccardo, the elderly Biotech emperor was often mocked, and Flint was given the nickname of the failed heir. Now, this young man lowered his head to her and shamelessly declared that he had come to bring her back to her homeland. Did she not wish to spend the rest of her life in peace? She could trust him and then enjoy life in her homeland. Eliana froze in surprise. The words stuck in her throat. The man widened his eyes and said that this was Damien Rosano's wish. A dazzling, piercing anger rose in her chest. How dare he mention Damien Rosano's name before her? Flint managed to dodge the teacup flying toward him. Tea splashed out and scalded the left side of his face. The girl shot to her feet, spitting with rage. How dare he mock her? He wanted to take her back to her homeland and then use her to conquer Zaccardo. That bastard must have promised him something, perhaps even offered him a shortcut to the throne. Rather than believe Damien Rosano himself, she would rather trust the emperor. Prince Howard suppressed his rising irritation and softened his voice. He expressed his regret to Her Majesty the Empress. Marcel Zaccardo was not a man who could be trusted. Her Majesty the Empress's words were as sharp as a slap. He ought to watch his language. He was the emperor of Zaccardo and also her husband. The young man's face still showed no emotion. He continued insisting that he would guarantee her absolute safety, but the girl refused to believe him. The prince's patience was nearly exhausted. Very well, then let her think about it again. He would ensure her safety in the name of Flint Howard, not in the name of Damien Rosano. They did not have much time left. Flint glanced sideways at his companion, signaling him to release the hostage. Once Eliana had made her decision, she should have him come to the greenhouse of her palace at the same time, 3 days later. He would wait for her there. The Empress shook her head unpleasantly and rolled her eyes. There was no need. She wished him luck on his difficult road. The prince pierced her with his gray eyes and repeated meaningfully that he promised to give her a peaceful life, knowing there was no need to add anything more. As Her Majesty the Empress's thoughts would work on their own, he turned and walked toward the exit. The Empress's maid threw herself at Her Majesty's feet, ready to beg. She had to think of herself and make the right choice. She would certainly help her return to her homeland and follow her until the end of her life. The head maid was a loyal woman, so the reason she had yielded to Flint Howard's threats was obvious. At the thought of her elder brother, her body trembled. She could not let Damien Rosano control her life. Damien Rosano, Empress Eliana's twin brother, had once asked his younger sister to support her husband and become the Empress of Zaccardo. He and her father would help him. Only in that way could she and her husband survive, just as promised. The Rosano Duchy had spared no support for Eliana and her husband, but after Marcel became emperor, their attitude changed. In exchange for their enormous financial support, she was required to do whatever her family asked of her. Eliana could not resist these demands because her birth family was still her only lifeline. She stole confidential information from the emperor's office, copied military secrets, and handed them over to spies. However, when she needed her family most, the Rosano Duchy turned its back on her. She wrote to her brother in tears, saying that she suspected Marcel no longer loved her. He had brought in mistresses. He did not care about her at all. She was tired of trembling in fear that her food might be poisoned. She had been poisoned more than once. She felt unwell. Someone had said that because she was infertile, she could not sit in the position of empress, and that she had, in effect, already been deposed. She was terrified and begged him to help her divorce. Damien responded only with contempt. Had she truly gone mad? What divorce? Why would the Rosano Duchy take such a risk for her? What was the point of getting divorced after spending all the family's money? If you were deposed, then that can only mean it was meant to be. Stop being weak. She should not even mention divorce. Her family had never cared whether Eliana was happy. Betrayed by her family, Eliana could no longer trust them. But Flint Howard, the words he had promised kept circling in her mind, keeping her from sleep. The gaze of that man, which seemed to pierce through the human heart, was extremely irritating. A man with eyes like that would keep his promise at any cost. Doubt seized the girl's heart, though Eliana tried to push it away, wondering whether she truly could live in peace. A maid quietly entered the room, having secretly summoned Vivian according to Her Majesty the Empress's request. 3 days later, Flint Howard stood in the garden, just as he had promised the Empress. His partner was worried and tried to persuade him to leave. The patrol would arrive soon. The man sighed sympathetically. It seemed she would not come, but Flint's eyes widened in surprise. Contrary to his partner's words, a figure with delicate outlines, concealed beneath several layers of dark fabric, was walking toward them. The woman reached up to touch her hood, intending to remove it, and the prince's heart began to beat faster. When that pale head covering appeared, his heart sank. The senior attendant conveyed the empress's decision. She would not come. Prince Howard remained silent, his frowning face showing how disappointed he was. Since yesterday, the palace patrol schedule had changed. The servants' passage was empty, so they had best leave through there. Luna told the girl to cross the border as quickly as possible. The prince should travel through Rainskin and use different identity papers in each region. Flint's subordinate complained indignantly. How could they believe something like this? What if it was a trap? Vivian ignored him, and the final words she had been asked to convey to the prince were these. The youngest son of Biotech had lost his light. Eliana thanked him for his sincerity. She hoped he would go back and become emperor so that the fear of disgrace would not be able to obscure his fortune. Vivian turned around and pulled her hood up again. That was all Luna had wanted to convey to him. The girl quickly left, leaving only the prince behind, alone with his thoughts. Sometimes, the Empress also allowed herself to dream of the days when everything had still been beautiful. She remembered how quickly her heart had beaten when the doctor took her pulse. When he congratulated her, a sweet feeling spread through her chest. She was pregnant. She breathed rapidly, unable to believe that it had truly happened. Tears of happiness rolled down her cheeks. Now, she would be able to survive, and no one would depose her because of infertility anymore. But that joy vanished in an instant. In the end, that child was destined never to be born. Pain and emptiness seized her like pincers. How much more suffering would descend upon her? Realizing that she had returned to her original situation, she fainted. After the miscarriage, Eliana locked herself in her palace and cried for several days. The emperor's hateful words kept circling in her mind. He had always been willing to spend the night with her, but if she could not conceive his child, what meaning was there in it? How disgusted he had sounded when he said those words. Was he truly asking for too much? Even a daughter would be enough. As long as she gave birth to a child, that would do. The ongoing talk of deposing Empress Eliana increasingly poisoned her life. She had thought the worst was already over, but things worsened even faster. Empress Sicardo brought shame upon the entire nation. They acknowledged her as empress only because she was of noble birth, even though she should never have been here at all. Moreover, she came from an enemy nation. The position of empress should not be held by a girl born of an unofficial marriage. His Majesty had to make a decision. In Sicardo, illegitimate children were despised. A woman of such origins had no right to become empress. Eliana was certain that as long as she stepped down from the empress's seat of her own accord, there would be no more problems. The young woman felt as though the whole world had turned against her. This was all she had left. How could she possibly do such a thing? Vivian's heart ached for her. Life was more important than honor. She had to find a way to survive. If she had been Zicardan, perhaps she would have listened to them. But clearly, the Biotech tradition of placing honor above all else was far too deeply rooted. And so she chose to be alone, asking them not to come to the Empress's palace anymore, because it might have a bad influence on her attendants. The true endgame was drawing near. The instincts that had helped her survive until now told her so. Just a few days earlier, they had brought dreadful news. Her homeland, the Rosano Duchy, had been destroyed. It was an order given by Grand Duke Howard, or more precisely, by the current emperor of Biotech. They said all direct descendants of the ducal family had been beheaded, and the remaining family members had not escaped death either. As a final punishment, her own family had been destroyed. The seemingly invincible power of the Rosano ducal house had fallen and been erased completely from the world. The empress began to wonder whether she might be next. Her life was ruined. Eliana's strength was fading. She refused to fight anymore. Emperor Marcel, who came to Eliana's palace, was very gentle, as if they had returned to that month in Rainskin long ago. It had been a long time since they had spoken so pleasantly. For a moment, the empress allowed herself to relax. Marcel even brewed tea with his own hands. He was so tender that Eliana's heart melted. The tea gave off the fragrance of herbs. When she took the first sip, a comforting warmth spread through her from within. And at that very moment, everything shattered into pieces. There was poison in the tea. Marcel looked down at her, watching her agony with an indifferent gaze. He would convey her final words to everyone. She would die as the Empress of Zaccardo. His voice was filled with contempt. She had once thought her enjoyment of wealth and fame would never end. The Empress choked on her own blood and could barely say a word. Her heart turned black with hatred. Marcel admitted that he regretted allowing her to sit in the Empress's seat when he ascended the throne. Even then, her ambition had frightened him. Still, at least she had not given birth to his child. That was truly a relief. After all, if she had given birth to a son, that child would have become his heir. The light in Eliana's eyes was fading. She died slowly in pain and torment, suffocating. The last thing she heard was her husband's farewell. He mockingly called her his beloved. When had everything started to go wrong? Was it the moment she failed to protect her child, or the moment she refused to give up the Empress's seat? She had believed her husband would love her forever. Perhaps it was because she had not trusted that man. No, the realization struck her as sharply as a slap. All her misfortunes had begun when she married into Zaccardo. If she could return to the past, even if her father beat her to death, Eliana would resist with all her might. How desperately she wished to turn back time. A dazzling light shone in her eyes, tearing her from sleep. The young woman blinked several times and slowly regained consciousness. She had awakened, and outside it was spring. She was only 21 years old. The church was spacious, and the cool air brushed comfortably against her skin, just right for calming the soul. A soft call pulled Lady Rosanna back from her thoughts. Right now, she wanted nothing more than to be surrounded by silence. Several female friends came forward to chat. They had heard she had received a marriage proposal from the prince. Had she truly rejected it and decided to devote herself to religion? Eliana did not answer. She merely drew her veil meaningfully over her head and looked away. The girls nodded in understanding and immediately fell silent. They left, occasionally casting surprised glances at her as they went. Everyone said that Eliana would live comfortably in the Rosanna ducal residence, enjoying wealth and glory for the rest of her life. After all, no one was forcing her to marry. Everyone knew the Duke would listen to her opinion when choosing a husband for her. It was said that her younger brother loved her very much. Eliana bit her lip and gave no answer. Perhaps one day, someone would see through this performance. Her life was luxurious, filled with expensive dresses and dazzling jewels, but beneath it lurked a faint mockery. Day and night, Duke Rosanna reminded her that it was he, her father, who had made her what she was today, and that it was he who decided who dared pluck the flower of the Rosanna ducal house. If anyone stained his honor, he would never forgive them. Her father had raised her to be a conservative and noble girl. Although Eliana had received an excellent education, in truth, all her upbringing was limited to etiquette and social manners. The instruction was to restrict her knowledge to what was sufficient for maintaining the standards of high society. Her own desire for knowledge that interested her was restrained. For example, she was forbidden from going to the library alone. Why would a lady need to go to a library? Sending things to the tailor and keeping up with fashion were far more important. Young Eliana had rejoiced innocently, thinking she was being cared for. Long lessons with her tutor were another matter. Eliana remembered one incident when she did not understand part of her assignment. Her tutor allowed her to simply skip it. A beast-like terror instantly seized the child's body. Her father had scolded her for that before, but Lady Beatrice promised that the master would not know about it. She would say that the girl had completed everything. The tutor's gentle smile reassured her a little. That night, the Duke's daughter was beaten for displaying improper behavior in front of her tutor. From her hips to her calves, her legs burned with violent pain, and even the fabric of her skirt was soaked with blood. Her father showed not the slightest trace of sympathy. She had to remember this pain. If she no longer lived up to her status, then pain was what awaited her. His looming figure, his flashing eyes, and the scent of shaving lotion haunted her dreams for a very long time. He repeated it often, but she understood that he was not angry with her. Only then did she realize her mistake. Even though she still did not understand why she had been beaten, she had to beg her father for forgiveness. As soon as she collapsed at his feet, Duke Rosanna's voice immediately became caring. Eliana had to understand that he was doing this for her own good. Had her father ever led her astray? Everything was wrong. Everything. The source of all her misfortunes was none other than her father. She had not forgotten that for even a minute. Even now, living this life over again, she knew this was an extraordinary blessing. She had a chance to correct everything, and she thanked God for it. She would never again allow herself to live a life filled with pain and misery. A few days later, her father decided to bring her into society. That evening, Eliana accompanied him to a ball. In this life, it was her first appearance before the world, but the knowledge and skills from her previous life remained with her, so she felt no discomfort at all. Many ladies looked her up and down with interest. She was too young, not like someone who could become a wife. Whispers came from every direction. Everyone should remember her name and face well. Eliana Rosano, the noblest flower of Bintek society. Some were interested in her marital status. It was strange that she was already over 20 and still unmarried. But some knew that her father doted on his daughter extremely and had vowed to care for her until the end of his life. He had even refused the emperor's proposal, which could have expanded his own influence, and had not married the young lady to the crown prince. However, some girls had already begun opposing Eliana before they even knew her. The noble flower? Was she not just the duke's spoiled daughter, whose only achievement was her surname? Such a weak person could never get along with His Highness the Heir. Liliana Sanders could not help interrupting their sharp-tongued nonsense. Why would they say such things? Liao simply had not grown up yet. Had they not heard the story? It was said that Lady Rosano drove Count Hein's daughter out of the tea party. Many people knew those rumors, and they also said that at the Marquis of Forsiden's banquet, she scolded a servant who spilled wine on her, though one could not tell just by looking at her. That was not all. She had also reprimanded the daughter of Viscount Ritten, who had been standing behind that servant. That girl was so timid that even if someone poisoned her wine, she would not say a single word. A young gentleman rolled his eyes in displeasure. Poison would be discovered immediately. That was nothing more than her willfulness. Anger gradually rose in Eliana. They only wanted idle gossip, without knowing what had truly happened. Yes, she had indeed had tea at the Marquis of Forsiden's residence, but was that really her fault? That Lady Hein had deliberately let out an exaggerated sigh, complaining that there was someone there she disliked, so she felt uncomfortable. After saying so, she turned her gaze meaningfully toward Eliana Rosano. The young woman greeted her in a voice so sweet it was cloying. There was no expression at all on the young lady's face. In a flat voice, she replied that she was glad they understood each other, but that she did not enjoy her presence either. Lady Hein's face twisted into displeasure at what she had just said. Lady Rosano continued without hesitation. She had already reached the limit of her patience. Did she really need to explain to Lady Hein who ought to leave? The girl shot up from the table, nearly knocking over her teacup. She was so emotional that she could not speak and could only continue stammering. The young woman ignored the guests' angry cries and turned to the mistress of the residence. Lady Forsiden's mother should have taught her how to act in such a situation so as not to lose face. Lady Forsiden closed her eyes in shame, but said nothing, and so the tea party was ruined. But Eliana did not care. She continued enjoying that cup of fragrant tea. After hearing this story from an acquaintance, the young people changed their stance and blamed everything on Lady Hein. Eliana leaned against the wall and coldly watched the farce, finding it all ridiculous. It was hard to believe that society had been discussing such a trivial matter for several days already. She had not been foolish before. The fact that she had managed to preserve her position as Empress of Zaccardo was, in itself, worthy of praise. In her previous life, she had once wondered whether she could have been sharper and wiser, or whether, on the contrary, she had been unimaginably stupid. A pleasant female voice pulled her away from her thoughts about why such a flower stood in this country. In her previous life, Liliana had been her closest friend. Her father had introduced them to each other when they were children. Whenever Eliana fell into some unpleasant situation, she was always the first to step forward and defend her. Liliana's bright smile warmed her heart, as always. The Duke was with her uncle right now. Lady Rosano responded with a faint smile. With just that, the joy in her eyes at seeing an old friend was already obvious. Liliana finished speaking in an affected, childish tone. She felt as if her friend had been taken away by God. She went to church more often than she came to her for tea. Liliana's expression changed subtly. Behind her, a small group of girls slowly gathered, clearly eavesdropping on their conversation. The young woman's eyes narrowed slyly. Her lips pulled into a disguised smile. Was that true? Eliana's faint smile disappeared. What was she talking about? Had she really driven Count Hein's daughter out of the tea party? Lady Rosanna tried to squeeze out as much false sympathy as possible, but she had not really driven her out. Lady Hine had been dissatisfied with her seat, and Lady Forstin had shown her courtesy. No matter how hard Liliana tried to maintain a calm expression, she still could not help frowning. Watching her expression was simply a pleasure. The young woman's voice became even more coaxing. Why was Lias speaking to her like this? They were friends. If it was because the other young ladies were present, then she would leave. Lady Rosanna's sharp gaze pierced straight through her. There was no need. Once, Eliana had truly regarded her as a real friend, though she alone had thought so. She knew Liliana had said that she was tired of being her nanny. An incredulous laugh escaped Liliana's lips. That was a misunderstanding. She had never said such a thing. The young woman's tone was steeped in sarcasm. She behaved like a child. Liliana was probably tired of her endless willfulness, too. She was right. That was why she had reached this age and still remained unmarried. The young lady desperately seized her old friend's hand. It was not like that at all. Liliana did not know what Lady Hine had said to her, but she hated her. How could she believe the words of some country girl? At last, Eliana remembered. It was Lady Hine. In the past, she had been the one who told her gossip about Liliana. After saying all that, she had muttered nervously that the young lady should stay away from Miss Sanders. Eliana pulled her forearm out of that tight grip. Lady Hine did not hate her. More precisely, she was the one who hated Lady Hine. She could still apologize because she had caused trouble for her. Only after that would Lady Rosanna continue to be her sweet and kind friend. Miss Sanders was speechless, remaining where she stood as she angrily clenched her skirt. As Eliana swept past her, she lightly bumped her shoulder against her. She would wait for Liliana's apology. After all, she cherished their 10 years of friendship too. Miss Sanders, humiliated in front of everyone, stood motionless with her head lowered. Eliana did not look back, but she stopped in her tracks. She had one more thing. A friendly piece of advice for her. Associating with girls who did not understand etiquette would damage her reputation. They did not even know how to greet the daughter of a duke. The world around Eliana was slowly changing, and this was only the beginning. She would never again allow anyone to control her life. Of that, she was certain. What a pity. Victory in this verbal skirmish could not numb the pain brought by the storm of her previous life. Eliana struggled to maintain her indifferent exterior until the very end, but when she left the main hall, she felt her mask beginning to crack. At that moment, what she wanted most was to be alone and sort out her emotions. She turned to the first maid she saw, asked where the lounge was, and had the maid lead her there. After walking a short distance down the corridor, the young maid attentively pointed to a door, saying she could rest there. However, when Lady Rosanna opened the door, she heard men's voices. They seemed to have occupied a space meant for women, and that remark was accompanied by a soft laugh. In that instant, the young woman's heart skipped a beat. Crown Prince Callus Bientek was resting against the sofa, his blonde hair reminding her of her former husband, while Flint Howard stood behind him. She noted inwardly that the two young men looked much younger than when she had first met them in her previous life. The young woman greeted them and introduced herself. Eliana curtsied, struggling inwardly to calm her violently beating heart. She felt a pair of deep blue eyes studying her intently, but out of courtesy, she could not look back. Callus Bientek remained silent, his interested gaze burning upon her. Eliana felt like a fool, still holding her greeting posture. Flint frowned in irritation and reminded His Highness that he had to signal for the young lady to rise. Eliana slowly lifted her green eyes to look at him, and there was only coldness and annoyance in them. Grand Duke Howard could not bear it. He tried to apologize on his lord's behalf to ease the situation. If she wished to rest, they would make room for her. Lady Rosanna tossed her hair arrogantly. There was no need. She was sorry for taking up His Highness's precious time. She would leave. The Crown Prince's expression became somewhat comical. He opened his mouth in surprise, trying to stop the young woman. But Eliana did not want to listen. She could not wait to leave this room. Just imagine. The door slammed shut with a deafening bang, which violated etiquette, but the young woman no longer cared. The young man looked at the Grand Duke in confusion, wondering whether the rumors that Lady Rosanna had changed recently were true. He wanted his friend to share his thoughts, but Flint Howard had already disappeared. The door creaked open. When he finally managed to come out, Lady Rosanna was slowly drifting down the corridor, her irritation still not leaving her. Where on earth could she find a place to be alone? Crown Prince Callus Bientek. So this was what he was truly like. What she knew about him was limited to the fact that he was the emperor's most beloved son, born in his later years. He was the empire's only heir. 7 years ago, the precious crown prince had been sent to Zaccardo as an envoy, only to be captured. He then disappeared in Rainskin and ultimately died. When the news arrived, Emperor Leopold flew into a rage and declared war on Zaccardo. The war lasted 3 years and was known as the 3-Year War. The emperor wanted to go to war with Zaccardo and establish a new heir. Meanwhile, Duke Rosano took on the task of finding Emperor Leopold's illegitimate son, but the new heir did not become crown prince. Instead, he was driven out of the imperial palace. The crown prince, who had been thought dead, returned safe and sound after winning the 3-Year War, and he also brought back the hostage who had been detained in Zaccardo, his cousin. That was Flint Howard. The very existence of another heir must have annoyed him. Even if that person had already been expelled from the imperial palace, it was only natural that he would dislike her, the daughter of Duke Rosano. But just because he could not tell her father everything, he took out his anger on her. Was that not far too petty? Eliana was suddenly seized by a powerful urge to smash something. A low, coaxing voice entered her ears, bringing her back to herself. Eliana had expected to hear this voice, and sure enough, it had caught up with her. Grand Duke Howard asked her to set etiquette aside for the moment. He requested that she regard this as compensation for His Highness the Crown Prince's bad temper. Lady Rosano felt uneasy. It seemed he had not come here for that reason. The young Grand Duke extended his hand forward and opened his palm, revealing an ornament. The young woman gasped in surprise. Eliana touched her hair. The hairpin was indeed gone. She had thought he would mock such an old-fashioned practice. Flint remained calm. He knew she had not done it on purpose. A faint smile unconsciously bloomed on Eliana's lips. She was touched by his kindness. However, she would only thank him because a broken hairpin could easily be replaced. Still smiling, the young woman asked His Highness not to send the hairpin to her home if he did not wish to embarrass her. She believed that if he knew her father's temperament, he would understand what that meant. Taciturnity was one of the young Grand Duke's traits. He nodded and obediently replied that he understood. Well then, now that the matter was over, Eliana Rosano had no further business here. She abruptly turned her back on him and continued down the corridor. Flint Howard remained in the hallway for a while, watching her retreating figure. In other words, the prince let out a puzzled chuckle. Eliana Rosano had dropped her butterfly hairpin, and he had chased after her. Callus Bientek raised an eyebrow. That was a dangerous sign. He had fallen for it. But Flint was certain she had not done it on purpose. He had only wanted to return a precious item to its owner. The young Grand Duke sighed, sounding somewhat dejected, but she had refused to take it. The Crown Prince narrowed his eyes slightly as he sipped his tea. This was an unusual reaction from his brother. After realizing what Flint was thinking, Callus immediately stopped him. It would be best not to send that butterfly to the Rosano ducal residence. When asked why, he closed his eyes in irritation. Did his brother really want to do that? He did not want to see Duke Rosano turn Flint into a trophy awarded to his daughter, so he should forget about it. It was an old-fashioned practice. If a lady dropped something in front of the man she liked to express her feelings, the gentleman would win her favor by returning that item. The Duke had already refused discussions of a political marriage, and Eliana Rosano had already become known as the woman who had rejected the Crown Prince. Prince Bientek gestured angrily, feeling as if he had been abandoned. Flint chuckled, remembering what the young woman had said about her father's temperament. That was probably what she had meant. Duke Rosano would very likely spread rumors that the young Grand Duke Howard had fallen in love with his daughter and begin weaving schemes. He had better dispose of his butterfly. Grand Duke Howard stared at the ornament swaying in his hand. For some reason, he did not want to throw it away. The young woman wandered the corridor for a while, but in the end, she decided to return to the main hall. The chaotic, discordant noise gradually gave her a headache. She soon found her father, and when he noticed her tired expression, he ordered his daughter to go home. Eliana only felt glad. She nodded obediently, looking forward to the calm and peace waiting for her. Escorted by guards, the young woman went outside. A gentle breeze cooled her skin pleasantly, and the fresh air soothed her headache. Although the Duke appeared on the surface to be a caring father, in truth, he was merely afraid that she might do something foolish late at night. When the guard spoke to her, Miss Rosano's brow twitched tensely. She wondered if he truly thought she had quarreled with Miss Sanders. This man was her father's informant, one of those who reported her every move to him. Eliana suddenly turned away. Was she obligated to answer whatever he asked? After hearing what she had just said, the man's curious tone quickly turned aggressive. Eliana lifted her chin. She could no longer endure his rude behavior, and she could not understand how her past self had ever put up with all of this. But instead of climbing onto the rear step of the carriage, the man followed her inside. He sat down brazenly in front of her, taking up almost all the space in the carriage, and Eliana felt deeply uncomfortable. She clicked her tongue in irritation, wondering when they would finally leave her alone. In a commanding tone, she ordered the man to get out at once. The man smiled mockingly. It was his duty to protect her from danger. But what danger was he talking about? They were in the capital. The guard retorted smugly that they had to pass through the slums. What was he saying? Eliana burned with anger, but she tried not to show it. This carriage would not pass through the slums. Even if it did, if the poor started throwing stones, would he not be better able to protect her from outside the carriage? Those words instantly wiped the smug smile from the guard's face. He glared at her viciously, but the young lady did not react at all. The man slammed the carriage door shut and shouted at the page, asking what he was still standing there for, and telling him to set off. Miss Rosano let out a breath, shaking off the tension. At last, it vanished from her eyes. She knew very well what she had to do to avoid repeating the mistakes of the past. No matter what, she absolutely could not marry the son of the Emperor of Zaccardo. To do that, she first had to evade her father's eyes and ears. A stiff, starch collar, impeccably ironed clothes, fine wrinkles, and a rigid smile. Most importantly, this woman was her nursemaid. Whenever Eliana thought of her, she felt a chill. She was one of the reasons Eliana's life had not been utterly destroyed. At last, they arrived in front of the mansion, and her terrible thoughts seemed to be swept away by magic. After all those noisy gatherings and unpleasant conversations, how wonderful it was to come home. The maid's calloused hands carefully and attentively combed through her hair, and the young lady allowed herself to sink into the comfortable sensation. It was time to stop attending tea parties and banquets. If there was no need, it was best not to appear in public. Fortunately, Grand Duke Howard had not returned the hairpin, so that was one less thing to worry about. Since her father intended to marry her into the Zaccardo Empire, becoming entangled in rumors of an affair with another man would be dangerous. However, she had let the hairpin fall for a reason. In her previous life, Grand Duke Howard had come to help her return to her homeland, but at the time, she had refused him. Perhaps not taking that hand in the past had been a mistake. Perhaps the hope torn from the deepest part of her heart and offered to her would finally come true in this life. The comb slipped and yanked hard on a lock of her hair. Miss Rosano cried out and shook her head. Under her furious gaze, the maid fearfully took a step back. Her scalp hurt a little. Eliana rubbed the painful spot in displeasure. The maid smiled nervously and promised to be more careful. Eliana could not relax at all. She did not know why, but the maid's presence now irritated her. She snatched the comb from the maid's hand and threw it to the floor. She did not need a maid who refused to obey her mistress's orders. Make her leave. The young girl could no longer hide her unease. Terror appeared on her face as she stared at her mistress in confusion. Miss Rosano growled irritably. What more did she want? Did she really have to be forcibly thrown out? The other maids looked at one another helplessly, not knowing what to do. Recently, their mistress had been losing her temper often. A wrinkled face appeared at the doorway. Why was their angelic mistress shouting so loudly? Eliana rudely pointed at the ashamed maid and told her to take the girl away and never let her enter her room again. The nursemaid smiled knowingly and picked up the comb. So there had been a mistake while combing her hair. Eliana's face flushed slightly with anger. Why was she standing there frozen? She was waiting for an apology. The girl stammered an apology in panic. The nursemaid smiled at her encouragingly and said she could only hope the young lady would be understanding, so there was no need to worry. The sound of blood rushing in her ears almost drowned out everything around her. Rage seized Miss Rosano once more. She could not understand why the nursemaid would not listen to her. But the nursemaid was completely unafraid of her anger and stood still without moving. The young lady suddenly rose from her chair. Who was her master? The corners of a nursemaid's lips lifted into the polite smile she had trained for years. They served Lady Eliana Rosano. For some reason, that response irritated her even more. Eliana threatened her, saying she was not joking with her. The old woman continued to smile, but she was only telling the truth. The rage burning in Eliana's chest made her pace back and forth through the room. She pointed at the first maid she saw and ordered her to summon the butler immediately. The girl shifted awkwardly like a frightened fawn. When she turned her gaze toward the nursemaid, her eyes were full of questions. The old woman's gaze was terrifying. Without a word, the girl understood that it was ordering her to stay where she was. The poor girl closed her eyes in fear, but she was even more afraid of the old woman, so she remained standing there, lowering her head and avoiding Miss Rosano's gaze. The young lady's voice trembled with anger, as though none of them took her order seriously. Fine. Then she would find the butler herself. But a servant blocked her way. The mistress had to tell him what had happened, and he would resolve everything. Eliana gritted her teeth and said she had already told him. She wanted to see the butler. The servant waved his hands fearfully in front of himself, saying the butler was busy right now and begging Miss Rosano not to be stubborn. Just then, her hand seized the flower pot beside her. The willful young lady smashed it down in front of her with all her strength, scattering soil across the carpet and staining the hem of her dress. It seemed no one understood her words. Anger flashed in Eliana's eyes, and the servant retreated in fear. The young lady spoke again in a commanding tone, enunciating each word. He was to take her to the butler immediately, right now. After meeting with the butler, everything proceeded smoothly and swiftly. All the servants were dismissed. No matter how the nursemaid tried to stop her, Eliana held greater authority. Everyone had to leave the mansion as quickly as possible. The young lady crossed her arms and asked the nursemaid in displeasure what the problem was, since she had dismissed them for their clumsiness and disloyalty. Mira, the head maid, supported her, even though the nursemaid had raised their mistress since childhood. After all, it was her order. The butler also supported the senior maid. Yes, they had to obey Miss Eliana's orders. However, the young lady's anger was not yet over. She shouted Myra's name and told her not to bring inexperienced maids to her anymore, and that she hated people who talked too much, for disrupting discipline among the maids and defying her. The nursemaid Pamela was confined indefinitely within the mansion. But Eliana knew Pamela would be released soon anyway, because Pamela was close to her father. In the meantime, Miss Rosano also had to find a way to drive her out of the mansion. Before that, another matter arose that she needed to consider. Why had she entered her room without permission? She must have had something urgent to say. Isabella chuckled softly and smiled as she greeted her willful older sister. Her younger sister laughed brightly, saying that Eliana's way of speaking had changed and reminded her of their mother. Eliana looked away and frowned without answering. The ashamed maids stood with their heads lowered, their cheeks burning from being slapped. Was her younger sister about to blame her for laying hands on the maids? If Eliana wished, she could hit her too. Isabella's eyes sparkled, though her delicate hands probably could not manage such a thing. Miss Rosano rolled her eyes and chose not to respond to the mockery directed at her. She told Isabella to sit. The hall fell utterly silent. The clatter of the tableware, as the maids set it down with trembling hands, sounded deafening. As the older sister, Eliana, courteously poured tea into the cups. Unable to endure the silence, Isabella was the first to break it. How could Eliana be so quiet? It was as though she had been studying it all her life. Taking it as a compliment, the young lady smiled faintly. Isabella had not changed at all. Her younger sister smiled in satisfaction, but father did not expect her to be as well-mannered as Eliana. She leaned forward with interest. Eliana knew Isabella was about to make her social debut, but she could not possibly live the way her older sister did. She had a terrible personality. Eliana carefully pinched the cup handle, anticipating the floral fragrance of the tea. Her younger sister would not come to see her without a reason, and it was time to get to the point. They were sisters. The smile on Isabella's face instantly faded, and she became serious. When she mentioned Pamela being confined, Eliana also grew serious. Isabella was surprised that it had been Eliana's order, not father's. But she had done the right thing. If that damned old woman was not kept under control, she would only harm her. But perhaps Eliana wanted to get rid of Pamela forever. In that case, Isabella could help. Eliana did not accept her younger sister's suggestion. Pamela had to remain confined until Eliana gave the order otherwise. Isabella disagreed with that. Father was unlikely to turn a blind eye to this. He must already know everything. Pamela had warned her as well, saying she had to accept it because it was the mistress's will. Fine. It seemed she could not handle this situation alone. Very well then. How did Isabella intend to help her? At last, the younger sister heard the answer she had been waiting for, and her lips spread into a sly smile. A few days later, the long-awaited event finally arrived. Isabella Rossano's social debut. Many young ladies and dukes followed that drifting figure with their eyes. She was truly beautiful. The young lady was not nervous at all. She was more concerned with the plan her older sister had devised. Isabella would take care of everything, but Eliana would owe her a favor. Tomorrow, at the banquet in the imperial palace, she would deal with the son of Marquis Elvise, whom father had chosen as her fiancé. Eliana immediately thought of murder, and from her expressionless face, it was hard to tell whether she was joking. Isabella waved her hands desperately in the air. That was not what she meant. She wanted Eliana to make him propose to her. The young lady immediately turned her face away. She would not get involved in such trouble. She would handle Pamela's matter herself. Isabella's voice carried a plea. She did not want to marry him. Please, just one dance. After that, Eliana could ask anything of her. Though she and Isabella were not close, Isabella was not someone who made promises lightly. If it was only helping her by dancing once, nothing would happen. But would the son of Marquis Elvise really propose to her so easily because of a single dance? Was he truly that stupid? Yet when that utterly foolish face appeared before her, all her doubts vanished. Marquis Elvise's son talked endlessly, as though he could not catch his breath. If he had been a decent man, Eliana would have married him before any discussion of a marriage alliance with Zaccardo. But now, it seemed nothing would work. Dancing with him was so boring that Eliana nearly died of tedium, and then her gaze caught a familiar silhouette. Their eyes met. Grand Duke Howard stood nearby, looking at her. Why was he looking at her like that? Miss Rossano rolled her eyes inwardly. Oh, she would show him just how happy and well she was, and how much she enjoyed dancing. Smile brighter. Blush harder. Move a little closer to her partner. The other guests went mad. Miss Rossano had actually taken the initiative to dance with a man. Perhaps she was searching for a fiancé. Dozens of hands instantly reached toward her, each person begging her for a dance. All evening, Eliana maintained a sweet smile while cursing Isabella nonstop in her heart. Isabella would have to pay dearly for this. At last, the banquet ended, and Eliana happily returned home. Her cheekbones ached from hundreds upon thousands of polite smiles, and her feet hurt from high heels and countless dances. She was utterly exhausted. The nursemaid greeted her in her room. She had returned at just the right time, had she not? Miss Rossano's expression instantly darkened. It seemed Pamela had not been released from confinement, which meant this was father's order. A cunning smile deepened the wrinkles on Pamela's face. How could she leave her mistress? Other than her, who could shape Eliana into the ideal form? Eliana's heart churned, but she obediently sat in the chair. The nursemaid gently arranged her hair. She leaned in for a closer look and seemed to notice that Eliana's roots had grown out quite a bit. If that dull color were exposed, everyone would doubt her birth. The anger in Eliana's heart boiled hotter and hotter, but she remained silent. She would not let herself lose control. When she was young, she often asked the nursemaid why her hair was this color, and the nursemaid would shake her head sympathetically and feel sorry for her. She had been born lacking pigment. It was an illness, and Eliana believed her. Back then, her world extended only as far as the hem of Pamela's skirt. The secret of her hair color was uncovered later, and it struck her with a heavy blow. She received a letter that read, "To Her Majesty the Empress of Zaccardo, from the Rossano Duchy of the Biotech Empire." The duchy demanded the return of a magical tool capable of changing hair color. It was a keepsake of the late Duchess, and the illegitimate daughter Eliana Zaccardo had no right to possess it. At first, the Empress did not take it seriously. She trembled with anger. A magical tool capable of changing hair color? What a lie! She casually waved the letter and ordered the head made to burn it. The result of ignoring that letter was condemnation from the entire nation. She, an illegitimate child, had to return the Duchess's belongings at once. Had she forgotten her mother's kindness? Even if they were not related by blood, that woman had still raised her. It was an order for her to return the family heirloom at once and repent for her crimes. It was only then that Eliana remembered. When she was young, the nursemaid had once removed her earrings, and her hair color had changed. Pamela had instructed her that such a precious thing must not be lost under any circumstances. She would keep it safe for her. The mistress need not worry. Pamela would take care of the hair color. The Empress wrote to the Biotech Empire, demanding that the nursemaid be interrogated, but it was already too late. The rumors had spread throughout the country. Her beautiful hair was proof that she was an illegitimate daughter. It was not an illness, and no one even knew who her mother was. How dared she steal the Duchess's belongings and then marry him? Marcel's voice was filled with disgust. Everything was hopeless. Eliana's heart filled with despair. As long as the person she loved did not abandon her, she was willing to endure anything. Her noble birth had turned out to be a lie, followed by accusations that she had stolen a family heirloom. Shameless. Not only an illegitimate daughter, but a thief as well. Angry shouts could be heard everywhere. An illegitimate daughter could not occupy the position of empress. She had to be deposed. From the moment Eliana, a foreigner, desperately fought to preserve her position as empress, her downfall began. The nursemaid washed out the dye and tidied her hair. Everything was ready. Miss Rosanno thoughtfully combed her fingers through her hair, wondering whether Pamela would still be able to dye her hair after retiring. The nursemaid laughed deep in her throat and said that even if she retired one day, she would remain by Eliana's side forever. Eliana often became angry over this, because the nursemaid always spoke to her as though she were a child, whether she was 5 or 21. Now, she used that same faintly affectionate tone to tell the young lady to go to bed. Miss Rosanno lay motionless, trying to keep her breathing steady. The nursemaid watched her for a while longer before leaving. Eliana rolled her eyes. She was just like a leech. Her limbs were numb as she awkwardly got out of bed and tried to stretch her body. Thinking carefully, if the family heirloom had been returned in time back then, her identity as an illegitimate daughter would not have been exposed, and no one would have spoken of deposing her as empress. Or had Pamela hidden that magical tool? Perhaps she carried it with her, or perhaps it was somewhere in her room. Had she sold it off as stolen goods? No. The young lady shook her head. First, she had to deal with Pamela. Perhaps she should go to Isabella and check how things were progressing. With that thought, she returned to bed. The next morning, she personally went to her younger sister's room. Isabella was both surprised and delighted to see her. It was the first time Eliana had ever come to her room. Eliana's eyes were truly dazzled by all the luxury. The first thing she did was dismiss the maids. They were going to have a private conversation, so they had to be mindful of everyone around them. Isabella insisted that Emily had to confirm no one could hear them, especially Pamela. As soon as the servants left, Isabella began chattering about how empty Marquis Elvi's son's gaze had been. Clearly, he had definitely fallen in love with Eliana. She rubbed her hands together in satisfaction. All right, now it was her turn to help Eliana. She intended to drive out the nursemaid. Isabella waved her hand casually. Eliana did not have to worry. She had a way. After rummaging under the sofa for a while, she pulled out a fountain pen. It was time to drive that thief out of the house. Eliana's eyes widened in surprise. That was Damien's pen. Eliana only had to wait a little while. Once their brother left, Isabella would arrange everything carefully. The young lady's eyes brightened. By the way, this was an excellent plan. It was long past time to drive Pamela out. Perhaps she still had something even more serious in her possession. Isabella chuckled in frustration. Did her sister know how difficult it was to obtain father's belongings? She had barely managed to steal this pen from their brother. As for mother's belongings, that was even more complicated. Eliana narrowed her eyes slyly. What if she said something had already been stolen? Isabella's mouth fell open in astonishment. She could not believe that evil old woman truly was a thief. Eliana put a finger to her lips. Lower your voice. Someone might hear. Isabella lowered her voice and clumsily asked what Pamela had stolen. earrings set with obsidian, and a magical tool. It seemed Isabella had become serious. She promised to search the old woman's room. But what if Pamela had suddenly sold everything off? Eliana thought about it. She had considered that possibility herself, but she still doubted it. The nursemaid was unlikely to do that. She valued her life. If father found out about this, he would never turn a blind eye. As Eliana slipped out of her younger sister's room, someone grabbed her shoulder. Pamela's powerful grip made her shudder. The master was looking for her. The nursemaid would accompany her, as usual. Miss Rosanno cursed inwardly. This obstinate old woman would drive her mad one day. Duke Rosanno was waiting for her in the main hall. Goosebumps crawled up the young lady's back. She could not believe she had come here again. Memories of the past surged toward her like an irreversible tsunami. The skin on her wrists itched involuntarily. She had once rubbed them nearly bloody in order to escape. Eliana tried to maintain an indifferent expression, but cold sweat still broke out on her body, and her mouth went dry. It seemed father was furious. The son of Marquis Elvise had sent her a marriage proposal. Duke Rosanno was cold and vicious. She had seduced that man with vulgar behavior. The young lady's voice trembled with fear. No, it was not like that at all. The Duke's angry roar echoed between the walls. Then why had he proposed to her? Eliana fearfully took a step back. They had only danced. He knew very well there was nothing improper about that. Pamela reported to him that Eliana had been behaving strangely. How dared she talk back to her own father? The old woman revealed a predator's smile. She thought the young lady needed to be properly taught a lesson. Father abruptly rose from the table. The screech of the chair legs scraping the floor pierced Eliana's ears. He thought so too. Tie her up. Beast-like fear seized the young lady. When a nursemaid gripped her wrist with force, Eliana screamed with all her strength. Enough! She did not want this. Pamela pierced her with murky eyes. She raised her hand back, preparing to strike her. When her palm landed on the young lady's cheek, a deafening ringing filled Eliana's ears. For an instant, she lost her balance. As she tried to collect herself, the old woman swiftly bound both her hands. The sharp sound of the whip chilled everything inside the young lady. Now, the Duke would teach her how to speak to her father. Outside the door leading to her father's room, Isabella tried to force her way in. She had immediately sensed that something was wrong, but the obstinate servant blocked her. She could not go in. Isabella struggled with all her strength, but a blood-curdling scream froze her in place. She could clearly hear sobbing. Eliana was crying aloud, begging him to forgive her. This was all her fault. The servant sighed. He had already told her that Isabella could not go there. The master was disciplining Lady Eliana. A chill ran up the girl's spine. She knew very well what it meant to be disciplined by their father. Isabella still remembered being beaten with rods herself, but the sound now was completely different. That thing was heavy and hard. Another piercing scream made everything inside her tremble with fear. Pamela watched the child in her care suffer with a cold-blooded smile. Eliana's throat felt as if it were being squeezed shut, and she could not breathe. Her whole body was covered in bruises and abrasions, and her legs could barely support her. Eliana hung there limply, her mind hazy, her entire body trembling faintly. At last, Duke Rosanno was satisfied with the result and set down the whip. He asked her whether, after losing the dignity of a duke's daughter, she would still go around seducing men. Isabella realized that all of this was happening because of her. She slowly reached for the door handle, preparing to open the door, but a sharp, icy voice stopped her and ordered her to halt. Damien was completely unmoved by his sister's screams coming from behind the door. Isabella was so shocked that for a moment she forgot to breathe. Hearing what he had just said, a dangerous light flared in her eyes. Her brother's gaze passed over her and looked elsewhere, as if even she did not matter to him, and he told her not to interfere. At last, Isabella realized that she herself had once been bullied like this too, and her brother had known all along. The girl's breath caught in anger. How could he allow something like this to happen? She was his family. Damien gave a scoff. Oh right, they were twins. But now his youngest sister had grown up as well. It was time she learned the truth. He and Eliana were not twins, and she was not his sister. Isabella felt as if all her organs had twisted into knots. What was he talking about? The only thing they had in common was the color of their eyes. Had she never suspected it? Even so, this still was not right. Damien cut her off. Then what could she do? Lie beneath the rods in her place? For the first time, Isabella was left speechless. Her nails dug into her palms, sinking in painfully like crescents. She could not change anything, so it would be best not to interfere. Damien did not want their father to touch her. Despair clenched Isabella's chest, and tears welled in her eyes. How could this be? Her brother showed no reaction to her condition. He ordered the servants to take Isabella back to her room and pretend she had never appeared. After confirming that his sister had been taken away, the young Duke himself also intended to leave the corridor. From behind the door came another long, drawn-out whimper. Damien glared at the door, clicked his tongue in displeasure, and again ordered the servants to make sure no one entered this corridor. When the unconscious girl was carried back to her room, the maid screamed in horror. Pamela carried the young lady on her back and slowly walked toward the bed. The maids were still lamenting what had happened. The young lady needed urgent treatment. They would go call a doctor. Pamela, the nursemaid, blocked Eliana with her whole body and growled that this was her lady. She would handle the young lady's treatment herself. They should stop meddling. The frightened maids quickly ran out the door. The furious nursemaid slammed the door shut, making the maids flinch. The old woman cursed loudly, calling them scoundrels who all deserved to be thrown out. The woman looked down at her novice with a sorrowful expression, her whole being filled with both regret and pleasure. Blood could not lie. The young lady was vulgar to the bone. Perhaps that was why the son of Marquis Elvise had written a letter saying he could not forget that night. Yet there was no trace left on her body of what they had done. Pamela pressed down on a fresh wound. Perhaps she had given him a kiss with those pretty lips. The girl seemed to be in terrible pain, letting out a heavy groan in her sleep. The Duke loved his daughter so much that he had specially prepared a wonderful medicine for her today, because he could not allow scars to remain on her body. But the thought of Eliana suffering filled the woman with pleasure. Today, they would not treat her. There was no need to underestimate her at all. She covered the girl with a warm blanket and gently patted her shoulder. There, see you tomorrow. For the next several hours, Eliana tossed and turned in bed, trembling from pain and fear. Of course, this situation was expected. Lady Rosanna realized that her helpless endurance had reached its limit. She wanted to escape from her father's office. That image kept spinning through her mind. But when she saw the whip in her father's hand, her entire body froze, and her thoughts vanished completely. No matter how many times pain descended upon her, she never learned to endure it. Even though she had not become the Empress of Zaccardo, the situation had not improved. She only knew that she had to escape from her father. A commotion behind the door suddenly pulled her back to reality. Her senses instantly stretched to their limit. No matter how they tried to stop her, Isabella desperately forced her way past the obstruction. The door shook and finally burst open. The maid was the first to rush into the room, with Isabella standing behind her. The nursemaid poked her head out from the corner and began wailing in a dissatisfied, hoarse tone, saying that they could not come here without permission. But when she met Lady Isabella's gloomy gaze, her voice quickly dropped. The girl raised her hand and took a fierce step forward, her fist striking Pamela's cheekbone. How dare mere nursemaid talk back to her? The old woman lost her balance, and her nose struck the floor. Hatred burned in Isabella's eyes. Had she gone completely mad, or what? The girl raised her hand again, wanting to hit her, but what did this woman think she was, daring to look at her with those eyes? A faint groan sounded from behind her, freezing her in place. That was right. In her rage, she had completely forgotten her sister. The doctor carefully moved the blanket aside and examined the wounds. Isabella quietly watched her movements. At the sight of such a bloody scene, she could not help screaming. Eliana's entire shirt was torn apart and soaked with her own blood. The young lady had not yet received treatment, but Isabella did not need to worry. The doctor would do everything she could. The nursemaid, who had been about to stand up, froze where she was. She had been exposed. Isabella's fists clenched until they cracked. She slowly turned toward the old woman, piercing her with an icy stare as if asking, she had not been treated? Everything that followed was like a fog. She grabbed the woman's gray hair and yanked hard. How dare she? She had put her in bed in this state. How could anyone sleep while enduring such terrible pain? Pamela groaned and tried to defend herself. She had been about to apply ointment. Isabella slammed her head into the floor with all her strength. That was a lie. When she came in, the old woman had already been preparing to leave. Her voice trembled with anger. She had even been laughing at her, seeing nothing around her. Isabella continued beating her. In the end, Pamela lost consciousness, and the girl threw her aside in disgust. She never wanted to see this filthy thing at her feet again, so she ordered them to drag the old woman away. She approached the doctor again and asked about her sister's condition. The woman was still treating the wounds. The wounds were too deep, so the young lady would be in great pain. Isabella handed the ointment to Emma. This should help. The woman was so surprised that her glasses nearly slid off her nose. This was a lasm. This ointment could stop pain and prevent scars. It was extremely precious. But where had the young lady found it? Isabella frowned. The more she learned, the more guilt devoured her. Throughout the time Eliana was unconscious, she had nightmares. Countless times, she fell to her knees and begged for forgiveness, admitting she had been wrong, but the Duke still whipped her mercilessly. The nursemaid watched everything that happened with pleasure. She begged for mercy, but in the young lady's eyes there was not a single drop of remorse for everything she had done. He should punish her even more severely. Her father pretended to be compassionate. He hoped he would never have to strike her with a whip again. Eliana hoped that everything was finally over, but that was not the case. Another swing made her whole body tremble. She screamed hysterically, begging them to stop, but no one paid any attention to her pleas. At last, the young lady's eyes flew open, and she regained consciousness, breathing rapidly and heavily, her heart pounding wildly. She abruptly sat up in bed, her forehead covered in sweat, her hair sticking to her neck. The sudden movement pulled at the bandages covering her wounds, bringing on a fresh wave of pain. The girl collapsed back onto the pillow, hearing the stifled groan. The maid immediately reacted and ran to her mistress's side to support her. She slowly helped the girl lie back down on the pillow. Gradually, Eliana felt the pain subside. Had her wounds really been treated? But she knew the nursemaid would never bandage them this carefully. The maids had probably helped her. The girl explained that her family's doctor, Madame Emma, had treated her wounds. Her father would never have sent a doctor over. Who had brought her here? The maid explained that Lady Isabella had done all of this. When Lady Rosanno asked who had brought her, the girl deliberately remained silent. So Eliana understood that the maid herself had gone to call her sister. But why had she called her? Was it not the head maid or Damien? The head maid was busy, and the young master was, after all, a man. So she had thought that if it were Lady Isabella, her mistress would feel more at ease. Eliana slowly exhaled, calming her racing heart. Then what about the nursemaid? After she had suffered such terrible injuries, the nursemaid had not taken care of her either. The girl's voice trembled with anger. The corners of Eliana's mouth lifted into a smile. So that was how it was. Then, let her help her sit up. She groaned, thanked the maid for calling her sister, and called her name. The name Lavender suited her unexpectedly well. She was clever, and her hand was strong. Perhaps she should keep her by her side. Then, could she now go call Isabella and Damien here? After a few minutes of waiting, the brother and sister entered her room, both in bad moods. Eliana was the first to break the silence. The two of them both knew what had happened to her yesterday. Their father valued the nursemaid, so he kept her by his side. But honestly, she was afraid. Last night, she had nearly died because Pamela had not treated her wounds, yet their father believed the nursemaid's words more than hers. Isabella was still furious, and her sister was actually planning to let that hateful old woman enter her room again. That was their father's order. She could do nothing about it here. Her younger sister reached the height of anger. She screamed, "This is absolute madness." She looked at Damien. Was this normal? But the young man merely told her to calm down. Then he turned a contemptuous gaze toward his sister. Eliana needed to stop throwing the entire mansion into chaos. He was already tired of it. Isabella screamed in anger again. Eliana held her head. Enough. Damien crossed his arms. She had no right to order him around. She should speak to him respectfully. His willfulness irritated Eliana. So what? Perhaps she should kneel before the Duke as well. Her brother rolled his eyes, not caring in the slightest about her kneeling. Watching her brother and sister argue, Isabella only felt as if she were caught between two fires. Lady Rosanno slowly rose from her chair. She hoped Damien would go speak to their father. Their father trusted him more than the nursemaid. Her brother looked coldly at her suffering. Clearly, she did not understand anything. She had to remember that she could never marry the man she wanted to marry. Eliana gave a contemptuous snort. She had known that long ago. It seemed she had forgotten that point. Now there were rumors that she was searching for a husband, and that was exactly what had angered their father. Wasting her energy on some nursemaid was truly foolish. A sense of helplessness clenched Eliana's heart. She was so tired of all of this. Damien turned around and said in a low voice that he would deal with her, because neglecting the treatment of a duke's daughter was a serious crime. She had better pull herself together and start controlling her behavior. With nothing more to say, Damien walked toward the exit, ignoring his younger sister's angry shouts. Isabella gently patted her sister's shoulder and checked whether she was all right. The girl sighed. Damien had always been like this. He only wanted to say all kinds of unpleasant things. He was not even willing to call her elder sister. Even in childhood, their relationship had not been close. They were either separated or quarreling. One day, Damien told her that Eliana was the one who had been born first between the two of them. She smiled brightly at him. If that was the case, then he could call her elder sister. But the next moment, her smile disappeared. Why had her brother's expression changed so much? Only now did the girl realize that her brother had known long ago that she was an illegitimate child. He had been cold to her in her previous life because he understood that they were not actually twins. Trying to understand what exactly was going on in that head of his was far too difficult. The ointment worked very well. Her wounds healed quickly, and soon she no longer needed bandages. A few more days passed, and Eliana recovered completely, ready to act again. She did not see the nursemaid anywhere. Where had she gone? Lavender explained that the old woman was unwell, so she was resting in her room. Madame had accidentally fallen down the stairs, and quite badly too. Her right leg was broken. The headmaid had been so frightened that she dropped the box in her hands, and it happened to land directly on the nursemaid's left leg. The girl listened seriously, but something told her that the maid's words were not entirely true. So there was a secret grudge between the nursemaid and the headmaid? She laughed softly. The headmaid had been carrying a heavy box at the time. Why was she carrying something heavy? Strong male servants could have handled that. Legs were very important. The nursemaid was probably having trouble sleeping because of the pain. Have her send some sleeping medicine to the nursemaid. As soon as she arrived at the estate, she saw Miss Heine, who greeted her cheerfully. Lady Rosanna was slightly surprised by such an enthusiastic welcome. As they walked side by side, the girl chattered that she would not drive her away today. Eliana laughed lightly. Of course not. By the way, someone had told her that she had received an apology letter. Walking too quickly, Lady Rosanna felt a wave of dizziness and supported her forehead with her hand. Despite feeling unwell, she still came to the tea party because important information would be exchanged here, just like in a gentleman's club. The topic of Lady Rosanna's change died down faster than she had expected, all because an influential person had said a few words at a gathering of the gentleman's club belonging to the Crown Prince. Even if Miss Heine was the daughter of a Margrave, how could she be compared with Lady Rosanna? And Flint Howard believed that they should not discuss the private affairs of Lady Rosanna, who had observed social etiquette. What had happened to Miss Sanders was even less worth mentioning. After that, no one said another word. The young Grand Duke still hated rumors. When Eliana was young, she had thought he would become even more hot-tempered, but she was surprised that he expressed his disgust so directly. The girl's whispers about barbarians and nymph pulled her out of her thoughts. The guests were indignant. How could someone who did not believe in God enter holy ground? What on earth were they thinking? Apparently, the Shirayans had ties to the Holy See, the formal collective name for the Pope and the Roman Curia. The Shirayans, known as barbarians, were nomads who roamed the continent. Every one of them was a cheerful and powerful warrior, even if the world regarded them as barbarians. Being unable to settle in one place was not a crime. There were rumors that many barbarians were hiding on the island of Britain, which was territory of the Biotech Empire. All of this was because of Zaccardo. They insisted that Britain was their territory, so even the barbarians looked down on them. The girls around the table grew more and more agitated. Perhaps an army should be sent in to destroy them and forbid them from entering those lands. But the island of Britain was where the main temple was located, and it was holy ground. It was inviolable territory, and war could not be waged there. The island was protected by the Holy Knights of Nymph. According to the sacred scriptures, that place was a sanctuary where spirits once lived, and anyone who shed blood on that land would suffer a curse. All temples on the continent were extraterritorial and inviolable, governed by the neutral and independent city-state of the Holy See of Nymph. Handing the island of Britain over to Nymph so easily sounded foolish. did it not? Such a thing could not be done. A country was a country, after all. No matter how independent Nymph was, it belonged to the Biotech Empire. Miss Heine spoke with such agitation that her fist struck the table with a thud, and the girls could not help tensing, weakly nodding in agreement. Eliana had thought she was merely an ordinary child who could not control her emotions, but when it came to territory and war, she seemed especially firm. This was indeed fitting for the daughter of a northern margrave. The territorial dispute with the Zaccardo Empire was not merely a matter of territorial expansion, but a battle for dominance. Liliana also decided to join the conversation. Eliana looked at her in surprise. At first, she had not even noticed her presence, but she still had to remain cold and not react to this girl. She closed her eyes and silently turned her head away. In the past, she would have walked into the garden with this young lady to avoid a conversation she could not understand. Now, relying only on memories of the past was far too dangerous, because it was still unclear how the situation surrounding a marriage alliance with the Zaccardo imperial family would develop. She had to gather as much information as possible by actively participating in society. Under the current circumstances, this was the best choice. After some time, the tea party ended, and it was time to go home. But just as Lady Rosanna was about to board the carriage, Miss Heine suddenly called out to her. The girl froze in surprise and looked at her friend, who was struggling to catch her breath. She held out a sealed envelope with both hands. This was for her. Still somewhat surprised, Eliana hesitantly opened the envelope and took out the invitation. It turned out that Miss Heine ran an equestrian club, and she had received an invitation to Veronica Heine's riding event. If Lady Rosanna had suddenly forgotten how to ride, she could easily refuse. But Eliana did not back down. She wanted to see that famous horse of her family's. A smile bloomed on Veronica's face. She would wait for her. They had just brought that horse to the capital. The young lady said goodbye in this sweet atmosphere, and a pleasant warmth welled in Eliana's chest. She had never participated in an equestrian event before. Pamela would always throw away the invitations, claiming that such things were not suitable for a lady. The girl smiled to herself. Well, it seemed it was time to try a new form of amusement. As soon as Lady Rosanna returned to the family mansion, she first went to her sister's room. One could imagine how disappointed she was when she learned that Isabella had found nothing. Isabella was somewhat dejected as well. It seemed the earrings had already been stolen. Eliana's heart sank. If that were the case, her head would have been twisted off long ago. Her father would not let her off. Isabella shook her head violently. But wait, their father knew nothing. She had quickly looked around and mentioned the obsidian earrings. But their father had not reacted. It was impossible for their father not to know. They were a family heirloom, passed down from her mother. Her younger sister raised her eyebrows. What was she talking about? Those were not an heirloom of the Lambert Marquis family. Eliana still insisted on what she had said, but Isabella was even more stubborn. That was impossible, because she had the heirloom in her possession. Isabella felt there was no point in arguing. She directly called a maid and ordered her to bring the family jewel. After some time, Emma returned holding a small box in her hands. When her younger sister opened the lid, Eliana's heart began to beat faster. Inside the box was a golden cup. It was a magical relic that could neutralize poison. It was called Goldstein. It was said that even if poison tea were poured into it, it would have no effect. Isabella shook her head in confusion. She had absolutely no idea why her mother had given it to her, nor who could possibly think of poisoning her. This cup was the only heirloom. Their mother had taken it with her when she yielded the position of heir to the Marquis's younger brother, which was not surprising considering her love of collecting. Everything inside Eliana boiled with anger, and she stared at the golden cup before her with eyes full of hatred. If she had possessed this cup back then, the horrific tragedy of being poisoned and losing her child would never have happened. Now, she painfully realized that she was an outsider through and through in this mansion. Isabella thoughtfully scratched the back of her head. What was it called again? Rare pearl? She muttered something to herself. Unlike the rest of her family, her mother had always been kind to her. Even though she was not her mother's biological daughter, she had felt her mother's love. Her mother had not given her a magical item that could hide the traces of her being an illegitimate child, and had not even told her about Goldstein, the true family heirloom. A chill pierced Eliana to the bone. She felt betrayed and abandoned. Why had it turned out this way? When her daughter was handed over to strangers, her mother had given her favorite tea, the Melanie variety. She had smiled through her tears so that Eliana would think of her every time she drank it. But all of that seemed to have been a lie. No one needed her, and no one loved her. A few days later, Eliana went to the Heine mansion to attend an event held by her new friend. Several young ladies had already gathered in the garden, almost squealing with excitement. At last, they would be able to see the Heine family's famous horse, Hesse. How soft its coat was, and how brilliantly its mane shone in the sunlight. Liliana's eyes sparkled as she reached out, wanting to see if she could touch it. But Veronica stopped her at once. If they did something wrong, it might kick. The only person Hesse behaved calmly around was the stable keeper. Still, His Highness the Crown Prince, returned in triumph, would surely be able to tame it. After all, he was a hero who had come back victorious after 3 years of war. Veronica laughed loudly. She, too, had been looking forward to this day. Her heart warmed faintly with anticipation. But when would Miss Rosanna arrive? She had heard the young lady would be late because of a banquet. Just as she was thinking this, the graceful silhouette of a young lady appeared at the doorway leading to the garden. Veronica smiled brightly, but in the next instant, her smile faded. The shadow of the hat fell over her face, but it was still clear that Miss Rosanna was angry, though she had not been half an hour ago. Eliana walked along the garden path, enjoying the fragrance of the flowers. A gust of wind blew past, nearly carrying away her hat. The young lady held her hat down and smiled faintly, pleased by the pleasant weather. The sun was out, yet the wind was quite strong. Was the young lady not cold? Eliana enjoyed the feeling of freedom. Not at all. The wind was rather refreshing. It was indeed strong, but compared to Lionskin, this was nothing. That place had magnificent scenery. But that was not what mattered most. In that place, she had once felt innocently happy. For an instant, her heart sank painfully, and her gaze grew hollow. The regrets of her previous life still clung to her here. Another gust of wind blew over and tore the ribbon from her hat, sending it tumbling high into the air. But the young lady merely smiled. It was nothing serious. When she shifted her gaze away, her smile melted in an instant like ice cream under direct sunlight. Someone she knew was standing not far away, clutching the ribbon from her hat in his hand. Flint Howard approached and handed the ribbon to her. It was hers. The young lady gave him a slight curtsy in thanks and smiled brilliantly. This time, too, she would remember his kindness. Flint's brows rose in surprise. His entire face filled with confusion, and this time as well. He unclenched his fist. The entire ribbon was covered in creases. The young man cleared his throat awkwardly and clenched his fist again. The young Grand Duke continued down the path beside Eliana, apologizing for ruining her belongings yet again. Eliana looked away, terribly ashamed that she always appeared so dreadful in front of him. Flint shook his head, but he did not think that. The young lady looked at him with interest. Then what was he thinking? Looking into those deep green eyes, Flint was at a loss for a moment. He repeated her words thoughtfully. The Grand Duke's flustered reaction amused the young lady, and Eliana laughed softly. If he had no reaction at all, it would mean he was interested in nothing. Such people were rare. Had he heard about her and the son of Marquis Elvise? Flint nodded lightly. He thought finding a suitable man and marrying him was not a bad idea. Miss Rosanna's voice changed subtly. Her father would personally choose a husband for her. Everyone believed her father loved her dearly, and that was why he devoted his life to her. But in truth, she was only a doll. Standing before her was the man who would one day take her father's life and destroy her family. That future drew her in with unbearable force. And her future husband would also be able to gain her father's support. He would obtain an ally in the Rosanno Duchy, while she would become his precious trophy. What normal man would treat his wife as a trophy? Grand Duke Howard was shocked by her words. If her father was truly like that, then she should be all the more careful when choosing a husband. Eliana felt uncomfortable and tried to change the topic to his own standards for choosing a bride. But Flint shook his head. He had no such plans. Miss Rosanno had heard that the Crown Prince would make him a proposal. The expression on the young Grand Duke's face showed that he very much wanted to know how she knew about it. Eliana laughed aloud again. In high society, even the walls had ears and eyes. Had he truly forgotten who she was? Grand Duke Howard shook his head and frowned. He had refused His Highness Karras's offer to arrange a match. Then what about her proposal? A dangerous light danced in the young lady's eyes. He could consider Miss Rosanna as well. No matter how hard the young man tried to hide his surprise, his expression revealed it clearly. For a moment, he even forgot how to speak. Eliana disliked being judged, but she believed it was necessary for a decision that concerned fate itself. Flint Howard turned his face slightly away. It was difficult to tell what he was feeling at that moment. She would grant him special permission. A maid standing nearby accidentally stepped on a branch, producing a deafening crack. Eliana realized it was time to end this. If his heart wavered even the slightest bit, he should accept this ribbon. But the young prince did not want to listen to her explanation to the end. He interrupted her in a displeased tone. He did not like mixing marriage and politics. Miss Rosanna felt insulted, but had she truly proposed a political marriage to him? She had not expected him to interpret the words of a well-bred lady that way. Flint Howard sighed heavily, but she herself had mentioned evaluating value. Eliana wrapped her arms around herself and cut him off. What was the point of these explanations? She had already heard enough. He could bury everything that had happened today in this ribbon and then forget it. She walked quickly forward and called her maid to her side. Miss Heine must have grown tired of waiting. Flint Howard wanted to stop her and explain to her, but the words caught in his throat, and he wondered whether it was even worth doing. He could only watch Miss Rosanna's retreating back. When a young lady arrived at the grounds, many people had already gathered there. The boldest among them had been the first to mount the horse and were enjoying the ride. Suddenly, a dull thud and a low groan came from somewhere nearby. Prince Karis touched his bumped head. That truly was quite an impudent horse. Veronica felt embarrassed and apologized to His Highness. The young man waved his hand. There was no need to apologize. It was simply that his skill was lacking. Miss Rosanna raised an eyebrow. She had to say something to keep the girl from feeling so uncomfortable. Suddenly, she felt something wet and warm lick her cheek. A dozen men rose from their seats. Was Miss Eliana all right? This was dangerous. Flint was the first to run forward, but he froze in surprise. He could hardly believe what was happening before his eyes. His eyes widened in astonishment. Nothing bad had happened. His mouth parted slightly in shock as he watched a gloved female hand gently stroke the horse. Hesse stood obediently in place, allowing the young lady to pet its head. Gasps of surprise rang out around them, but Veronica said that it was a fierce horse. As Eliana stroked the mare, she whispered praise into its ear, saying how beautiful it was, completely black from head to tail. Its color was so lovely. Miss Heine's eyes lit up. At least someone had finally tamed the horse. Where on earth did Miss Rosanna get so much affinity? The young lady smiled and said the horse was actually very gentle and kind. Even the most outstanding and capable men on their estate had failed to handle Hesse, and her father had said one needed mad courage to ride it. Eliana tilted her head and smiled. Miss Veronica would surely become Hesse's master. Fear for her own life was clearly written in the young lady's eyes, but she still agreed with the lady. Of course, feeling that he was losing everyone's attention, Prince Karis frowned. He would try again. This time, Hesse was so angry that it nearly struck his forehead with its hoof. Miss Heine apologized again, almost on the verge of tears. Flint watched Miss Rosanna from the corner of his eye. The last words she had spoken had kept his thoughts on her for hours. He could not help realizing that the young lady had a very beautiful smile. When she was in a good mood, that smile practically shone. The young Grand Duke completely forgot who he was and where he was. That was how captivating Eliana's smile was. The prince's displeased shout pierced his ears. It was time to go. The young man abruptly turned and walked toward his horse, the crimson strip of cloth in his hand fluttering in the wind. He seemed to be in a poor mood today. As Flint pulled the reins tight and urged his horse into a gallop, an unpleasant feeling spread through his chest. It was as though a heavy stone were pressing down on his shoulders. He had not wanted to leave the event so early. As he left the main pavilion, the young Grand Duke still could not help looking toward Miss Rosanna. He hoped she would glance back at him, but she did not. When a young lady smiled again, his heart trembled for an instant. Sometime later, the reception ended, and the guests left one after another. Miss Veronica sighed heavily. Miss Rosanna had not even been able to ride a horse today. It was all because of Hesse. She should have tried riding it. Miss Heine said she was sure she could have done it easily. Eliana let out a short laugh, but her riding skills were not as good as Miss Veronica's. She did not want His Highness to dislike her, so she spoke the words very softly, so softly that no one could hear. Miss Heine was deeply moved. She truly was a generous person. She was the daughter of Duke Rosano, and such an action might have been regarded as a provocation intended to damage the prestige of the great imperial family of the Biotech Empire, since His Highness had failed to ride the horse. So, in society, even something like this had to be taken into account. It was necessary for them to survive smoothly in this world. A pang of guilt pierced Veronica's heart, and she bit her lip awkwardly. Shame weighed heavily on her, leaving her almost unable to speak. Eliana guessed that apologizing again would be pointless. It would be best to visit the noble crown prince as soon as possible. That was how the social order worked. Miss Rosano wanted to say something else to Veronica, but the girl ran too quickly and did not hear her call. Eliana exhaled in confusion. She had only wanted to give her an invitation to a tea party. Never mind. She would send it to her by letter later as she walked along the path. A familiar figure blocked her path once again. The young lady exhaled in irritation and shook her head. Flint Howard stood in silence, staring fixedly at her without saying a word. Eliana felt awkward. She curtsied and was about to ask to be excused and leave, but the young man interrupted her. His voice trembled slightly as he asked her to look at him, while Eliana glared at him in annoyance. Grand Duke Howard swallowed loudly and mustered his courage, looking very uncomfortable. There was remorse in the young Grand Duke's voice as he apologized to her. He had misunderstood her intentions. He would keep what Miss Rosano had given him, and he would certainly remember what had happened today. Eliana remained tensely silent for a while, unable to understand why he had suddenly changed his mind. Another trembling sigh escaped the young man's lips. He would answer her after he had gathered his courage. Hearing his words, Miss Rosano grew irritated. He spoke exactly like the crown prince, never expressing his intentions directly, but instead circling around them. It seemed they were not merely typical friends. Suddenly, Flint held out his hand. He could deliver the invitation to Miss Heine for her, but the young lady refused. She could not treat him like a messenger. Flint Howard looked like a sorrowful puppy. He truly wanted to make up for his mistake. The young lady's heart softened a little. Very well. Her father was too perceptive, so sending a letter from home was unsuitable. Grand Duke Howard looked at her again with pitiful eyes, as if asking whether there was anything else she needed him to convey. Eliana thought for a moment. She seemed to have an idea. A burst of excitement welled up in her heart. She crooked her finger at the young man, signaling for him to come closer, then whispered something into his ear. Please tell Miss Heine that she need not speak so stiffly to her. It was not her lips, only a light touch against Flint's earlobe, yet he jerked away as though scalded, a blush spreading across his cheeks. Satisfied that she had drawn out the reaction she expected, Eliana smiled sweetly at him. The young man still stood there as if struck by lightning, while she called her maid and walked toward the garden exit. When the young lady returned to the mansion, she had barely reached the entrance when she heard sharp shouting. The maids who came to greet her were trembling in fright, and the butler was issuing orders with a tense expression. The tension in the air was so thick it could be cut with a knife. Eliana froze in surprise at the threshold. At last, a maid approached her. The young mistress had returned. When asked what all the commotion was about, the young lady explained that Miss Isabella claimed her jewels had been stolen. Now she was demanding that all the servants' rooms be searched. Emily said Goldstein was missing as well. But what was that? She was using Goldstein to keep herself from being accused of stealing the Duchess's things. How very clever. An idea suddenly occurred to her, and she asked the maid whether Mother had already returned home. The young lady shook her head. She clicked her tongue. Damn it, to drive out the nursemaid. The mistress of the house needed to be present. She had to witness the scene from beginning to end with her own eyes. Eliana believed her little sister had already arranged everything properly, yet obstacles kept appearing one after another. A maid's scream brought the young ladies back from their daze. Lavender reported that the family knights had arrived. They would search the servants' rooms first, then their own rooms. The knights were extremely displeased. They angrily turned everything upside down just to avoid falling under suspicion themselves. After all, if the item could be found in a servant's room, their own rooms would not need to be searched. Even a night watchman had been dragged into the matter, which meant Goldstein was a very valuable object. All of this was happening at the worst possible time. Damien happened to be absent, and Mother knew nothing, but she would immediately understand that this was all a setup. There could be no more delay. She would help Isabella. Several hours passed, and the knights were still desperately searching the servants' rooms. The butler and the head maid were both quite annoyed, but they had no choice except to watch it happen. Eliana realized it was time to intervene. She turned to Sir Siner. Her suggestion was to go and look in the nursemaid's room. She was the closest person to her. When Eliana had still been the crown princess of Zaccardo, Pamela had followed her, but she had remained Eliana's father's puppet. Later, her former husband exposed her, and she nearly died. At that time, she had given the jewels to the nursemaid and let her escape. Miss Rosanno had never imagined she would regret it until the day she died. Now Pamela would pay the price for everything, and that thought made her feel slightly better. The old woman, just woken from sleep, came out awkwardly with a cane, her face full of intense shock. What were they doing? She was the nursemaid of the Duke's eldest daughter. How dared they barge into her room? The corners of Miss Rosanno's lips rose slightly, because a thief had appeared in their mansion. That person had stolen Isabella's jewels, as well as the gift Mother had given her on her birthday, so she apologized for the inconvenience. The nursemaid narrowed her eyes in anger. She finally saw Miss Leah and asked whether all her things were safe. Eliana put on a worried tone. How would she know when a nursemaid had always been the one managing them? Pamela froze in place. What nonsense was this? Why did she not order the knights to withdraw? Thoughts spun chaotically through her mind, flashing past one after another. The young lady had changed. Now, that was visible to the naked eye. They had spent so much time together. Pamela knew her from head to toe, and that girl had always been easy for her to manipulate. She staggered, and the roar of blood in her ears drowned out all other sounds. However, what difference did that make? The nursemaid casually brushed aside those unsettling thoughts, because she had stolen nothing. She sat relaxed on the bed and let them search as much as they wanted. Even so, the rough way they rummaged through her belongings irritated her. She would report everything to the Duke. The old woman tried to suppress a bloodthirsty grin. When that time came, they would discipline this young mistress together. When a guard opened a box at the bottom of her wardrobe, his eyes widened in surprise. The golden cup was here. Please have them confirm whether this was Goldstein. Isabella was already there, putting on an expression of extreme shock. She angrily pushed open the door and rushed into the nursemaid's room. When she saw the missing cup, happiness lit up her face, and a relieved sigh escaped her lips. She reached toward the golden cup with both hands. Her Goldstein. But that was not all. During the thorough search of the nursemaid's room, they found many interesting things. A knight angrily overturned a box onto the floor, and it was filled with a large amount of stolen jewelry. But what shocked everyone most was that this old woman had been so bold as to steal Damien's fountain pen. Many servants clutched their heads. They could not even imagine what punishment awaited Pamela. Isabella raised her hand and slapped the nursemaid with all her strength. Vile thief! How dared she steal her jewelry? The old woman muttered in shock that this was a misunderstanding. She had not taken anything that belonged to the young lady. And she pointed her finger at Mira. She had plotted all of this. She had deliberately broken her leg. Mira was so shocked she nearly choked. How could the nursemaid say such a thing? She had never once thought of taking the young mistress's possessions. She was truly shameless. Pamela's legs went weak, and she crawled toward Miss Rosanno. Miss Leah should believe her. A complicated expression appeared on the young lady's face, as though she were seriously considering it. Then she shifted her gaze to the pile of jewelry. She crossed her arms sympathetically and sighed heavily. So the nursemaid had not stolen anything from her. She had not wanted to test her this way, but Miss Rosanno did not finish her sentence. Everything was already clear anyway. The nursemaid grabbed the hem of her skirt and asked why the young mistress was doing this to her. She had raised her with such affection. Isabella growled, "Stop exaggerating. She had merely been responsible for taking care of her. Her biological mother was right here. Yet after her sister was beaten, she had abandoned her instead and had not even treated her wounds." The surrounding servants began whispering in shock. Was that true? Come to think of it, had Miss Eliana and the nursemaid not always been arguing in the past? Gradually, the old woman's reason left her, and her fear grew stronger. She screamed angrily and clutched at her hair. Again and again, she repeated, why were they doing this to her? They would regret it sooner or later. They thought they could drive her out, but that would never be possible. She knew their secrets. Soon, her rapid breathing turned into hoarse wheezing. With these hands, she and her words quickly became confused, losing all meaning entirely. Eliana's patience was nearly exhausted, and she suddenly grabbed the old woman by the throat. Isabella instinctively took a step forward, afraid her sister might do something terrible. Pamela's eyes darted around wildly, while the young lady addressed her in a questioning tone. Nursemaid Pamela was the first person to take away what belonged only to her. Even when she was still a child, she had stolen her magical tool, forcing Eliana to bear an unjust accusation and walk toward a terrible death. I should not have let her go. I should have handed her over to my husband and let him tear her to pieces. Perhaps then she would not regret it so much now. Eliana was immersed in her own experiences. Her gaze grew hollow, and the hand wrapped around the old woman's neck tightened more and more. Pamela could not breathe. Only muffled wheezes came from her throat, and at last she could bear it no longer and kicked the young mistress. Miss Rosanno fell to the floor. The knights gripped their swords, wanting to confirm whether she was unharmed. They prepared to bind the criminal, but Eliana stopped them. She would decide for herself how to punish her. If Pamela confessed her crimes, she would generously forgive her, but she was far too shameless. Eliana's voice dripped with hatred. Cut off her right wrist. The old woman could not believe what she had just heard. Eliana repeated in a firm voice, cut off the nursemaid's right wrist. No one present in the hall could believe she was serious when she said it. The furious girl turned to the butler, who had heard her words. The old man nodded nervously and answered that he would do as she ordered. Then Pamela began to scream. She looked in terror at somewhere behind Eliana's shoulder. Young Master Damien. At the sound of her brother's name, the young lady's heart skipped a beat, and she slowly turned around. Her half-brother was indeed standing behind her, and in Damien's eyes she could read both questioning and displeasure. Eliana clicked her tongue in displeasure and turned away. The soldiers seized the old woman by both arms, and she began screaming again, begging for forgiveness. She had been falsely accused. However, the young gentleman made no response to her pleas. He silently bent down to examine the pile of stolen jewels. Damien gave an indifferent chuckle and said he had been wondering where his fountain pen had gone. Eliana watched her brother's movements in silence and tension, her heart pounding wildly as she wondered which side he would take. When her brother called her name, she could not help but flinch, and he tossed a small pouch toward her. It landed at her feet with a clink. Eliana had been wrong. Her belongings had been stolen as well. Metal washers spilled out of the canvas pouch, ringing sharply as they rolled away. Ella, why does she have this? These were her father's belongings. A cold, almost imperceptible smile rose to Damien's lips. She had ordered his right wrist cut off. Did his younger sister think that was a fitting punishment? Anger flashed in the young lady's eyes. After all, she was his elder sister, and she also had the right to give orders. Did Damien truly have no respect for her? The young man's pupils narrowed to pinpoints, and he spoke through clenched teeth in a low voice. Pamela knew their secret. Had she really forgotten? His voice was chilling to the bone as he ordered the nursemaid's right wrist and tongue cut off, and ordered that her mouth be gagged while her wrist was severed. The nursemaid was so shocked she could not even breathe, only gasp for air. In a hoarse voice, she turned to the young master. There was not the slightest trace of sympathy on Damien's face. Pamela had to remember that thanks to Eliana, she had kept her left wrist, but she had dared to bite the hand that fed her, and for such insolence, he would take away her tongue. Realizing that no one would help her anymore, Pamela desperately tried to break free from the soldier's powerful grip. She would never allow anyone to touch her. Let them call the Duke. She had only just begun screaming about the Duke's secret when Damien struck her in the solar plexus and silenced her. How dare she threaten him? The tightly secured gag made it impossible for the nursemaid to answer. Damien looked coldly at everyone present. They must never forget that anyone who stole from their master would repay it with a wrist and be driven out of this place. And let nursemaid Pamela's fault become a lesson to them all. Ignoring the old woman's groans, the knight raised the axe above her hand. When he brought the axe down, there came a sickening crunch. Some people could not bear such a bloody sight and turned their heads away. The servants remained standing in place, their eyes lowered to the floor. Pamela's heart-rending scream froze the blood. Next was the tongue. The gag was removed from the old woman's mouth. She continued to beg, but everyone remained unmoved by her pleas. Then the falling stroke of the axe forever severed her ability to speak. Eliana had dreamed of revenge countless times, dreamed of the old woman finally receiving the retribution she deserved. But the scene before her was so bloody that she felt no joy of victory at all. Isabella was no better. Her face instantly turned ashen. She was so shocked she could not look away. The old woman collapsed unconscious to the floor. A large pool of blood slowly spread beneath her, and the metallic smell filled the air. Isabella felt her chest tighten, and colorful spots began flashing before her eyes. She let out a faint groan and lost consciousness, falling toward the floor. Emma barely managed to catch her. Isabella's bloodless face looked sickly. No matter how the maids shook her, she did not regain consciousness. Damien grabbed his own hair and cursed under his breath. First of all, he should have had his sisters leave this place. He ordered the servants to take Isabella back to her room and summon Emma. Though the younger of the two sisters had fallen ill, Eliana endured it firmly. He had not expected her to do so. Pamela remained unconscious on the floor, lying in her own blood, tears, and saliva. With an expression of utter indifference, Eliana hooked the tip of her shoe against Pamela's body. The old woman gave no response. Eliana's voice was steady and flat. Was she really dead? The butler answered haltingly. She still had a pulse. Miss Rosanno let out an irritated breath. Of course, only her wrist and tongue had been cut off. Then she ordered Millie to take Pamela to her room and treat her wounds, and to immediately dispose of the severed pieces of her body. The sight was simply nauseating. After saying those words, the girl walked toward the exit as though cutting everything off behind her. Damien seemed to have lost the ability to speak for the first time in his life. The atmosphere in the capital castle, however, was entirely different. Duke Howard looked slightly weary. Though a gnawing melancholy lingered in his heart, he was still busy handling documents. Wine gurgled into a glass, but it was not for him. An annoying low voice was wailing right beside his ear. So boring. He could have chosen a bride for himself. Perhaps Flint would have directly agreed to his father's choice. Flint continued to ignore his highness. Did the emperor really have that much free time? Karis tried to look into his eyes. His father valued Flint, and he valued their friendship as well. If not for Flint, Karis would not be here. Everything he had told his father was true. He truly regarded him as a friend. Flint sighed. He knew the prince had always been honest with him. Therefore, he would never betray their friendship and would remain loyal to him until the end of his life. He had also sincerely said that Karis was his lord. The prince thought that his friend always said such things with a face like stone, so how was he supposed to know what Flint was thinking? Of course, he did not doubt his sincerity. Prince Karis chuckled and changed the subject, asking about his bride and how they were getting along. She said that they were completely opposite in appearance and personality, but they shared the same blood. Karis Biotech and Flint Howard were not only different in appearance. The threads of their fate were utterly different as well. From the moment Karis was born, he had been the Empire's greatest joy. He was destined to become crown prince. The aging emperor could not wait to hand most of his power to his most beloved child. Although he had enjoyed a privileged position since childhood, his social ability outweighed his arrogance. Fate had given him every necessary quality, allowing him to walk the path of preparation as heir with ease. But not everything went smoothly. The perfect road to the throne suddenly became thorny when he arrived in Rienzjin as the head of the Biotech Empire's delegation. That day, the entire delegation Prince Karis had brought with him was wiped out. If Grand Duke Flint Howard had not appeared as if from thin air, Karis would have met the same fate. At that time, the young prince was far more naive than he was now. He demanded to return as soon as possible, otherwise his disappearance would cause chaos. He stared at Flint with dazed eyes. Karis requested to go north, but the young duke refused. Search orders had been issued across the entire border. Everyone insisted that he had not even approached Rienzjin. Flint was furious. War would break out, and when that happened, what could he do? Emperor Alexander only wanted to kill him. Zaccardo had long since prepared for war. Fear and anger twisted into a painful knot in the prince's stomach. Why had they not entrusted such an important matter to the Biotech Empire? If they had, he would never have brought a delegation. After his words fell, the expression on Duke Howard's face became so enraged that the young prince took a frightened step back. Had his homeland ever once asked about the fate of the Howards detained in Rienzi? It was then that Flint Howard first unleashed his fiercest anger. He decided it was time to speak the cruel truth aloud. The Biotech Empire had abandoned them. Did he still not understand why Emperor Alexander had summoned the Crown Prince to Rienzi? It was so they could take revenge on their enemies. Why they trained so desperately with the sword? Why they read so many books? Was it truly only for the simple purpose of surviving? Then the people pleaded with him to make a decision. They were willing to accept anything. Flint looked sternly at everyone present. They had to remember that their enemy was not Biotech, but Zaccardo. He would pretend he had not heard their words. If not for his deep loyalty to his lord, Prince Karis might not have died at Zaccardo's hands, but at theirs. Karis had to find a way to protect himself. He heard that Duke Rosano had long since found a new heir. Not even a year had passed. He sighed heavily and clasped his hands so tightly that the skin over his knuckles turned white. He could not allow himself to be disgraced. He would return with glory. In return, he would grant them and Flint titles and honors for saving the Crown Prince. And he swore by his own blood that he would restore everything they had lost. Before long, warriors wearing black masks and cloaks joined the war between Biotech and Zaccardo. They erased their identities down to the last strand of hair. Yet at the critical moment when Biotech fell into danger, they appeared and turned the tide of battle. In such a short time, the young prince had no choice but to grow quickly, and logic and strategy became his strongest weapons. Anger burned in his heart. Zaccardo had gone too far. He did not spare bandits, even if they came from Biotech. The Dark Knights became heroes of folk legend, saving the civilians who had been forced into the war. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not close the gap in military strength. Zaccardo's Minister of Defense came in person, prepared to end with his own hands the war in which Zaccardo had begun to gain the upper hand. He was Rister Waldheim, a Zaccardo warrior renowned across the entire continent. But Flint Howard attacked without the slightest fear and took his head. The moment Karis removed his mask, raised the enemy commander's head, and revealed his identity, the situation changed in an unexpected way. Because the Crown Prince, who was thought to be dead, had made such a dramatic appearance, Biotech's morale soared. Later, Emperor Leopold granted Karis military administrative authority, and he returned to his homeland with victory over Zaccardo and the glory of a war hero. Then he introduced his savior. It was he who had cut off the head of their enemy, Rister Waldheim. For that reason, Karis sincerely requested that the emperor recognize Flint Howard as a Grand Duke. He wanted Flint to remain by his side for life. Emperor Leopold warmly welcomed the new Grand Duke Howard. Flint was formally declared the heir of Maximilian Howard, ruler of the North, and was also granted land and wealth. The young prince conferred knighthood upon Grand Duke Howard, swearing that he would trust him and believing that his loyalty, as well as the military talents passed down to him by his ancestors, would protect their empire. Although Grand Duke Howard rose as a new influential figure and war hero, he was still constantly sent north because he was unwilling to leave the north. Drawing him from the north to the capital became the Crown Prince's responsibility. Flint did not object at all to these necessary trips. He believed that was where he belonged. Prince Karis shook his head in disappointment. It was a pity that the ladies of the capital had failed to win his heart. Countess Evans, who had brought in a new stack of documents, interrupted their conversation and said that was enough. They should stop bothering his grace. It was time for him to marry. Prince Karis smiled slyly and raised an eyebrow. How about marrying Adele to Flint? Judging from the woman's expression, she did not like the idea. With a brilliant smile, she admitted that her passion lay in holding young, gentle, beautiful men in her arms, and asked whether there was any handsome young man she could drag off to the north. She guaranteed that he would live very well with her. Prince Karis asked in confusion, "What about that young man?" The bachelor's heart was bleeding. Was he talking about the man Miss Veronica had introduced to her? That was all in the past. High society's rumors were losing their effect. Duke Howard did not want to listen to their romantic conversation about Adele's thoughts on the prophecy, about how Hesse had found new land. The woman pondered for a while. There was indeed something wrong with it. Had they really given up on the north and now turned their sights towards Zaccardo or some other kingdom? Should they move troops to the border, just in case? The prince felt he was about to die of boredom and finally withdrew. Judging from Adele's expression, she was extremely pleased with that. She turned her gaze toward his grace. What if the emperor truly decided to have him marry? Duke Howard felt his patience snap. If she was going to talk about marriage, she should leave. Otherwise, he would throw her out himself. But to retrieve the seal, he had to become the true Grand Duke Howard, marry, and build a family. Had the emperor not told him? Adele's opinion was that he should marry a suitable noblewoman, obtain what he wanted, and then annul the engagement. When asked what would happen to the girl, the countess waved it off and said that was her problem. She had to accept it. After all, by a stroke of luck, she would become the Grand Duke's bride. The late Grand Duke had left a will demanding that the seal be retrieved at all costs, and the late Grand Duchess had begged his father until the very end. Adele's voice trembled with anger. She had pleaded to return to Biotech and take back the seal. Flint sighed wearily and admitted that, to be honest, he only knew it was a keepsake and had no idea how precious it was. It was not an ordinary seal, but a precious object personally bestowed upon the late Grand Duke by the former emperor. That item should have returned to the homeland together with the crown prince. With every answer, Flint's voice sounded increasingly exhausted. Adele understood that the emperor wanted to use this to prove his sincerity. Therefore, he should set aside his resistance and think carefully about what lay behind the emperor's promise to posthumously grant his grandfather a title. The countess looked at him uncertainly. It was all only verbal. Did he truly mean it? Even at the coronation, the emperor had sworn that when the proper time came, he would bestow all honors upon his grandfather, Crown Prince Alfonso. And after returning to his homeland, His Highness had repeated that promise. Flint no longer had the strength to argue. By the way, Adele had heard that he had recently met with a certain young lady. The Duke's hand froze in midair. His answer was very short. Not her. Countess Adele saw her master like this for the first time. No matter how she tried to look into his eyes, he avoided eye contact. It seemed it had finally happened. A few days later, Mother happened to return. She brought gifts from her journey. The woman opened a box, revealing a shining pearl inside a shell. Eliana covered her mouth with her hand in admiration. Her mother's taste was excellent, as expected. Duchess Rosano could not help but laugh, but a moment later, her smile turned cold. Eliana realized what was about to happen. By the way, quite a few things had happened here while she was away, had they not? The girl kept a polite smile on her face. She was just about to tell her how they should deal with the thieving nursemaid. Her mother shook her head in shock. The children had insisted on driving her out. Damien in particular had been so cold-blooded. The Duchess's body trembled slightly. She had never seen him so angry. Someone with a habit of theft could not remain in the Rosano mansion. Mother slowly reached out with both hands and held the girl's hands in her own. But Liao would not do that. She was a kind girl. The Duchess moved closer, looked into her daughter's eyes, and softened her voice into gentleness as she asked her to keep Pamela. But Eliana's attitude was firm. She could not keep her. At that, the Duchess cried out angrily. Why? The nursemaid had taken such good care of her. How could this be? But the girl stood her ground. She was also a member of the Rosano family, and she agreed with Damien's opinion. Moreover, had Mother not heard what the nursemaid had done to her daughter? The lines around Mother's nose and mouth deepened. Her entire face was written with dissatisfaction, and her gentle smile had vanished. Once again, she put on a pitiful expression. Then what were they supposed to do? They could not drive the nursemaid out. They had to provide her with a place to live. Eliana put on her polite smile again and gently suggested that the Duchess could shelter her under her own wing. In that case, Damien would surely agree, and of course she would agree as well. Cracks appeared in Duchess Rosano's mask. She was unhappy that she had lost this confrontation. Very well, her daughter could return to her own quarters. Eliana gladly did as she was told, celebrating her small victory in her heart. Pamela's matter had been decided. Of course, it was a pity she had not been driven out. Pamela was a servant from Duchess Rosano's maiden family, so everything should have happened before her eyes. If the Duchess had personally witnessed the nursemaid's greedy nature being exposed, someone's voice interrupted her thoughts. Lavender stood before her, bringing her some Melanie tea. Eliana raised her slightly unfocused gaze to look at her. She did not mind. Lavender hummed softly as she brewed the tea. The fragrance was truly pleasant, somewhat like flowers and somewhat like herbs. The man who had given it to Eliana had said the same. Because of the memories of her previous life, Eliana knew that somewhere deep inside, she loathed this tea. She ordered Lavender to bring the silver rod. A little while later, the maid returned. Miss Rosanno, still tense, took it half in doubt and began stirring her tea. Neither the color nor the smell changed. The tight knot in her stomach loosened. It seemed she had no intention of killing Eliana. Did she still have some attachment to her? A moment later, there was a knock at the door. The maid announced herself, saying she was Mira. The young lady ordered them to come in, then asked the other maids to leave for a while. The young mistress and the head maid both waited tensely for everyone to leave the room. As soon as the door closed, Eliana eagerly turned to Mira. So, had she found anything? Mira nodded. Something. Eliana told her to speak more quietly. The senior maid lowered her voice and leaned close to Eliana's ear, her whisper almost inaudible. Mira had only said a few words, but the young lady's eyes widened in surprise. She asked again, "Asta?" "That's right." The senior maid nodded. "That's right. That place did not accept letters with requests." Miss Rosanno waved her hand, telling her to stop. The fewer people who heard, the better. "Thank you." She would think of a way herself. Mira had merely mentioned to her curious young lady that such a place existed, nothing more. She understood. The head maid slowly nodded. Of course. By the way, she had another question for Mira. Who was the first to receive the letters addressed to her? After a brief discussion, the head maid returned with a stack of letters. These were all letters addressed to the young lady. Tom was the first to receive the mail and sort it by name, and then the servants would select the appropriate family member and deliver the letters to their master. Isabella had said that ever since the rumors about her marriage to the son of Marquis Elvise had subsided, she had received far too many letters and invitations, even though she had not officially made her social debut yet. But none of it interested her, because the men merely wanted to climb onto the duchy's coattails. Eliana had not received a single letter other than the proposal from the son of Marquis Elvise. After that, she began to suspect that even after Pamela left, someone was still taking her letters. There were many letters, and it took Miss Rosanno quite a long time to sort through them. As Eliana continued dividing the letters into piles, a seal caught her eye. A wolf was engraved on it. It was the family seal of Duke Howard's house. Miss Rosanno gave a faint chuckle. This letter would make excellent bait. But first, she needed to put it back where it belonged. She could hardly wait to know what was inside. She came up with an idea, made a few small manipulations, and replaced the letter with a fake one. On the outside of the envelope, she scrawled a few lines. Then, with a cheerful smile, she called Mira and ordered her to put all the letters away and take them back. At last, the Rosanno estate fell into silence, and everyone living within it went to bed. Only Eliana could not sleep. Once the walls of the house had gone completely quiet, she got out of bed. The first thing she did was walk to her desk, open a drawer, and take out a lone, already opened letter lying at the bottom. Her heart trembled with excitement. She took several deep breaths in and out to calm herself. "You are cordially invited to attend the banquet hosted by Grand Duke Howard in the capital. Flint Howard." That was all the letter said. Disappointment swept over her, and the paper trembled faintly in her shaking hands. Color rushed to Eliana's cheeks. So it had not been a love letter. The young lady angrily slammed the drawer shut, wondering how such fine paper could be used merely for an invitation. She had thought Flynn had feelings for her. Had she jumped to conclusions? But she clearly remembered the look on his face when he apologized for misunderstanding her intentions, and the sorrowful voice in which he promised he would keep her ribbon safe and would certainly remember what had happened then. Eliana folded her arms and sat back down on the bed in irritation. On the day their fates had become intertwined because of that ribbon, her remark about marriage had slipped out on impulse. However, she did not regret it. Flint Howard was her only choice, but she could not keep waiting for him to muster that courage. A decisive step had to be taken, and after that, fear would naturally recede. Hooves struck the cobblestone road in a steady rhythm, and the carriage wheels creaked softly. Although it was still morning, Eliana already felt utterly exhausted. Going out once was actually this difficult. Two maids sat across from her, because no one would readily allow her to leave the house. That morning, she had decided she needed to visit the tailor's shop, since Pamela had bought all those clothes. The maids firmly endured all of her whims. It was better to remain silent and nod in agreement. In the midst of her boredom, Eliana suddenly perked up and demanded that the carriage stop. The servants helped her down, but they had not yet reached Bryant. Eliana interrupted them. They would stop here for a while. When she saw the sign for Asta, her expression became satisfied. She could not go empty-handed. The bell at the entrance rang warmly, and the young lady was greeted by a pleasant floral fragrance. The shopkeeper came forward with a radiant smile. What an honored guest. She was delighted to see her. Eliana glanced back one last time and ordered the maids to wait for her there. She walked along the shelves, with the proprietress following behind her. Did she really wish to see the greenhouse? There were many lovely flowers inside. The woman was still chattering enthusiastically about flower arrangements when the young lady suddenly stopped. Miss Rosanno lowered her voice. She wanted a deep blue aster. The proprietress's face changed subtly. At that moment, her smile was like a grotesque wax mask. Eliana continued in a commanding tone. The sign said deep blue asters. Had she come to the wrong address? All the woman's enthusiasm vanished in an instant. Absolutely not. She asked her to follow. Miss Rosanno's tense gaze turned toward the entrance. The maids absolutely must not know anything. The shopkeeper led the young lady toward the greenhouse in silence, as if she had become another person entirely. Then she pulled a thick rope hanging along the wall, and a bell rang somewhere nearby. For a moment, Eliana felt a trace of unease, but she quickly shook off that stiffness. Calm footsteps echoed against the glass walls. Someone was approaching. A tall, slender figure emerged from the passageway, his face hidden beneath a cloak. Eliana looked over the proprietress's shoulder, eager to see that person's face clearly. But beneath the shadow of the lowered hood, she saw only the hint of a faint smile. The mysterious person asked her to follow him. The two waiting maids were properly seated and served tea. Lavender tried her best to enjoy the fragrant aroma and taste of the tea, only to find that she could not do so at all. She abruptly stood up from the table. This would not do. They had to stay by the young lady's side. Jane raised her eyebrows in surprise. But why? Her companion shook her head. What if something happened to her? But Jane still remained seated. The young lady was not alone, so everything would be fine. Lavender grabbed at her own hair. She was such a fool. What if there were men inside? For a moment, Jane froze in shock, her mouth hanging open in surprise in a rather comical fashion. Just as Lavender was shaking her friend's shoulders, trying to bring her back to her senses, a male voice called their names. A truly handsome blonde man walked toward them. They did not need to worry. Their staff would take good care of the young lady. The young girls blushed, dazzled by the man's beauty, and awkwardly agreed. The young man came closer and offered to weave flower rings for them. He gently touched Lavender's hand, certain that one would adorn her lovely finger beautifully. The shy girls nodded eagerly. They were in complete agreement. Meanwhile, the mysterious person led Eliana deeper into the building. The young lady looked around. It was a glass pavilion, though it appeared somewhat neglected. Everything around them was covered in dust. She sat down on a chair in distaste. Miss Rosanno decided to speak first, saying that he was from Zaccardo. The man's composure cracked. When he heard that she had recognized it, he let out a breath of surprise. Eliana closed her eyes in satisfaction. She could tell from his accent. It was said that such an accent was not easy to lose. But he did not need to worry. Ordinary people of the Biotech Empire would not notice at all. The sharp gaze in his brown eyes seemed to examine her, as though the person before him was no simple woman. As far as she knew, considering Asta's scale, it was not an ordinary guild either. The young man grinned and thanked her for the compliment. They would certainly give her a discount. The young lady shook her head. There was no need. She would pay the full amount. Most importantly, they had to find what she needed. The young man gave her a gentle smile and asked what she was looking for. Eliana immediately became serious. It was a magical tool. The young man was somewhat surprised that it could change hair color, and by the way that change occurred. He merely held it to his ear and recorded the young lady's answers for himself. Interest flickered in the man's eyes. This was the first time he had heard of an artifact that functioned in such a way. However, Miss Rosanno had indeed used it that way. The young man snorted in disbelief. Perhaps she possessed magical ability. Eliana rolled her eyes. That was unlikely, so he bent his head over the paper again. She should describe the object within a few minutes. The mercenary had drawn a rough sketch of the missing pair of earrings and noted their characteristics. This was already more than enough. Miss Rosanno rose from the table, indicating that she would be grateful if he could find them as soon as possible. The young lady did not need to worry. He was in his element when it came to matters like this. In the language of flowers, a deep blue aster meant trust. The young man waved goodbye. Well then, he should be going. But Miss Rosanno stopped him and tried to ask his name. She had to know the name of the person who had accepted her commission. Yet the hired hand merely looked away and laughed softly. If he did not wish to say it, then she would not ask again. The young man said softly behind her, "Estina." Then the young lady could not help wondering whether this was truly a young man. When she turned around, the mercenary had already vanished without a trace. So the leader of the Asta Guild had always been a woman. It was truly difficult to understand. Asta, the name of the largest guild spanning the entire continent, and its leader, Estina, the one who had secretly helped Zaccardo's first prince ascend the throne. Rumor had it that she was close to him. A familiar voice echoed gently in her heart, calling her name. When Miss Rosanno turned around, her expression was slightly confused. Flint Howard stood beside her, equally surprised. The young Grand Duke cleared his throat awkwardly. He had not expected to meet the young lady here. Miss Rosanno curtsied slightly. She was somewhat surprised as well. A smile bloomed on her face. As always, they should dispense with formalities. The corners of Flint's lips curved into a sincere smile, and he agreed. The young lady awkwardly took a step forward, and he said he had recognized her from behind. Flint Howard took a deep breath, as if he were about to confess something. The man's eyes shone as he thought that he would be able to recognize her even among thousands upon thousands of people. Eliana's breath caught, and her heart skipped a beat. She shyly covered her mouth with her hand. She had never expected to hear such words. Noticing the pruning shears in his hand, the young lady shifted the topic to his interest in flowers. Flint only knew that while his mother had still been alive, she liked flower arrangements and had tended the garden. So his mother, despite her noble birth, had done such delicate work. Grand Duke Howard sighed heavily. She had skillful hands, but unfortunately, he had not inherited her talent. The greenhouse owner was weeping rivers of tears in her heart. Good heavens, he could not cut her poor flowers like that. To be honest, Miss Rosanno could not bear to watch either. She carefully took the pruning shears from the young man's hand. Now she would teach him how it should be done. The young lady gently held the rose stem so as not to hurt herself, then skillfully cut the flower. Grand Duke Howard frowned clumsily. Clearly, the way he held the shears was wrong. Miss Rosanno handed the flower to him, and a comical expression appeared on his face. You should look at how large this rose was. His Grace was very fortunate. Such buds were rare, but in his hands, it looked pitifully small. Then the young lady turned to the shopkeeper. She wanted to order 3 gift bouquets. Please choose the most charming flowers and wrap them elegantly. Eliana smiled at Flint in farewell. She had to go. She still had business to attend to. The young Grand Duke hesitated slightly and asked whether she had received his invitation. Eliana turned slightly, and the smile vanished from her face. She was sorry, but she had received nothing. Surprise appeared on the young Grand Duke's face. He cleared his throat awkwardly. It seemed it had been lost. He would send it again, but the young lady interrupted him. It would not reach her hands then either. Flint Howard approached her and asked in surprise what she meant. Miss Rosanno's eyebrows curved sympathetically. She had never received a man's letter, not once. It seemed Flint finally understood. No wonder that at the gentlemen's club, the young men had complained that they had not received her replies to their invitations and had assumed the young lady was putting on airs. He furrowed his brow. Was this truly Duke Rosanno's doing? Clearly, he did not want to lose his precious daughter because of him. Eliana decided not to waste time and directly asked whether His Grace was afraid of her father. At the same time, a shadow seemed to fall over her, and lightning flashed in her eyes. What she needed was a man who could kiss her in front of Duke Rosanno without hesitation. If Flint Howard did not have that kind of courage, then she would leave with that flower. Grand Duke Howard froze in place, the words stuck in his throat. Her nails dug into her palm. It seemed Eliana had chosen the wrong person again. When Flint called the young lady's name, his voice sounded relaxed. The young lady turned her face away petulantly. She was listening. The prince feared no one except His Majesty the Emperor, But that was not enough for the young lady. His Highness had not given her a clear answer. Yet even the Emperor himself could not interfere in the relationship between him and the future Grand Duchess Howard. He repeated in a firm voice, "That is absolutely impossible." Color rushed to the young lady's cheeks, and her anger instantly subsided. An awkward silence fell between them, both trying to calm their racing hearts. Eliana nodded in satisfaction and smiled faintly. Flint found it difficult to understand what she was thinking at that moment. He felt embarrassed to have said such words aloud, but he was still proud that he had managed to say them. Miss Rosanno remained extremely flustered and headed toward the exit without saying goodbye. So Adele had been right. A voice came from beside him. Estina approached as she lowered her hood, her short pink hair fluffing out. Langskin had contacted her. The guild leader wanted her to ask how he was doing. At least for his age, he was energetic enough to actively count down the days until retirement. Estina proudly pointed at herself. There was very little time left. Soon, she would take over as leader. Flint Howard nodded silently. It was hard to imagine what changes the guild would undergo. That young lady had immediately realized Estina was from Zaccardo, and she was a duke's daughter who had never left the capital. There was a trace of worry in the young Grand Duke's voice. Had she truly sought help from the guild? Estina shook her head carelessly. She had no right to discuss that matter. Grand Duke Howard said in disappointment that they were colleagues. But the young woman did not fall for it. His Grace was no longer a member of the guild now. Their conversation was interrupted by a sharp shout. Someone was calling for Miss Estina. The gardener hurriedly burst into the room where they were. That troublesome customer had arrived. Estina flew into a rage. Could he not handle it himself? Why drag her over too? But the young gardener was stubborn. He really needed her. The front door slammed shut behind them. Flint Howard seized the opportunity and decided to check his former colleague's records. After a brief stay at the flower shop, the young Miss Rosanno finally arrived at Bryant Boutique. As she walked into the passage, many admiring gazes fell on her. Whispers came from every direction. That was Duke Rosanno's daughter. It was their first time seeing her in a social setting. The young lady handed the bouquets she had ordered earlier to the staff. The girls accepted them enthusiastically, their mouths falling open in surprise. Miss Rosanno laughed brightly. Being watched so intently by them made her embarrassed. She lowered her head slightly and asked them to take good care of her dresses. She trusted these ladies. A servant led her inside. The VIP room was that way. Countess Adele, who was trying on a new outfit, gave a surprised chuckle. So was Miss Rosanno. A puzzled expression appeared on the young lady's face. The Countess quickly walked to her side. At last, she had the chance to meet her in person. She greeted Eliana with a curtsy and introduced herself as Countess Adele Evans. Miss Rosanno smiled at her politely. Well, she was pleased to meet the Countess. It seemed she was one of Flint Howard's people. The Countess was practically devouring her with a gaze full of interest, which made Eliana uncomfortable. Could the young lady spare the Countess a few precious minutes? The young lady extended her hand. She had probably heard people say it before, but Eliana was an incomparably elegant woman. The young lady nodded gratefully. It seemed she had spent her whole life studying etiquette. Realizing what she had just said, Countess Adele cleared her throat and apologized. She had been rude. Eliana once again smiled awkwardly. Her younger sister agreed with the Countess's opinion as well. She wondered what first brought this up. She grinned. It must have been the Crown Prince. Who else could it be? Miss Rosanno froze in surprise when the Countess answered that question. Her master had said so. Countess Adele leaned forward again. But did the young lady know? This was very surprising. After all, he never liked talking about personal matters and tried not to talk about women. For him to express any emotion about a lady was simply unbelievable. But she need not doubt it. There had been nothing negative in his words. Eliana's heart began to beat faster again. She had not even imagined that Flint would speak of her like this. She wanted to know what it meant. Miss Rosanno straightened her posture. She wanted to know what impression she had left on Countess Adele. The young woman slowly set down her cup and fell into thought. But Miss Eliana was different from the rumors. Everything the nobles said was a lie. They were not good at observing people at all. She was extremely delicate, but by no means weak, and she would certainly be able to endure the cold north. Countess Adele knew very well that she had to bring this young lady and her superior closer together. She cried out fervently, begging the young lady to marry the Grand Duke. Though he looked unfriendly on the outside, he had a kind heart and would certainly protect her because he was the finest warrior in the Biotech Empire. With him behind her, it would be like having a stone wall guarding her. The most important thing in a man was strength. Their Grand Duke had a body as sturdy as an ox, and those muscles. She had not even mentioned his legs yet. But lest Eliana misunderstand, the Grand Duke was still a novice when it came to feelings. Miss Rosanna waved her hands in front of herself and blinked. She had only met his grace a few times, but a fierce matchmaking passion burned in the Countess's chest. Was that not enough? She could say with certainty that they were a match made in heaven. Eliana could no longer listen. She raised her voice and stopped the Countess, and the hall finally quieted. Her voice became firmer and more serious. She hoped the young woman before her would understand that there was nothing between her and the Grand Duke, so please do not put her in an awkward position. The Countess's dejected expression was like that of a puppy. Clearly, she had learned it from Flint. The young woman instantly wilted. It seemed the young lady had no interest in him. How heartbreaking. Flint Howard could only grow old alone, then die by himself. Eliana smiled awkwardly. Perhaps one day, he would meet a woman worthy of him. Countess Adele wailed. How long will that take? He needs to get married now. It could be inferred that he wanted to form a marriage engagement as soon as possible. The young lady sighed. It did indeed seem urgent. Did he truly want to stabilize the North and the Howard family situation by finding himself a mistress of the house? If everything in the North was as stable as the Grand Duke himself, then His Serene Highness, the ruler of the North, would face no threat to his safety whether or not he had a mistress of the house. Eliana pursed her lips in confusion. Then why was there such urgency? Was there another problem? Adele slammed her fist on the table. There was no problem with the Grand Duke, but she would not dare say the same about His Majesty the Emperor. His Majesty had taken the Grand Duke's seal without any reason. Miss Rosanna narrowed her eyes. So that was what this was about. Seeing the change in Eliana's expression, Countess Adele realized she had let something slip. Miss Rosanna chuckled inwardly. Everything had finally fallen into place. Countess Adele clutched her head, unable to understand who had pulled at her tongue. His Majesty the Emperor and Flint Howard had both reminded her to be careful with her words and keep a clear head. Eliana did not interrupt. She merely sipped her tea slowly. She was pleased that she had obtained new information. Absolutely nothing could be hidden from her, just as nothing could be hidden from her master. And this also proved Adele's words once again. They truly were a perfect match. Miss Rosanna giggled, very pleased to hear this. At last, it was time to say goodbye. The young lady thanked her for the conversation. However, Countess Adele stopped her at the door. Did she truly not have even the slightest interest in the Grand Duke? Her voice sounded far too dejected. The young lady smiled. If that were truly the case, she would not have wasted her time on her, would she? Next time, she would not be so kind. She wished the Countess all the best. The history of the Grand Duchy of Howard had begun with the Howard seal, when the late Emperor stripped Maximilian, who had become an orphan after his father's death, of the Biotech surname. In exchange, he bestowed upon him a new surname, Howard. At the same time, Maximilian Howard was appointed Grand Duke of the North. Then they handed him that precious seal, which meant that the Emperor recognized Howard as Grand Duke of the North. Or one could also say it was merely a commemorative gift. Considering how tenderly he cared for flowers, he probably missed his parents very much. Although he had no interest in that activity, he must have wanted to retrieve the belongings of his late parents. If she could influence that state of mind, Lavender's voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Miss Rosanna sighed heavily. Let her in. The maid collapsed onto the floor before her mistress, her eyes blank with shock. Eliana's voice was cold. Lavender knew why she had called her here. The maid, whose cheeks still burned from the slap, looked away. A pile of letters lay scattered beside her. The young woman began to stammer out an excuse for herself. If she was referring to those letters, she had only wanted to organize them for the young lady's convenience. A fresh surge of anger rose in Eliana's chest, and she splashed the scalding tea onto the maid's face. Ignoring Lavender's sobs, she looked down at her arrogantly and asked whether the young woman thought she did not know. Eliana knew that, under the pretext of caring for her, she would carefully examine her body while she bathed. And if Lavender saw her together with a man, she would immediately report it to her father, correct? Lavender burst into loud tears, knocking her forehead against the floor as she begged for forgiveness. It had been the master's order. She could do nothing because she had only obeyed his will. Otherwise, he would kill her. Eliana's voice softened slightly. She could understand her position. Lavender was afraid of her father. But Lavender was still a clever girl after all, and Miss Rosano slowly rose from her chair. She had to understand that a frightening father would always have a daughter who resembled him. The young lady's voice turned cold once more. Had the poor servant never considered that Eliana could kill her faster than her father could? Tears kept sliding down Lavender's face, and in a voice so faint it could scarcely be heard, she promised that such a thing would never happen again. Her whole body trembled, and she was already prepared to beg as desperately as she could for one more chance. The young lady rang the bell, and when the maids came, she spoke to Lavender with contempt. She had pulled the bell cord. Eliana never corrected anyone. The other maids obeyed Eliana's orders without question and seized the girl by the arms. Let her go, await her orders, and no matter what, none of them was to dare reveal even half a word to her father. Otherwise, he would wipe such useless servants from the world. In the end, the maids dragged Lavender away while she was still screaming and crying, begging for forgiveness. Eliana turned around and covered her face. It was hard for her to admit that, in the end, she had accepted this betrayal with pain. A chill seized her heart, reminding her once again that in this mansion she could rely on no one. Night fell, quiet and peaceful, but Eliana felt no sleepiness at all. She had a feeling that something else would happen today. The window frame was pushed open, the curtains billowed, and Estina's figure seemed to be cut out by the moonlight. She laughed almost soundlessly and asked whether the young lady had been startled. Miss Rosano smiled faintly, curiosity showing in her eyes more than surprise. But how exactly had she avoided the guards? The mercenary spread her arms. There were many more things she could do. From her confident attitude, Eliana guessed that the girl had found the earring. She took a box from the small pouch at her waist. Of course, unfortunately, there was only one. However, she was somewhat confused because it was obsidian, not sapphire, and this earring could not change hair color. The only reason she had found it was because of a clue connected to the name Pamela. She was an old woman who occasionally wandered the alleys, selling Elysium. It was a strange feeling, intensely familiar. Although the gemstone was different and it could not change hair color, Eliana knew that this was definitely her earring. Estina suddenly realized that although the earring could not change her hair color, it was indeed a magic item. The girl deftly snatched the ornament from the young lady's hand and told her to look carefully. She pried up the gemstone with her fingernail and carefully let it fall in her palm. And then something incredible happened. The gemstone grew larger, burst into brilliant light, and then sank into the girl's palm. The guild mage had desperately wanted to obtain it, but she had not agreed to the deal. Eliana raised her eyebrows. Was it truly that valuable? When he learned that the earring was a magic item that emitted no magical power, his eyes lit up and he had flown into a rage simply for the sake of studying it. Perhaps the second earring was somewhere in Casfra, the island where the magic tower was located. Estina sighed willfully. Personally, she hoped it was not there. Eliana, however, agreed with her view. The mercenary was just about to leave when she suddenly froze in place, remembering something. She rummaged in her clothing for a while and pulled out a long, narrow metal object. It gave off a faint gleam in the half-darkness. Eliana hesitantly reached out with both hands to take it. The metal was cold, like a hairpin. The corners of Estina's lips curved into a genuine smile. If she found it inconvenient to go to the flower shop, she could look for a servant named Billy. As long as she showed him this, he would understand everything at once. Before Eliana could recover her senses, Estina's figure had already vanished into the chilly night. After noticing a slit so fine it was almost imperceptible, she pulled it and only then discovered that it was not a hairpin, but a knife. For some reason, having such a weapon in hand made her feel safe, and that night, Miss Rosano slept very deeply. The morning began somewhat wrong. From the very start of the day, Prince Sheely's irritating face had been hovering before her eyes. A wife selection banquet, where Flint would choose a noble beauty for himself, and all those who hoped to become Grand Duchess Howard were invited to attend. The girls beside her were almost jumping for joy, but Eliana was utterly irritated. Damn Flint Howard. How dare he invite her to attend a banquet for choosing a bride? Things were not going smoothly in the Imperial Castle either. An envoy from Zaccardo had suddenly come to have an audience with the Emperor. What on earth was the Ministry of Foreign Affairs doing? How dared they set foot on the land of Biantech? Biotech. Grand Duke Howard had to cut off their heads immediately. Everyone tried to calm the man down, while the representatives of the prince's envoy who had arrived and the frantic servants had already turned to Prince Karis for help. What do they care about some prince? Or had they already forgotten that Zaccardo had nearly killed their prince? His Majesty was truly enraged. He abruptly rose from the table and slammed both palms onto it. They too were traitors to their homeland, only wanting to sell out the Biotech Empire. He spoke directly to His Majesty, promising to cut off the heads of the entire envoy and asked to be allowed to settle accounts with Zaccardo. Anyone who got in the way had to be torn to pieces. The emperor did not let him finish. A person had to think strategically, and a sovereign had to be wise. Did he understand? The emperor turned his heavy gaze toward the ministers and ordered them to tell him what those Zaccardo scum had said. In the face of a demonic invasion, they had to unite, even though they were hostile to one another. The emperor turned to Flint and ordered him to lead the allied army and capture Mora. By the time the meeting ended, every participant was in an utterly terrible mood. After a full hour of furious shouting, Prince Karis was already exhausted. Flint had to face war again, and he was ashamed to look him in the eye. Grand Duke Howard turned away, but his voice was calm. What else could he do? This was His Majesty's will. In such a situation, words were meaningless. Karis knew that no matter what he said, he could not smooth this over. When he finally had a little time alone, Flint was delighted. He let out a breath. At last it was quiet. His head was splitting with pain. He was too tired. War did not frighten him. He had long since grown used to hovering on the edge of life and death. But how much longer could he endure? That was the question. All right, it was time to finally do the thing he had put off for so long. Grand Duke Howard sat down at the desk and began writing a letter. Until recently, Miss Rosano had been completely unaware that she might like embroidery, and Viscountess Fleming's gentle encouragement had caused her creative spirit to rise. She was so young, yet she already possessed excellent embroidery skills. The young lady waved her hand perfunctorily, saying that was her, and in any case, nothing could compare to her embroidery. When Eliana heard someone beside her speaking in low voices about Howard's banquet, she immediately fell silent and listened carefully. The banquet seemed to have been postponed. It was said that they wanted to make it grander. Rumor had it that they had even rented a banquet hall in the palace, and that His Highness the Crown Prince was the organizer of everything. Eliana closed her eyes and suppressed that unpleasant feeling. A banquet to find a Grand Duchess. Was this really Flint Howard's style? Rumors truly spread as quickly as light, and this was indeed a banquet held to choose a future wife. Miss Rosano's irritation deepened. No invitation was needed to attend the dinner party. One only had to confirm one's identity. Prince Karis smiled. He sincerely hoped they would honor it with their presence and add brilliance to the night. He would announce the date of the event later, but at that moment, he was interrupted by the harsh scrape of a fork. Flint Howard's gaze had darkened with anger. How dared he invite her to attend a wife selection banquet? Was he trying to confirm whether Eliana was worthy of becoming his bride? A rational man would not treat his wife as a trophy. This was fine too. Let her understand that she was unparalleled. When a servant announced to Grand Duke Howard that his friend from Linskin had arrived, the young man rushed to his study at full speed. His heart was heavy as he violently pushed the door open. Estina was happily biting into his cookies. The girl greeted him coolly. Flint did not exchange pleasantries. What he cared about was whether she had delivered the item. The mercenary nodded briskly. Of course, the young lady had read the letter at once. His request had been completed. Flint Howard trembled slightly with eagerness. But what had she said? After Eliana read the letter, her expression had been difficult to interpret. Estina involuntarily leaned forward. Should she tell him what was written in the letter? She was as tight-lipped as a grave. Miss Rosano raised her eyebrows in confusion and let out a light laugh. He was leaving the capital for a while and did not know when he would return. A hopeless northern man. She was very curious why such a busy person had to report such a thing. Grand Duke Howard leaned closer. That was all. The mercenary rolled her eyes. What else was he waiting for? Looking at her sorrowful and dejected friend, Estina continued eating cookies happily. Wasn't that earring something he had given her? She had found it thanks to Flint, after all. He should at least show off that it was his achievement. The young man shook his head. She had contacted the guild because she wanted to keep everything confidential. Estina burst into loud laughter. Those words were actually coming from someone who had peeked at her contract. The Duke's entire face turned red. Although he agreed with her, that had indeed been discourteous of him, and he asked forgiveness for it. Estina was somewhat surprised, but she did not show it. That the cold Flint Howard could go this far was truly astonishing. It seemed he had been captivated by that young lady, but she did not seem to harbor the same feelings, which was rather regrettable. When Flint turned to her again, his sorrowful expression was like that of a puppy. The young man whimpered in a low voice. That letter. The mercenary rolled her eyes. She had already said everything. Did he want her to repeat again? Flint closed his eyes in disappointment. No, she should probably leave. After slamming shut the door of her friend's study, Estina breathed out and could finally relax. She clutched her stomach and laughed hysterically. However, Flint on the other side of the door could not share her mood. He tapped out a rhythm with his fingers in dissatisfaction, but he had received no reply. Perhaps it was all because Duke Rosano was obstructing him, who would need a son-in-law who might die on the battlefield at any moment, but he was certain that he would absolutely not die, nor would he leave his wife. His next thought stole away all his boastful mood. Would Eliana truly have the same view as her father? His heart sank painfully. A knock came from outside the door. His Excellency was wanted by Countess Evans. The servant urged him. The matter was urgent, and Flint instantly forgot about the box on the desk. The ruby set in the hairpin flashed brightly in the sunlight. When Flint entered Adele's room, it felt as if he had taken a punch to the stomach. Adele was not alone. Miss Rosano was sitting across from her, and she did not look to be in a good mood. Yet the moment he thought so, the girl turned around and a smile bloomed on her lips. 3 hours earlier, Eliana had been nervously preparing for this meeting. She wanted to present herself at her best. Jane circled around her, squealing affectionately in admiration. She could not believe her mistress was in a romantic relationship with His Excellency. More accurately, they were not in a romantic relationship. They were only partners cooperating to achieve their respective goals. Upon hearing this, Jane became excessively indignant. How could that be? They had met so many times and had even talked about marriage. But her anger soon subsided. She sighed dreamily. They were secret lovers. How romantic. Miss Rosano felt that she could trust her. After all, not long ago, the girl had frankly admitted to her that she had gone to meet Duke Rosano, but that she would not do as he said. Eliana might have thought Jane too presumptuous, but she wished she could have a little freedom. Jane carefully fastened the earring. Everything was ready. Miss Rosano carefully tucked her hair behind her ear, and the pink roots instantly returned to normal. Jane let out a delighted sigh. She was always amazed by how their hair changed color. The earrings were extremely precious things, yet both her father and the Duchess knew nothing about them. How exactly had they fallen into her hands? The young man and woman were left alone, and of course, Countess Adele and Jane did not miss the chance to eavesdrop. A rustling came from behind the door. They leaned closer. Flint was the first to break the awkward silence. Perhaps he should make some tea. A crack appeared in Eliana's composure. The esteemed Grand Duke was going to make tea? No, she should do everything instead. Grand Duke Howard told her to sit down. She was the guest, so he would do everything himself. Flint concluded that she was not interested in him because he had not received a reply. Miss Rosano admitted unhappily that it had merely been a small expression of her sadness. Flint nearly dropped the teapot. Had he truly made her sad? But he had invited her to attend a wife selection banquet. Looking at Flint's nervous reaction and his excuses, the girl could not help laughing. That was it. This was the Flint Howard she knew. It had been foolish of her to doubt him, even for a moment. The tight knot in her chest loosened, and she felt a pleasant lightness once more. Did His Excellency know? The dance of petals did not stop even when they withered, because that was the promise of future fruit. Therefore, Flint did not need to worry about her. He should go where he had to go, because she trusted him. The young man stood so close to her that he could see every eyelash and every freckle on her face. It made his heart feel as if it were bleeding. He would definitely return to her side. It was such a moving scene that both Countess Adele and Jane cried. In the end, the young man poured the tea, and the pleasant fragrance of tea filled the whole room, its warmth seeping into their bodies as well. The astringent bitterness nearly made Miss Rosano bite her tongue, and he had not even thrown away the first steeping. But the young Duke's face was filled with joy. The tea was wonderful. Looking at his sweet face, Eliana realized that she did not care what the tea was like at all. She agreed with a soft laugh. With an itchy feeling in her chest, she took another sip. That was right. Finally, the day of Isabella's much-discussed social debut arrived. When the two sisters reached the ball, the hall was already crowded with guests. Isabella was not worried at all, because her elder sister was supporting her. Praise could be heard everywhere. It was hard to believe Miss Isabella had only just made her debut. And look at the beautiful Miss Eliana. Duchess Rosano must be so happy to have such lovely daughters. They look quite close. Duchess Rosano smiled faintly and laughed in satisfaction. She thanked them for such praise. A few minutes later, Isabella's confidence disappeared, and she felt extremely uncomfortable. Everyone was looking at her. Could she sit in a corner? Eliana laughed softly. She and the Rosano family had to get used to everyone's attention. A man's hand courteously invited her to dance. Isabella unhappily brushed it away and followed her sister. When Isabella saw Damien's familiar figure, she raised her eyebrows in surprise. She waved goodbye to her sister and went to bother her brother. As soon as the youngest left, the other young ladies surrounded Eliana. They seemed to be Miss Sophia and Miss Violet. The girls laughed awkwardly. It was truly too unusual to see her outside the temple, and they shyly admitted that if they had not met the girl at the temple, they would not have planned to come forward and speak to her. By the way, did Miss Rosano know that Zaccardo's envoy was in Biotech? Tension seized every muscle in Eliana's body. Of course she knew. The girls stared at her with wide eyes, eager to know her opinion on the matter. They hoped that peace could be made with the Zaccardo Empire and with Shilui, because they had undergone a trial and been acknowledged by the Holy See of Nymph as legitimate nations. Miss Violet was muttering something about mutual respect, but the ringing in Eliana's ears drowned out every other sound. Miss Sophia's startled sigh brought her back to herself. The young lady's face had turned pale for some reason. Could she be unwell? In her previous life, Miss Rosano had known nothing about the current political situation. She could not rely on her memories. She only remembered one specific step taken toward establishing peace after the envoy's visit. Grand Duke Howard returned from a war and achieved a brilliant victory before the marriage negotiations with Zaccardo began. At the initiative of the Holy See of Nymph, a holy war broke out in Moke with the purpose of punishing apostasy. The Biotech Empire and Zaccardo formed an alliance and went to war. The commander-in-chief on Biotech's side was Grand Duke Howard, and the commander-in-chief on Zaccardo's side was Prince Waldemar. It was their coordinated actions that brought about a great victory. The Zaccardo prince who led his country's envoy returned to Biotech together with Grand Duke Howard, and as a symbol of reconciliation between the two nations, he returned the remains of the late Grand Duchess Howard. The crisp sound of shattering glass seemed to come from far away, through a thick layer of water. Eliana could not move her empty gaze away from the spreading stain. In this light, the red wine looked suspiciously like blood. In other words, the war in which Flint Howard achieved a brilliant victory was the Holy War of Moke. The sound of breaking glass still echoed in Eliana's ears, and she stood rigidly in the middle of the hall. Concern appeared in the eyes of the people she knew. Was the young lady all right? They repeated the question. Miss Rosano shook her head, struggled to calm herself, and apologized, saying she had to leave. Miss Sophia and Miss Violet watched in confusion as she staggered toward the exit. Eliana had no mind for etiquette at all and ran through the corridors of the mansion, her high heels making her feet ache unbearably. She could not reveal the reason for her haste, because it was a military secret. But was this not all happening too early? Or were her memories deceiving her? The young lady's anxiety infected Jane. Why was she in such a hurry? But Eliana had no time to explain anything. She snapped to the temple. Now! The coachman immediately jumped onto the driver's seat and pulled the reins tight. Eliana's foot tapped out an anxious rhythm, making the hem of her dress sway. There was no doubt. She would do everything she could to leave the failures of the past behind. The next day was the first day of the banquet, and quite a number of guests had already gathered. Grand Duke Howard felt out of place. This was the first time he had received so much attention, but he did not show it. His faintly indifferent gaze swept across the crowd. The ladies stared fixedly at him, occasionally letting out delicate sighs. Flint pressed his lips together slightly. What exactly was all this for? Just then, a figure in formal dark attire approached him. With a slight shudder, the young man realized that the person standing before him was Duke Rosano and that he was not alone. The man waved a hand and introduced him to his son and daughter, Damien and Isabella. Flint Howard nodded in a businesslike manner. He was pleased to meet them and spent a pleasant time with them. Clearly, his worry that Eliana had not come to the banquet showed on his face. Damien explained that his sister was unable to attend the banquet. Grand Duke Howard's voice trembled with slight agitation. What was the reason? Damien reluctantly explained that she was gravely ill. She could barely leave her room, so she certainly would not come to the banquet. After giving his report, the eldest son of the Rosano family rudely left him there alone. By the second day of the banquet, Flint Howard's enthusiasm had already run dry, and he refused to go out. The young man did not appear on the third day either, though some guests did not mind. However, many young ladies were extremely indignant. This was a wife selection banquet, yet they could not even see the bridegroom's shadow. What exactly could they still expect? Prince Karis politely listened to the young lady's complaints while doing his utmost to curse his friend in his heart. The girls refused to back down, demanding that he at least do something. He had to force the Grand Duke to come to the banquet, even if it required extreme measures. They did not let him go for even a second and continued complaining and pleading. Questions and complaints struck the prince from every direction, and Karis began to lose his composure. He charged into his friend's room, intending to give Flint a fierce lesson, only to find him standing there as if nothing had happened, even seeming surprised by his visit. Karis exploded. He had arranged a wife selection banquet for him, yet he actually did not show his face. Did he at least understand how this would affect his own reputation? Flint ignored his shouting. He had come at exactly the right time. His Highness froze in shock, not understanding what he meant. Flint's gaze showed that this was a serious matter. He had a request to make of him. Something had happened last night. Jane came to her mistress and informed her that the young master and Miss Isabella had already left the mansion. Eliana had already prepared and draped a shapeless cloak over herself. After all, there was no one at home. The mansion was silent, unsettlingly so. The darkness left behind a feeling of abandonment. Even so, her fear of being caught was still strong enough that Eliana quietly moved from one room to another. After entering one of her father's rooms, she found a switch and pressed it. With a low creak, one wall slid aside, revealing a passage. Eliana stood hesitantly before it. She felt that a turning point was about to arrive, one that would allow her to change the events of her previous life. Jane was rather surprised. So all mansions truly did have passages like this. Miss Rosano herself was not certain, because she had learned of this secret passage from Estina. The passage was most likely built for emergency escape, allowing her to leave the mansion without attracting the knight's attention. It was under these circumstances that the girl learned why the mercenary had been able to visit her unhindered, and her words had proven true. Just a few minutes later, she left the mansion. As agreed, Estina was waiting for them. The carriage was already prepared. After saying goodbye, Eliana instructed Jane to return and not allow anyone into her room. At last, the carriage began to move. For the second night in a row, Flint Howard was tormented by unease. Eliana must truly have been feeling very unwell, since she had not gone anywhere at all. Perhaps he should go visit her. When a servant told him that a guest had come, Flint showed no interest. Let them in. The butler quietly opened the door, and Eliana stood on the threshold with a faint smile on her lips. For a moment, Flint forgot how to breathe, even thinking it was all a hallucination. Miss Rosano entered the room and took off the shapeless robe. It really was Miss Eliana. The girl smiled brightly at him. She had decided to visit Flint and admire the stars with him. She only hoped the starlight could conceal the shadow cast by her ignorance. Flint felt a sharp ache in his chest. His hands trembled as he began clearing the desk piled high with documents. She should sit down. He would tidy everything up right away. Still unable to believe this was real, he awkwardly asked how she was feeling. He had been worried about the girl because he had been told she was seriously ill. Eliana only smiled gently. She was much better. Flint nervously fidgeted with his fingers, wondering if the chair was too hard. They could go to the sitting room. Miss Rosano looked at him meaningfully. Everything was fine, except there was no terrace here. Grand Duke Howard realized that the terrace was in the room next door. The girl suddenly sprang up from her seat. Then they could go get some fresh air. The door gave a soft creak. Flint silently followed behind the woman he loved. The room next door was cool and dim, yet it gave them a sense of peace. No one would see them here. Eliana's eyes were brighter than the stars she had wanted so badly to see. He should come to her side. The sky was strewn with stars. It was simply beautiful. Flint's gaze never left her. he agreed. He often admired scenery like this too. He slowly drew closer. It was worth mentioning that the garden was beautiful even during the day. The young man could not take his eyes off Eliana. Her soft features drew him in, and the moonlight made her skin look even paler. Eliana sighed and mustered her courage. She had to say it. Had Flint ever thought of touching the stars? Today, she wanted to place a star in his arms. Her hands slowly reached toward him, lightly brushing over his neck. Flint was somewhat flustered. He had absolutely no idea what the young lady was talking about. Before he could finish speaking, their lips met, and Flint widened his eyes in surprise. His heart beat so fast it seemed about to leap from his chest. Eliana's lips were as soft as peach blossoms, and he closed his eyes, returning the kiss. Her warmth enveloped him pleasantly. Flint held the girl as tightly as he could, as if he wanted this moment to last forever. After a while, Eliana pulled away, but Flint, as though entranced, chased after her lips with regret. Miss Rosanno took a few steps back and removed her robe, revealing her shoulders. Flint felt his breath catch in his throat. His mind went blank. Seeing his comical expression, the girl could not help laughing and told him to follow her. Flint leaned over her, breathing heavily. Eliana's breath mingled with his, and she let that heat spread through her body. But suddenly, the fire in the young man's eyes went out. He froze, looking at her with an empty gaze. Eliana closed her eyes, waiting tensely for him to do something, but nothing happened. Her ears caught the faint rustle of the sheets. That warm body no longer accepted her. All she felt was cold. Flint moved to the edge of the bed, turned his back, and looked gloomy. Miss Rosanno sat up among the soft pillows and felt a wave of alienation. What had happened? Why would he not embrace her? Was he truly going to make this young lady blush? Flint Howard was utterly dejected. He did not want to form a relationship without feelings. Eliana cried out in irritation. Then he should allow himself to have feelings. But the young man retorted that the problem was not him because she did not love him. Silence fell over the faceless, cold room, just as cold as everything else. Eliana had never felt so alone, but she quickly shook off the dark thoughts because she had already come this far. Trying not to disturb Flint's calm, she moved a little closer. If she said the opposite, would he hold her? Grand Duke Howard remained silent, avoiding her gaze. Every muscle in his body was stretched to the limit. Eliana moved a little closer again, smiled gently at him, and stroked his tense shoulder. Of course she loved him. Flint's pulse quickened, and a pleasant, tingling sensation spread through his chest, bringing relaxation and making him feel, at that moment, as though he belonged entirely to her. Eliana approached again, but she did not touch his lips, only teasing him lightly. She could sense that Grand Duke Howard was still hesitating, so she hoped he would take the initiative first. But he grabbed her wrist and stopped her, making her grit her teeth in frustration. Flint slowly moved her hand away from his chest, then withdrew. A disappointed sigh escaped his lips, and he turned away, not wanting the woman he loved to see his face. After clearing his throat, his voice sounded almost steady. It was already late, so he would take Miss Eliana home. The cold seized the girl again. She cried no. If she went back there, she would definitely be sold to Zaccardo. Flint Howard turned his head slightly to look at her and asked in confusion, "Sold?" What did she mean? Despair choked Eliana. Her eyes burned. She had not wanted everything to turn out like this. Soon, the Biotech Empire and the Zaccardo Empire would form a marriage alliance, and she would become the bride. Flint's voice was full of pain. Why her? Though deep in his heart, he already knew the answer. It was her father's wish. How pitiful her situation was. All she could do was throw herself into the arms of the man standing before her. No matter how hard Eliana tried to calm down, the tears that betrayed her continued streaming down her face. Flint sat beside her and gave her the chance to cry. If she married him, then she would not have to go to Zaccardo, right? The North was cold, but she did not care. The situation there was not stable. Monsters were common, and because it was close to the border, the threat of war was always present. He continued listing reasons, but Eliana did not care. She began to get angry. As she remembered, he had not accepted her proposal last time either. The corners of Flint's lips lifted slightly. All right, why not get married? The girl rubbed her eyes, unable to believe this was really happening. The young Grand Duke's smile grew even gentler. She had to take good care of herself. Eliana had always done that, which was why she had come here to him so awkwardly. Flint apologized if he had not expressed himself accurately. The strap of the girl's shirt treacherously slipped from her shoulder, and Flint sucked in a surprised breath. Blushing, he abruptly turned around and handed her the robe. The girl was not embarrassed at all, but for Flint's peace of mind, she wrapped herself in the robe. He should get used to this. After all, he had to leave descendants. Blood rushed to his head. Flint cried out in embarrassment, asking her not to rush things. The girl felt warmth spreading through her abdomen, and she could not help laughing. She preferred Flint like this, and laughed loudly and sincerely. Miss Rosanno continued laughing as she tried to look into his eyes, but Flint was too shy and kept turning his face away. After some time, the young people came up with a plan. They agreed that Grand Duke Howard should propose to Eliana tomorrow. Eliana had a better idea. There was no need. He could use something else instead. The young man took the package from her hand with a puzzled expression. His lips formed an O. Was this not a marriage certificate from the temple? All because the temple truly valued Miss Rosanno's unwavering piety. The two young people did not want to part, but the time came, and Eliana set out on the road home again. Estina handed her the report. The young master had entered the room with a secret passage. Everything had happened too quickly, but Estina thought she should have known about it. Miss Rosanno gave a thoughtful little laugh. So that was it. It seemed Damien knew about the secret passage, although it was also possible that only her father knew about it. Considering Damien was the sole heir, the logical assumption was that he knew of the passage's existence. The next morning, the atmosphere in the mansion was quite tense. Jane screamed as she rushed into her mistress's room. The Duke was calling for her. Jane was so frightened she could barely stand. What should she do? Strangely, however, Miss Rosanno was calm. Everything was fine. It was a good thing he had not called for Jane. She elegantly placed the porcelain cup onto its saucer and asked if Jane could do something for her. Of course, the maid agreed. She would do anything for her mistress. Jane ran out as fast as she could because she had too little time. Her lady had asked her to tell Estina to accelerate the plan. She also handed her a hairpin and said that this object had to be shown to Billy. Eliana wanted to leave this terrible place as soon as possible. She froze in front of the door, not daring to enter. When she pushed open the main door to her father's study and it creaked, a chill crawled down her spine. No matter how afraid she was, she decided to walk in with her head held high, never letting him see the slightest trace of fear. The Duke's voice was gloomy, telling his daughter she could come in. But when the girl turned her gaze toward her father, he was smiling, opening his arms to welcome her. Eliana froze in place. The only thing ringing in her mind was a danger signal. Her father had never been like this before. It was almost impossible that he knew she had escaped during the night, and his next words confirmed it. She was to get ready to visit the Imperial Palace. Yesterday, he had met the Emperor. The Zaccardo Empire had proposed a marriage alliance. They would marry their princess into the Biotech Empire, while Biotech would offer the eldest daughter of the Rosanno family to them. Clearly, he had raised her well, because even Zaccardo was talking about what he thought of her. If the Duke offered his daughter to the Emperor would return to him the gemstone mine that had once belonged to the Rosanno family. Her father revealed a weak, predatory smile. Now she would become the fiancée of Zaccardo's seventh prince. The girl's throat went dry. Why was everything happening so quickly? If she went to the Imperial Palace, then Estina would not be able to carry out the kidnapping plan. Their plan might fail. Eliana looked away because she was too frightened, but still said firmly that she did not want to. She would not go to the Zaccardo Empire. Silence fell over the room. Eliana could almost physically feel the anger roiling inside her father, boiling, hissing, and spilling over the edges. His voice rolled through the room like a low rumble. Had he heard correctly? The man's gaze darkened, radiating danger. A warning was hidden in his voice. Now, Eliana was rebelling against him. Eliana swallowed hard, but did not look away. At least once, she asked him to consider her feelings, if he truly regarded her as his daughter. Hearing those words, her father raised his brows in surprise and grinned. He burst into laughter. He had never cared about her opinion. If she would not go willingly, then he would send her by force. Miss Rosanno truly wanted to slap herself for letting hope bloom in her heart again. He was once more trying to drag her into this hell. Her hands trembled from fear and anger. He could not send her to Zaccardo. After all, she had already offered her wedding to Grand Duke Flint Howard. The bride he considered most suitable no longer existed. Flint frowned in confusion because someone was shouting outside the door in his corridor, demanding to see him. He looked at Oliver, wondering why it was so noisy outside. A woman had come, claiming to be Miss Rosanno's personal maid, and she had already been told to do her own work and leave. But she still insisted on seeing him. A quarrel had indeed broken out beneath his window, and the maid was resisting the soldiers with all her strength. Jane continued screaming desperately, saying that she needed to speak to the Grand Duke, even if only for a few minutes. When she saw Duke Howard, her eyes lit up. She cried out in despair, begging him to save her mistress. Duke Rosanno was going to kill her. Flint Howard's heart sank. Jane's voice broke into sobs. Her lady really might die. Flint felt terror seize him. What he feared most was losing Eliana. Let her tell him in detail exactly what had happened. The young Duke barely listened to the maid's words to the end. He swiftly assembled a small unit and had the horses prepared. The horses galloped away, raising dust along the road. Sweat ran down Flint's forehead, and he felt that they were moving too slowly. He urged the horses' sides with his spurs, begging it in his heart to run faster. As expected, they were stopped at the entrance. Without the Duke's permission, entry was forbidden. But when a sharp sword was pressed to the guard's neck, he quickly changed his mind. Countess Adele Evans's voice was cold. Standing before him was a Grand Duke of the Bintek Empire. How dare he block his way? The inside of the mansion was torn by screams, with scarcely any pause between the sounds of whipping. Once again, she had put her body forward and ruined all his plans. He had nearly been able to reclaim his ancestral inheritance. Eliana crawled with all her strength, tried to evade the whip strikes that split the skin of her back and made it bleed. When the final blow fell, she collapsed unconscious onto the floor, her entire face swollen and soaked with tears. A shocked gasp escaped the butler's lips. The young lady had fainted, but the Duke did not care. He poured a bucket of ice water over her and roared at her to wake up at once. It had a slight effect. The girl's eyes opened faintly, barely aware of where she was. Eliana tried to sit up. Her gaze met her father's face, twisted with rage, while he raised his arm again, ready to bring it down. The main door burst open, and Isabella rushed into her father's study with tears in her eyes. She spread her arms and used her own body to shield her exhausted sister. The girl fell to her knees, begging her father through tears to stop and hit her instead. Duke Rosanno had been driven completely mad by rage and could see nothing before him. He growled at her to leave at once. Isabella was terribly frightened. It was the first time her father had roared at her like this and looked at her with such hatred, yet she still stood there. Eliana wanted to protect her. She was so young and should not have seen such a scene, but Eliana did not even have the strength to get up from the floor. Isabella's voice broke into a scream. How? How could he torture her sister like this? After doing such a thing, how could he still be called a father? Duke Rosanno clenched his teeth so hard that even Isabella could hear them grinding. So she too had decided to rebel against the father who had worked so hard to raise her. Aldaribella, sensing that the situation was growing more tense, the maid tried to calm her mistress so that her father would not vent his anger on her. Emily did everything she could to drag her out of the room, while Isabella screamed and resisted with all her strength. As soon as the door closed, the Duke's fury turned once more toward his eldest daughter. He raised the whip again, about to bring it down. This little bastard had even brainwashed Bella. A sudden burst of sharp pain bloomed in his right hand, forcing him to release the whip handle. The man looked down at the dagger embedded in his wrist, then turned his gaze toward the open doorway, where Grand Duke Howard stood with his subordinates behind him. Hatred burned in Countess Adele Evans's eyes, and at the sight of such a dreadful scene, her face turned as white as snow. But the most terrifying person among the group was Grand Duke Howard. In his eyes, one could see blood-soaked killing intent. When Flint realized that the person standing before him was Miss Eliana, trembling veins appeared on his forehead. Duke Rosanno screamed. What was going on? How dare he break into his mansion? He turned to the butler and ordered him to call the knights immediately and drive these impostors out. How dare he interfere in the affairs of the Rosanno family? He would not let this pass. even if Flint was a duke. Flint's voice was as cold as ice. He had never imagined that the duke famous for cherishing his daughter would have such a hobby. Countess Adele Evans lost all color from her face. She ran to the young lady's side and examined her from every direction. The man trembled with anger. He was merely disciplining his own child. The countess's pupils shrank to pinpoints. Even in Zaccardo, no father would beat his own daughter so cruelly. Duke Rosano choked on his own malice. No one had ever spoken to him so rudely. He continued roaring at the butler. "Where are the knights?" Hamilton answered hesitantly and in a low voice. He had already called them, but people of unknown origin had suddenly broken into the mansion. Their combat skills were far too outstanding, and the Duke's knights were simply not at their level. Naturally, since they were under Estina's command, Flint Howard approached, towering over Duke Rosano and forcing him to retreat in fear. From this moment on, he was no longer permitted to lay a single finger on his wife. The man choked on his own malice. He was her father. Flint could imagine how much effort he had put into raising her. Did the young Duke truly think he had raised her in order to sell her to him? A layer of crimson rage covered the Grand Duke's entire field of vision, and in his fury, he gripped the hilt of his sword. He swung the sword abruptly, thrusting the tip before the Duke's face. The blade was dangerously close to his face, and Flint carefully sliced off a few hairs from the man's beard. Those eyes were more like black holes, and that hand trembled with anger. From the side came Eliana's faint voice. No, if he killed her father. The girl lost consciousness once more. Flint froze tensely, but did not move the sword away from the Duke's face. He closed his eyes, sorted through his thoughts, and decided what he should do. To everyone's regret, he returned the sword to its sheath. But his expression already said everything. Duke Rosano gasped for breath, clutching his neck with his hand. Duke Howard turned around, no longer wanting to look at that disgusting face. Right now, he was more concerned about Eliana's condition after she had fainted again. Duke Rosano's low, resentful muttering stirred a fresh wave of fury in Flint Howard's chest. He spun around and pierced him with an icy gaze. The young man could not feel his own hand, as if it did not belong to him. He drew his sword and swung it sharply. The man covered his bloody cheekbone with a trembling hand, and soon his entire face was covered in blood. Flint repeated, enunciating each word, that he should stay away from his wife. He let out a heavy breath and sheathed his sword once more. This was his final warning. Unable to believe what had just happened before his eyes, the Duke staggered backward with one hand pressed to his bleeding cheek. Estina arrived in time and announced that the road had been cleared. She also asked the Grand Duke to remember that the successor of Asta had fulfilled the request of the Duke's daughter. When she saw Eliana's ravaged face, her eyes widened in fear for an instant. Now she finally understood why Grand Duke Howard was so silent and grim. On the way, they encountered Damien. He asked what they intended to do with Eliana. The Countess ordered that anyone who dared to block the Grand Duke's path should step aside. Damien nodded to himself, as if organizing his thoughts. Eliana was an illegitimate daughter. Disgust tinged his voice. The guards froze in place, not knowing how to react or how to interpret his words. But Flint did not care. In other words, he wanted to say that this was precisely why she had been bullied. He was no different from his father. Damien grew angry. He did not like those words. And was his grace not from Zaccardo? He knew very well that in that place, illegitimate children were treated with contempt. Did he truly want to make Eliana the Grand Duchess? Flint frowned. Miss Eliana was already the Grand Duchess, in case he did not know. Damien's eyes widened in surprise, and for the first time, words stuck in his throat. Everyone remained silent, waiting for him to finally let them pass. After accepting his defeat, the eldest son of the Rosano family wanted to give him something. He searched inside his clothes and took out a small round disc, which Flint recognized with surprise as an iris. He only hoped the young Grand Duke would take responsibility to the end. Otherwise, the very fact that he had extended a hand to her would become her misfortune. Flint knocked the young man aside with his shoulder and walked past him. He should not interfere in matters that did not belong to him. He would handle it himself. Also, let him remember that the Rosano family no longer had any right to interfere in his affairs, or in his wife's affairs. Grand Duke Howard finally reached the exit without obstruction. He could not wait to leave this den of snakes. Her father was the person Eliana feared most in this world. To her, His whip was more terrifying than any blade or poison. And yet, had he always been this helpless? Flint's voice, demanding that he stay away from his wife, echoed in her mind. He turned out to be a worthless, useless man. When Flint defended her in front of her brother, a pleasant feeling spread through Eliana's chest. Her heart sank painfully. For the first time in her life, she had a man who could protect her. But now, he knew her terrible secret, and he was a proud, powerful man who kept his promises. This was probably the salvation she had long awaited. At last, Miss Rosanna opened her eyes. Her mind was blank. Jane was gripping her wrist, almost hard enough to hurt. Her lady had finally regained consciousness. She should have immediately gone to call the Duke, but Eliana caught her sleeve and stopped her. She kept pulling Jane toward her and shook her head. The maid raised her brows in confusion. What was wrong? Did she really not want to see her master? Eliana remained silent, lowering her head without answering anything. The entire imperial palace had fallen into commotion. Duke Rosanno's daughter had indeed visited the grand ducal residence. But what exactly was his relationship with that young lady? His Grace absolutely could not let Miss Rosanna escape. They had already made their decision. She would become the Grand Duchess. Flint Howard had to take full responsibility like a true gentleman. They would write a proposal letter. When they were young, they had written excellent essays. The man standing to one side clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Things were not that simple. After all, it was still unknown whether Duke Rosanna would be willing to give up his beloved daughter. The council members began whispering among themselves. Indeed, he was right. The Duke cared so much about her. Gradually, Flint began to burn with anger. He was irritated that everyone was cheerfully ignoring his existence. He abruptly rose from the table and spoke clearly, emphasizing each word. Lady Eliana had already become the Grand Duchess. He did not care what Duke Rosanna thought in his heart. As for the young lady, she was in this residence right now, so they had better lower their voices. He had nothing more to add. Flint no longer intended to remain in the same room with these people. His aide, realizing the storm of fury that was about to fall on his own head, tried to stop him. The door slammed shut, and his guess became reality. What was he saying? How could he not care what the Duke thought? They had not even held a ceremony. How could Lady Rosanna possibly be the Grand Duchess? The front door was flung open, and Countess Adele Evans sharply rebuked them. Lower your voices. They had already been told that the Grand Duchess needed quiet. Everyone in the room froze. She needed quiet. Had the Grand Duke truly kidnapped her? Flint Howard stood in front of the door for several minutes, gathering his courage. At last, he finally found the strength to knock. When the maid's uneasy face appeared from behind the door, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. Flint pretended not to notice her mood. He had heard that Eliana had woken up. The young lady had fallen asleep again, so perhaps he should come back later. Jane was not good at lying, so naturally, he did not believe her. Flint sighed in disappointment. It seemed Eliana did not want to see him. Guilt pressed heavily on the girl's heart. All she could do was lower her head and ask forgiveness. From somewhere in the room came the rustling sound of a blanket rubbing against itself. Eliana quietly turned over, facing the other side. Grand Duke Howard was certain that he had to try to reach her heart. He made his voice as gentle as possible. If he could, he wanted to see her. They needed to talk. Eliana probably needed a little time. From somewhere beneath the blanket came a soft voice. Was he very disappointed? Everyone had thought she was a noble young lady, but she was not like that at all. Lady Rosanna's voice sounded hollow and abandoned. She was merely her father's property. Everything people called her elegant etiquette was the result of his upbringing. Just as Flint had pointed out, she lived by etiquette alone because it was the only way she could avoid being punished with the whip. Flint, instead, felt relieved. That meant she did not hate him for taking her away from her parents' home. Eliana curled up into a ball, her whole body tense. She knew what would happen next. He would reject her and send her back home. The thought made her feel sick. Flint's voice was very soft, and it also sounded very close to her. He understood that her past must have been difficult. From now on, they would no longer recall those terrible days. The young man carefully pulled away the blanket covering her, revealing her disheveled head. From this moment on, the Rosanna Duchy would never disturb her peace again. Eliana could no longer hold back her tears. She buried her face in her hands and burst into sobs, her back trembling with each cry. Flint carefully let her cry as much as she needed. That evening, a group of people poured into his residence. Duke Rosano kept shouting and pounding the table, saying that the marriage contract was a lie. Flint Howard dared to kidnap his daughter? He shouted, spittle flying. The man knew perfectly well that it was the Duke who had threatened her into signing that contract. Grand Duke Howard bristled all over. Was he seriously trying to say that they had signed the contract only after he kidnapped the Grand Duchess? That was complete nonsense. Lim, look at the date. It was not the time he claimed at all. Someone among Duke Rosano's supporters shouted. Was that not obvious? He had changed the date and was using it as evidence. They had better acknowledge the marriage between the Grand Duchess and His Noble Highness, Grand Duke Howard. How could they say something so baseless? The marriage had not yet been registered. A marriage contract could be forged, but a marriage registration application could not be forged. Flint began to speak of the wedding, and then Duke Rosano exploded. What wedding? Where did he get such composure? Until he brought the registration application, he would never acknowledge their marriage. The man was tormented by tension inside. What on earth was going on? Why was Grand Duke Howard so calm? A marriage registration could only be issued if both parties went to the church together. Before the wedding ceremony, they had to obtain a seal from the priest. Right now, the temple was being guarded by his knights. He could not possibly enter. So why was Flint so calm? Flint's confident smile made the Duke nervous. He knew he must have made a mistake somewhere. From somewhere behind the door came a confident voice. It seemed it was time for Duke Rosano to accept the truth. How could Prince Karis allow his friend to fall into difficulty? Everyone's attention fell on him. The marriage registration application and that sheet of paper on which a vivid red seal could indeed be seen. The man refused to accept the truth. Impossible. This was fake. Flint Howard chuckled. If he did not believe it, he could go and verify it himself. Duke Rosano's allies examined the document from every angle. That was indeed the temple's seal, Lord Phaeton's seal. The man felt a chill climb up his spine. This could not be possible. Although Karis was happy for his friend, he was also somewhat surprised. He could not believe Flint had already registered the marriage at the government office. Grand Duke Howard suppressed his smile and simply nodded briefly. His Highness was proud of his friend. It was time to end all this. Flint Howard and Eliana Rosano were already married, so they could now officially be called the Grand Duke and Grand Duchess Howard. He, Karis Bientek, acknowledged this. Flint turned his triumphant gaze toward Duke Rosano, savoring his reaction. He was already prepared for another argument, ready to see whether the man still had anything left to say. The man refused to admit his defeat. He only muttered repeatedly in a low voice, impossible. Grabbing his own hair, he shouted that this marriage was invalid. At last, this long day came to an end. Flint could hardly wait to see his wife. He already missed Eliana. The door to her room was half open, and the girls' lowered voices came from inside. The entire room was piled with trunks, wardrobes, and all kinds of boxes. In any case, they would have to buy everything again when the time came. Eliana had promised that she would write to Jane after she arrived in the north, but there were things here that she liked, such as Melanie's tea and this. Flint walked into the room in a very good mood and asked what they were doing. The moment Eliana saw him, her eyes lit up. Isabella had sent over her personal belongings, so she was slowly preparing, since they would soon set out for the north. After hearing those words, the young man's expression subtly changed. Sadness seemed to surface on his face. Eliana feared that she had said something wrong and hurt him. Flint seemed caught in a dilemma. He was worried about whether he should take her to the north. If she wished, they could stay in the capital. Eliana laughed softly. Did he truly think she would run away from her duties as a wife? She lifted her chin proudly and did not look away from him for even a moment as she waited for his answer. Her voice was firm when she said this. She was the mistress of the north, and now the north and that territory belonged to her. Flint's eyes widened in surprise. A feeling of delight blossomed in his chest. A smile appeared on his lips. How fortunate he was to have this woman. He took her hand in his palm. They would go to their land together. Before leaving, Eliana decided to make one final customary visit to the temple. That day, she was fortunate enough to meet His Grace. Eliana had come to thank him. If he had not given them the marriage registration certificate, she would already be dead. The old man smiled at her easily, fatherly kindness in his eyes. From the first time they met, he had sensed a familiar energy, warm and gentle, a feeling that could not be described in words. Of course, that was not all. The church had a duty to help those in need, did it not? Calm spread through Eliana's chest, and she nodded in agreement. Grand Duchess Howard went to the place of prayer. She had words she wished to pour out to God. She thanked the Lord for listening to her prayers. Her only wish was that the Lord would continue to be her protector from now on as well. A few days later, the newlywed couple finally set off for the north. The weather was pleasant, with no sign of any trouble. Eliana opened her mouth in surprise. How could the magic gate be unusable? It was said that reservations were completely closed, and this was Flint's first time encountering such a situation as well. The magic gate could only be used by making a reservation in advance, so how long would it take to reach the next gate? The young Duke let out a heavy breath. About 2 weeks by carriage. Very well, then they had better wait until these gates opened. But Eliana insisted that they had to set out. She did not want to make her husband late because of her. The young man was silent for a moment, then decided that if she found it hard, she absolutely had to say so. They would arrive at the Georgia Viscounty in half a day and rest there as well. It was a difficult journey, but by evening, they finally reached their destination. The coachman knocked on the side of the carriage and said that they had arrived at the Georgia Viscounty. The Viscount's daughter, Annika, welcomed the Grand Duke and Grand Duchess Howard and said that it was a great honor to meet them. Eliana smiled gently. She liked this girl and was grateful for her hospitality. Annika bowed slightly and wished them a pleasant stay. In the end, Annika and the butler saw the guests off and gently closed the door. Her calm mask instantly fell away, and she pierced the butler with an angry glare. Annika was furious and did not miss the chance to kick the young man. Because of him, all the money and time had been wasted. What kind of bride candidate was this? With an elegant beauty like Eliana there, she did not even have a chance to catch his eye. The butler used the last of his strength to block her blows. He himself had not known that his lordship already had a lover. Annika had originally been full of hope, believing this was her chance to leave the Viscounty. The young lady could not believe this shameless fellow had answered her like that. She would grab him by the hair and drag him away right now. Naturally, the newlyweds heard the quarrel. Eliana could barely keep herself from laughing. The child of Viscount Georgia had become the mistress of the Viscounty. Albert Georgia possessed a talent too precious for him to be merely the master of a small territory. Flint was surprised that his wife knew the Viscount's eldest son. Eliana corrected him. According to rumors, however, the eldest son of Viscount Georgia had awakened magic power. Albert was the youngest high-ranking mage. He loved freedom and attached himself to nothing. Eliana had drawn him into Zaccardo's struggle for the throne, and the young lord had agreed. He would help His Highness the 7th Crown Prince ascend the throne, on the condition that if His Highness obtained the Emperor's power, he would be allowed to become a court mage. However, in the end, he failed to fulfill his wish. Illness took him away before her eyes. Whenever Eliana remembered his gasping breaths at the moment of his death, her heart sank painfully. With the last of his strength, he asked that his remains be given to his younger sister. He also regretted placing such a heavy burden on her. Those were his final words. Albert's dying wish was fulfilled. Annika grieved for a very long time and could not recover for ages. Now, Eliana had made up her mind. She would never allow that tragedy to happen in this life. The girl, who knew nothing of this, asked the maid to prepare bathwater for her. A few minutes later, Lady Eliana understood why Jane had reacted so happily to this. The bath had been prepared for 2 people, and there were many pleasant-smelling products there, so they could use them with peace of mind. Moreover, they absolutely must not forget the most important thing, an oil useful for married couples. Jane giggled in satisfaction. She began explaining in detail how to use it, and Eliana closed her eyes, tiredly asking her to stop. This was too much. Have her take it away. Jane became a little sad, but Flint did not mind. It looked very suitable for a massage. Eliana calmly explained that it was not massage oil. The young man's eyes were full of questions, not understanding why one would apply it to the body. It contained aphrodisiac ingredients, so he had better not use it. When Flint coughed awkwardly, she could not help laughing. He repeated shyly, aphrodisiac. He was just about to indignantly ask why something like that was here, but his wife covered his mouth with her hand. This kind of oil was often used by lovers together. At last, the young man understood what his wife meant, and his entire face turned red. Eliana could not understand how someone who had been on the battlefield hundreds of times could be so innocent. Flint shouted that he would bathe first, then disappear behind the door. A while later, he slowly walked out of the bathroom, feeling soft and relaxed, while drying his hair. He wanted to tell Eliana that she could go in, but the words stuck in his throat. After enjoying enough of his embarrassment, the girl wrapped herself in the towel again. Today, he only intended to sleep in the same bed as her. Grand Duke Howard was more serious than ever. Of course, they needed a lot of stamina for the journey. Grand Duchess Howard replied sarcastically that if they had a child, it would be even harder, would it not? The man was so embarrassed, it seemed steam might rise from his ears. Stop joking. At last, morning arrived, bright with sunlight, but not exactly pleasant. Lady Eliana felt her limbs gradually beginning to go numb. Jane noticed that she had yawned for the 10th time in the past 5 minutes. Was the young lady truly tired? This was Eliana's first time riding in a carriage for so long. Back then, she had entered Zaccardo through a magic gate. In response to Madame Jane's question, she answered that she was not tired at all, because thanks to her, she could sit in such luxury. Back then, she had arrived in the capital on a cart. Eliana could not even imagine how awful that must have been. It was also easy to encounter bandits on the road, and that was not even the worst of it. But now Jane was relieved, because no one would dare touch her noble highness the Grand Duchess. As if to prove her words, Flint Howard poked his head in through the window to check on his wife. The girl's eyes instantly lit up. To be honest, she had already begun to miss her beloved. A smile full of affection bloomed across her face. She was not tired. Everything was fine. They were almost at the next magic gate, and after they arrived in the north, she wanted to go and see it. Eliana seemed to have heard about an impressive temple there. Suddenly, Flint Howard tensed and pulled on the reins. He shouted with all his strength, ordering everyone to get down. At that very moment, dozens of arrows were flying toward them. Eliana's eyes widened, as if everything were happening in slow motion. As though through a thick layer of water, she heard the shattering of the carriage window and the whistling of arrows. Flint continued shouting, "Hurry!" They had to escort the Grand Duchess's carriage. A soldier's face turned deathly pale with fright. He could barely speak and could only point to one side with his finger. Monsters emerged from behind a massive boulder and were rapidly approaching them, roaring and drooling. Flint did not care at all about the approaching monsters, as long as his wife was safe. Jane pulled her mistress aside in time and shielded her with her own body. The arrows did not hit Eliana. The intact window shattered again, and a rain of arrows fell upon the carriage. Eliana and Jane instantly threw themselves to the floor. The maid trembled with fear. Lady Eliana struggled to remain calm and abruptly pulled out one of the arrows. They had to act as quickly as possible. She examined the arrow from every angle. Her heart seemed to sink. The arrowhead was engraved with the Rosano crest. But right now she was calm. Jane did not need to worry. Whoever was using these arrows did not intend to kill them. The maid was still shaking with fear. They had almost died. She could not believe why the young lady could be so calm. A guard opened the carriage door to check whether the girls were safe. What was he doing? It was far more dangerous outside. The man's gaze was frightening. He said coldly that his lordship had ordered him to protect her. Grand Duchess Howard tensed. Her sixth sense told her that something was wrong. The knight promised that he would protect them, then took out a small bottle. The girl pinched her nose, trying hard not to inhale the poisonous gas. It was a sleeping drug. The man smiled in satisfaction. The young lady could rest now. Unfortunately, Flint Howard was too far from the carriage. He did not even suspect that he had been deceived. He continued cutting down monsters. At last, he dealt with the final one, the blade pulling free from the corpse with a wet, sticky sound. The soldiers were covered in blood and other bodily fluids and were already quite exhausted. It had been a difficult battle. Even so, Flint still looked impeccable. They had to check the wounded. What about the attackers? Where was Adele? His subordinate Oliver pointed in a certain direction. Countess Adele Evans was here. The girl looked dejected and refused to meet his eyes. She threw herself at her master's feet, apologizing in a choked voice. She had failed to save her noble highness the Grand Duchess and deserved punishment. The attackers had disguised themselves as members of the procession. They had struck her weakest point, and she was sorry. The attackers were wearing clothes bearing the crest of the Rosano Duchy and had been released. The entire area was filled with sleeping drugs and paralyzing fragrances, leaving no witnesses. How dare they deny a marriage recognized by the imperial family? Her bright duchess's heart no longer bore the surname Rosano. Now she was a Howard. Since they dared to involve him, they had to pay the price. Flint clenched his teeth. Damn Duke Rosano. The young man ordered a pursuit squad to be formed immediately. They could not have gone far. He swept an enraged gaze over everyone present. He would hold them accountable after he found his wife. When he gave the order, his voice was filled with wrath. Finding the girl was their most important goal at this moment. Grand Duchess Howard slowly woke, her vision blurry and her head splitting with pain. Realizing that she was in an unfamiliar place, she abruptly sat up in bed. Eliana blinked rapidly, trying to clear her sight. She looked around nervously. This room was unfamiliar to her. The girl smiled bitterly. It seemed her father truly intended to send her to Zaccardo, but there was food on the table. Fortunately, he did not intend to starve her to death. Her stomach growled loudly. It seemed Eliana really was very hungry. When she took the first bite, she wrinkled her face. Zaccardo spices. This was not a taste she liked, but even so, she needed to recover her strength. After some time, all the plates on the table were empty. Now it was time to look around. Grand Duchess Howard hesitantly opened the creaking door. Surprisingly, she had not been locked in here. A narrow corridor stretched out before her. A window. This was her chance. She reached for the window frame. But when she looked down, the girl realized things were not that simple. She suddenly crouched, and sure enough, the mansion was being guarded by soldiers. Frustrated, Eliana returned to the bedside, thinking about what she should do. It felt as though a heavy stone were pressing against her chest. She could not simply sit and wait for death. She had to escape from here. A servant walking through the mansion corridor suddenly perked up. He remembered that he had never gone to check on the kidnapped mistress. In order not to frighten the young girl, he carefully and slowly entered the room, but the room was actually empty. The man looked around the room nervously. One of the doors was slightly open. He did not want to panic, but the worst-case scenario was already playing out in his mind. When he ran into the next room, he realized he was finished. Wind howled in through the broken window, and he screamed. The young lady had escaped. They had to find her immediately. The entire mansion fell into chaos. They had to find her as quickly as possible, or that man would not spare them. Dressed like that, she could not have gone far. Mercenaries ran all over the area, shouting angrily about who on earth had said she was a naive noble lady. Eliana slowly peeked her head out from around the corner. It seemed the road was empty. She suddenly ran out of the house and fled in the opposite direction from the retreating soldiers. The girl hardly knew where she was running, but she knew one thing: she could not stop. After wandering through the forest for some time, rain began to fall, and Eliana shivered from the cold, soaked from head to toe. Those soldiers had indeed been right when they shouted that she could not run far dressed like this. The fabric was soaked through, dragging her down toward the ground. She had said goodbye to her shoes several kilometers ago. Fortunately, it had begun to rain. At least the rain would erase her tracks. The hunt for Grand Duchess Howard had clearly begun. She had to hold on a little longer, but the shouts of men nearby made her heart skip a beat. Someone cursed roughly and asked where she had run off to. What if she died? She looked so fragile, as though she would die at the slightest touch. One mercenary noticed footprints in the grass. It looked as though someone had passed through there recently. The men's voices quickly drew closer, and Eliana felt as though fear was about to drive her mad. She covered her mouth with both hands and prayed that she would not make a sound. When someone grabbed her from behind, roughly seizing her shoulder, the girl nearly screamed. At the same time, Flint's squad was also searching. They tried to follow the trail, but at the worst possible moment, rain began to fall. The forest was large, so they should split up and continue searching. No matter how faint a trace might be, they had to mark it immediately. They brought out the hunting dogs, and the dogs sniffed. Barking, they quickly ran forward. It seemed they had discovered something in that direction. Hope flickered faintly in his heart. Flint ran toward Oliver, wanting to see what had happened. For what he could tell, they had caught the killers by the tail, but then came the problem. Where had Eliana gone? Flint trembled with rage and seized one of the bandits by the chest. The man let out an almost inaudible gasp. Unless she had not run away. A scarlet flower of blood bloomed, and the soldier's lifeless body crashed heavily to the ground. Flint knew his wife. She must have already escaped, and no matter how long it took, they would find her first. The bandits looked in confusion at the woman hiding in the bushes, unable to understand why she was sitting there. One of them awkwardly cleared his throat and asked whether she had seen a black-haired, green-eyed woman around here. Eliana shook her head and looked away. She had not. The man frowned. Then why was she dressed like this and staying here? The girl was so frightened that she did not even need to pretend. Her husband beat her, so she had run away. The mercenaries shook their heads and left. If she went on like that, he would beat her to death. As soon as the men were out of sight, Eliana began running with all her might. The rain had made the ground wet and slippery, and she fell. Everything before her eyes spun. Her breathing was a mess. She could not hold on any longer. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed something moving nearby. The girl slowly turned her head to the side. When she saw that grotesque face with blood-red eyes, her hair stood on end. The creature roared loudly and lunged at her. Where had this monster come from? Fear seized her entire body, and the girl screamed hysterically, but the pain she expected never came. Grand Duchess Howard hesitantly opened one eye. Someone's sturdy boot dealt the monster the final blow, crushing its head. What an awful day. First those men had come after her, and now a monster. The unfamiliar savior smiled faintly at her and asked whether she was all right. If she could not stand, she should take her hand. The girl's palm felt strong and warm. For some reason, Eliana felt a sense of relief. The girl guessed that something terrible must have happened to her and suggested they find somewhere to take shelter from the rain. The stranger allowed Eliana to lean on her shoulder because the girl's legs were so frozen they could barely obey her. She kept talking, trying to make sure Eliana had not passed out. By the way, her name was Vivian. Grand Duchess Howard guessed that she had met someone from Sheilai. A comical expression appeared on Vivian's face, and her voice rose thinly in surprise. How did she know? Her skin was fair. Princess Vivian of Sheilai, who had been discriminated against in her homeland because of her fair skin, had been taken in by Eliana and brought to the royal palace of Zaccardo. The girl had taken on the duties of maid and guard, always remaining by her side. Eliana was glad to see this old friend, even though the other woman did not know her yet. Vivian's hearing was sharp. When she heard the sound of a branch snapping nearby, her body immediately tensed. In an instant, the girl assumed a defensive stance, shielding Eliana with her body while drawing her sword from its sheath. Flint emerged from behind the bushes. He was this woman's husband. In her previous life, before that incident happened, Vivian had always been her most trusted ally. When Eliana was weak after a miscarriage, Marcel had come drunk to the Empress's palace and embraced Vivian right in front of her. Marcel staggered, reeking of alcohol, mistook Eliana for someone else, and walked toward her. Of course, he had not deceived her, because she was the only person he loved. After that, Marcel never sought out Vivian again, but that brief intimacy still made her pregnant. Vivian knelt at her feet and cried, begging Eliana to kill her for her betrayal. She did not want to bear a child for that beast of a man. Vivian eventually gave birth to a stillborn child, and not long afterward, her own life also came to an end. Vivian froze in place, sizing up her opponent. A sharp laugh slipped from her lips. Her husband, was he? Then why had he abandoned his wife in this state? Although the girl acted so flamboyant and confident, every muscle in her body was actually tense. It was her first time seeing this man, yet his mere presence bound her hands and feet. Even in the barracks, she had never encountered such overwhelming power and pressure. Who was this man? Flint was far too impatient. He attacked first. Vivian barely blocked his strike. The backlash nearly jolted the joints of her wrist out of place. Grand Duke Howard pressed down before her like a boulder. What strength! Eliana used the last of her strength to scream for his grace to stop. Grand Duke Howard immediately obeyed and returned his sword to its sheath. That savage woman no longer mattered to him. The man walked toward his wife. Vivian could not believe she had called him that, his grace. A moment ago, this man had seemed to her like an emotionless block of ice. Yet now he was looking at this woman with such concern. Flint Howard looked at her haggard appearance and asked whether she was all right. Eliana's voice was hollow and helpless. No, this woman had saved her. A monster had appeared, and then she. Flint did not need an explanation. He was only grateful that he could hold her again. Vivian approached, still watching them with distrust, but did not interfere. Grand Duke Howard realized that he should apologize, and also thanked her for saving his wife. Vivian voiced her guess. He was the Grand Duke of the North from Biotech. Flint warily asked how she knew. His wife called him His Grace, the impregnable fortress. Who would have thought Vivian would personally meet her master? Without him, the North would have fallen under Shilai's offensive long ago. Vivian wanted to avenge the warriors of Shilai who had died in battle, but something stopped her. The girl closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She would not do it, and she probably could not do it either. Soon they said farewell. There was no need to thank her. She had not saved the madam for that. But since it had come to this, could he grant her one request? Rather, it was a request for both of them. Please do not forget today. After a while, the sky darkened, and the young couple started a fire. Flint looked as though he was about to cry. He apologized for failing to protect his wife. Eliana already felt much better. She smiled, but he had come to find her, and that was enough. Eliana clumsily moved a little closer and asked the question that had been tormenting her for hours. Why was he not asking anything? She gently shook her head, her hair falling down her back. The man had actually guessed long ago, because someone had already told him that Eliana was an illegitimate child. The girl looked at him searchingly. In truth, this was her natural hair color. All this time, she had been using a magic item that changed her hair color to a darker shade. Otherwise, everyone would start asking questions. He could have abandoned her and cursed her as a filthy, illegitimate child. But even so, she wanted him to see her true appearance. It was truly strange, now that she thought about it. Everyone in the Rosano family had black hair, but her husband did not agree with that statement. He gently touched those pink-tinged strands. They were beautiful. For an instant, Eliana forgot to breathe, and her entire face burned with embarrassment. She felt an unbelievable attraction, and judging from Flint's hurried breathing, she was not the only one who felt it. A sharp rustling interrupted them, and Flint immediately sprang up. Lucky was lying at their feet, wagging his tail cheerfully. The tension dissipated, and Eliana could not help laughing. She had missed him, and she whistled. She called her pet to her side. The girl buried both hands in his soft, thick fur. What a good boy. He had been looking for her all this time. The dog's eyes sparkled with joy. He flopped on the ground and showed his belly, and the girl stroked him gently. But even that affection was not enough. Lucky pounced on her and licked her. Flint sighed gloomily at the side, feeling as though he had been abandoned, but he was also happy. Even after such a difficult day, his wife was still able to smile. A faint blush appeared on his cheeks. Her smile never failed to unsettle him. The rain did not stop, and several hours later, the man prayed that they would be found soon. He briefly entered the forest and gathered some fruit. The smile on his face faded, and the apples thudded to the ground. Grand Duke Howard felt his throat tighten painfully, and panic seized his reason. Lady Eliana lay on the ground, her face deathly pale. Flint staggered toward the body of the woman he loved, a terrified gasp escaping his throat. Her skin had a strange sheen, and her whole body was soaked with sweat. With trembling hands, he touched her forehead, but her temperature was far too low. Panic seized the young man's reason, and for a moment he was completely at a loss, not knowing what to do. Anger at himself drowned him. This was all his fault. He had made her endure these ordeals again. Eliana seemed to regain consciousness because of his touch. Her cracked lips murmured his name. Grand Duke Howard supported his wife and helped her sit up slightly. He was here. Eliana trembled from the cold. She was so cold that she pressed his burning palm against her cheek. To help warm her even a little, Flint rekindled the fire and covered the girl with a blanket. Grand Duchess Howard tossed restlessly in an unconscious delirium, murmuring that she did not want to die. The fear of the woman he loved weighed heavily on his heart. In this situation, this was all he could do. Grand Duke Howard resolutely reached for the buttons of his shirt and slowly undid them one by one. There was a faint rustle, and the shirt fell to the ground. Flint forgot his embarrassment and slipped under the blanket. The blanket was thin and truly not warm at all. The man moved closer and pressed himself against Eliana's back. Her body was frighteningly cold, the noble flower of high society. Eliana Rosano had been the most envied bride in the entire Bintek Empire, but he had realized that all of it was nothing more than a carefully constructed facade. Her true nature could find no peace with him. Her personality was fiercer, more willful, and more passionate. She was like a bird trapped in a cage, beginning to lose her innate beauty. Weakness and helplessness lay hidden within her, preventing her from gaining freedom. Yet she had changed, broken through the cage, set out on the path of finding herself, and become strong enough to withstand the cruelest violence. By resisting her father, she had wanted to accomplish one thing. Flint had always been confused as to why she had chosen him. One thing was certain. When he realized that she liked his answer, a burning feeling ignited in his heart. It was something unknown, yet it was maddeningly pleasant. Flint had never experienced such a feeling before. Eliana felt warmth enveloping her, and she pressed closer, begging him to stay a little longer. When she realized that she was nestled against someone warm and alive, her eyes widened and she retreated in fear. How had she and his grace ended up in such a position? But Flint stopped her hand, held her tighter, and breathed in the scent of her hair. It was a pleasant sensation, as though Eliana had been waiting for it for a very long time, but doubt flooded her. A low, velvety voice whispered by her ear, making goosebumps rise all over her body. The girl felt, to her embarrassment, a knot tightening low in her abdomen. A shocking thought entered her mind. Had they really done it? She had never liked romantic relations between men and women, especially after Marcel had been intimate with several women besides her. But why did she now want to respond? The girl shyly asked him not to hold her so tightly. A sharp cry came from outside the cave, making the young couple freeze. Countess Adele's party had finally found them. Amid the chaos, the newlyweds tried to put on their clothes as quickly as possible, while the girl drove everyone else out of the cave. For an instant, their gazes met, their hearts pounding wildly in their chests. It was a pleasant feeling, but also terribly embarrassing. They abruptly looked away. Grand Duke Howard fell into thought, pensively rubbing her neck, which was still flushed from embarrassment. The prince screamed in fury. He was supposed to have washed her properly. He had already said many times that Leah had long since become resilient because of the kidnapping. As he listened to the other man beg for another chance, rage twisted his handsome face. A spray of blood gushed out. The prince answered calmly. It was too late. The head fell onto the stone floor with a wet slap. Once one entered Flint Howard's fortress, there was no way back. Marcel wiped the blood from his sword in disgust. The seventh prince of Zaccardo clicked his tongue in displeasure and threw away the filthy rag. How ridiculous! How could that noble young lady have anything in common with a lowly prisoner who had become the enemy's dog just to survive? The thought that something belonging to him was no longer under his control irritated him. Whether in the past or the present, Leah was his woman. Damien said bluntly, "Stop wasting your effort." Isabella thought that if Eliana could do it, she could do it too. She even risked her life. If she does not have that kind of determination, she might as well marry the person father chose for her. But Isabella did not agree. She did not want to marry anyone from Zaccardo. She wanted to live freely, like her sister. After making this difficult decision, the girl packed her things and decided to leave home late at night. She had someone she could rely on, Sir Eden. But when she went in, Isabella felt that something was wrong. Why was it so dark? But Sir Eden did not need to worry. No one knew she was here. They would leave the capital at first light. They would go to his hometown. The lights came on, and Isabella's joy faded. Sir Eden avoided her gaze, surrounded by knights. He was sorry, but he could not defy the Duke's will. He was truly sorry. He wanted to defend himself, but Isabella did not let him continue. She slapped his face with all her strength, leaving a salty taste in the man's mouth. Isabella shook him and wept. Was this bastard really so afraid of her father? Where was the love he kept talking about? Was this really the end? Eliana felt a slight awkwardness filling the air. Did his grace truly intend to keep riding in her carriage? Flint proudly lifted his chin. Of course, in case something happened again. Suddenly, the carriage jolted violently, and Grand Duke Howard immediately held his wife. The coachman awkwardly explained that they had merely run over a stone. Grand Duchess Howard let out a tense breath. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. They would soon arrive in Morris County, and then they could finally leave this carriage. Fortunately, this time the magic gate functioned normally. When they were asked to get out and confirm their identities, Eliana froze. Flint, who was about to leave the carriage, felt his wife tug his cloak and looked at her questioningly. When using magic passage rites, did he always have to undergo an identity check? The man shrugged. It is national law. Eliana nervously bit her lip. She had never once gotten out of a carriage for an identity check. Rosano and the ruler of the north. He himself knew which of them held the higher status. She leaned out of the carriage and ordered them to bring the person in charge at once. Flint knew what his wife was about to do, but he tried to persuade her. Perhaps it would be better not to make a scene. He must not forget that he possessed the Empire's most precious flower. Even a beautiful flower was destined to wither if it fell into the hands of an unworthy owner. honor. But Eliana had chosen it precisely to protect herself from such a fate. Yet if that peace could only be obtained through humility and obedience, she refused to accept it. Viscount Ott, the representative of the Magic Gate, bowed in greeting. He was in charge of managing the Magic Gate in Morris County. The girl greeted him in a sharp tone and asked whether something had happened in Morris County or whether criminals had slipped in. The man was momentarily at a loss. Not all. Morris County did not allow outsiders to enter without reason. If that was the case, Eliana understood even less why he thought his grace and she should get out of the carriage. The poor man was bombarded with a series of questions. He had received orders from his superiors to carefully verify the identities of imperial citizens. Had this order truly been issued by the emperor himself? If this was not his majesty's order, did that mean he dared demand that the Grand Duke and Grand Duchess get out of the carriage for some identity check? Viscount wilted under pressure. He had not directly received the emperor's order. Grand Duchess Howard's voice grew even more furious. In other words, he, a mere viscount, had dared insult the ruler of the North without an imperial decree. Did Viscount truly look down on the Howard family? The man bent as deeply as he could. That was absolutely not his intention. He begged forgiveness for his rudeness. Eliana had never suffered such humiliation even in the Rossano family. So how dare he infringe upon his grace's honor? Flint gently patted his wife's shoulder. He was fine. She could stop. Viscount trembled with fear and continued apologizing again and again. Eliana complied with her husband's wishes and said one final thing. Viscount must remember that everything he had was owed to her husband's mercy. The man was almost in tears. He thanked them from the bottom of his heart. When the girl turned her gaze to her husband, his expression was rather contemplative. They boarded the carriage, and he did not even look at her, turning away instead. Grand Duchess Howard began to worry. Was he angry? Perhaps she had been too harsh, but there was still no need to fear the emperor so much. When Grand Duke Howard called her, she was startled. He had a request. He wanted to see her real hair again. He could not forget it. Once Eliana realized the problem was not her behavior, her mood improved and she removed her earrings. As soon as she did, Flint's gaze became clear and much gentler as well. In the light, her hair looked even more beautiful. She had said it was dyed. Could she not keep it like this in public too? The girl hesitated a little. Pink hair was quite rare. Would it not confuse the people around her? Flint did not care. Anyone who dared insult her because of her hair color would need to be put in their place. Although dyed hair would become a trend in biotech in the future, Eliana thought there was nothing wrong with being the first to do it. Flint gently took the earrings from her palm. Then he would keep them for now. In exchange, he had something else. He opened a small box. When Eliana saw the familiar accessory, she let out a surprised little gasp. It was the very hairpin he had tried to return to her when they first met. So he had kept it all this time. Grand Duke Howard looked at her with a tender gaze. He should have returned it to her long ago. A radiant smile bloomed on Eliana's face. She was very happy to receive this hairpin again. No matter how many times Flint saw her smile, his heart sank heavily each time as though it were the first. Several hours later, the carriage stopped. Eliana had already been asleep for a long time. The coachman announced that they had arrived at Grand Duke Howard's territory. The carriage continued forward, splashing through muddy water, and the girl felt that the climate here was even more damp and cold. She pressed herself against the glass in amazement, and the scenery unfolding before her made goosebumps rise all over her body. This place was vast and quiet. It was all dense forest. There were no people and no buildings. This was the Great Wall of Howard. She nearly held her breath. Grand Duke Howard's territory was known for being surrounded on all sides by a long and enormous wall, without the slightest gap. After the previous duke obtained the right to rule the northern lands, he immediately began constructing this wall. The late Emperor Pedro pitied his grandson, who had been exiled to the north after his father's death, and gave him generous support. The previous Grand Duke poured all his resources into developing the region and hired northern residents to work on the construction over 5 years. The people, who had suffered from poverty because of the harsh climate, gained a stable source of income for the first time. Flint's father had devoted his life to the development of the North, and for that reason, Northerners honored his memory. The townspeople did indeed welcome them with open arms, rejoicing at his grace's return. They congratulated him on his victory at Merk. Eliana felt proud of her husband. It seemed that his glory was not inferior to his father's. Before she knew it, her hand rose on impulse. Her face took on its usual neutral expression, and the corners of her lips lifted in a faint smile. She waved regally to the people from the carriage window. After realizing what she was doing, the girl abruptly withdrew her hand. She closed the carriage window. The Empress's old habits had revealed themselves. The girl nervously fiddled with her fingers. A frustrated sigh slipped from her lips. She apologized for her lack of restraint, but Flint did not mind. He smiled kindly. In his eyes, it had been rather adorable. Such behavior would help win the favor of the local residents. To support his wife, he turned toward the window and waved together with her. At last, the entire procession arrived at the main castle. Eliana restrained the urge to jump down from the carriage herself. She wanted so badly to see Grand Duke Howard's home. Excitement seized her. This was it. This place. She walked toward the entrance, her steps slightly quickening. Her second life will begin there. The girl froze in confusion at the doorway. Everything was somewhat different from what she had imagined. It was so empty. It looked well-maintained, but that was all. It was far too gloomy. The treasurer, Miles, explained that his grace was a simple man. Gilbert nodded vigorously. He rarely visited the mansion, so he did not want to fill it with unnecessary things. There were too few administrators and servants. Even if the master paid no attention to household affairs, Eliana felt dissatisfied. She looked at Flint with a firm and focused gaze and asked whether the wedding budget had been decided. Looking at the expression in her husband's innocent, naive eyes, Eliana realized that he had not even thought about it all. Once the budget was approved, she would arrange everything within the set amount. If it was not enough, she would cover the expenses with her own funds. So please approve the amount she could spend as soon as possible. Grand Duke Howard listened to her words and simply nodded while looking at her with eyes full of affection. There was no need to use her personal funds. She could set the budget at any amount. However, he did not know much about this area, so he was afraid he could not help her, but he would try to find assistance. Eliana thought his reaction was adorable. A war hero did not need to know how to organize events. He could rely on her. In Zaccardo, the marriage of the emperor and empress was established according to law and under the supervision of the first empress. Those memories were certainly not happy, but they could be useful at times like this. Flint intended to entrust the ceremony to High Priest Marco of the Central Temple. Eliana mentioned that she wanted to visit the temple. Perhaps they could combine it with the ceremony arrangements. The girl happily accepted the idea. Soon, they visited the high priest, and of course, he gladly agreed to officiate the ceremony. Grand Duke Howard never imagined he would have to wait so long for his own wedding. Eliana liked seeing her husband flustered. She smiled. It seemed he was not the only one who had been waiting for it. After the two of them finished their business, Eliana went first to the place of prayer. Flint was not as devout as his wife. He looked at her, thinking only of how beautiful she looked bathed in sunlight. She seemed to truly like the statue of the god Makarasura. Even High Priest Marco and the priests who had heard the voice of God all claimed that they had never seen Makarasura. Some said the god did not exist, but Eliana did not think so. Whenever she looked at that statue, peace and warmth welled up in her soul, as though she were in the embrace of God. However, there was a reason she could speak so confidently about her situation. Over the past 5 years, he had probably only saved money and had not spent it. Aside from that, she had thought the sudden appearance of a mistress of the house would invite hostility, but everything was remarkably calm. Perhaps this was out of loyalty to the Howard family, but whatever the reason, things were moving in a direction favorable to her. The young lady did not miss the chance to praise the head maid and the butler. She liked everything and thanked them for their work. There were exceptions, however. Some people did not approve of the astonishingly large-scale wedding she had planned. When someone asked if that might not be excessive, Eliana responded coldly. What would people think if the wedding of the Grand Ducal family were too shabby? Their finances allowed for a more splendid ceremony. When he said it was unnecessary extravagance, Eliana glared at Miles with an icy gaze. Finances were the business of the mistress of this mansion. There was no point being rude to her, but the finances had always been controlled by the Grand Duke, and afterward, the master had entrusted all management affairs entirely to him. The Grand Duchess Howard had no intention of backing down, but that had been before she arrived. You should not forget that she was the Grand Duchess. The young lady turned to the maid. It seemed Miles was tired, so Jane could take him away. The man froze in place, speechless. He could not believe they were treating him this way. Jane ignored his protests. His complexion looked poor, and he needed rest. This treasurer was frantically busy over property that did not even belong to him. It was almost amusing to watch. He ought to be investigated properly. They had been in the north for a week. They had sent word to the emperor condemning Duke Rosano. Yet in the capital, people said it was merely a joke brought about by the duke doting too much on his daughter. Furthermore, since no one had been injured, the authorities had no reason to punish the duke. A wave of anger surged in Eliana's chest. How cunning! Why make such excuses? Clearly, the emperor and her father had struck some kind of deal. The silence in the room was too obvious. The young lady looked up at her husband, wondering what was wrong with him. Flint looked at her nervously, his fingers twisting together, and began speaking in a trembling voice. He wanted to tell her the news, but had hesitated for a long time, unsure whether he should bring up the subject. It was said that Isabella Rosano had married Zaccardo's seventh prince in a ceremony held in Riengen. The young lady's voice became low and cold. So it had happened after all. Flint looked away and covered his mouth, making it difficult for Eliana to hear him clearly. They said Miss Isabella had died. The young lady's heart stopped beating. Her whole body trembled slightly, and she asked in a low voice what the cause of death had been. They said a fire had broken out for some unknown reason. The seventh prince had been nearby and was seriously injured. Eliana felt as though she were standing outside, listening to someone else's story. None of it felt real. They had found only one finger and identified her solely by the ring on it. Grand Duchess Howard's voice was cold and emotionless. So it had been that tragic. Isabella's voice still echoed in Eliana's mind, congratulating her on her marriage and sending a wedding gift. She imagined Isabella smiling. It was her favorite thing, so she asked Eliana to keep it safe. When Isabella shared the news that she had found a lover, her voice must have sounded like she was dreaming. Although he was a second son and could not become heir, he had earned a knighthood by his own efforts. Every one of her letters shone with joy and hope. She wrote about how wonderful he was, how kindly he treated her, and how she would live in love, just like Eliana. Not long after, the contents of the letters grew dark. In this life, Isabella had borne her sister's fate. Their father had ordered her to marry Zaccardo's seventh prince. How much she hated him, and how desperately she wanted to leave that place. Isabella had decided to run away with Sir Eden. They would go south, because he was from there. She would be happy, so Eliana could come find her. That was the last letter Eliana received from her younger sister. The pain was unbearable as she closed her eyes. In her previous life, Isabella had married Grand Duke Bern of the South. Although it had been a marriage of convenience, rumors said she had lived well and had been cherished. She should not have died at 17, sold off like that. It seemed that because Eliana had run away, Isabella had been forced to shoulder her misfortune. The atmosphere in the mansion remained cheerful, but Eliana could no longer be part of it. Why did no one grieve for her? Why did no one cry with her? Why was she the only one drowning in sorrow alone? The butler bowed and gave his report, but Grand Duchess Howard no longer cared about her own wedding. Over the past half hour, she had already listened several times to reports on the wedding's progress. Yet Grand Duchess Howard gave no response at all. That day, when Eliana heard the news of her younger sister's death, she seemed calm on the surface, even cold. But Flint immediately realized something was wrong with her. Flint Howard could not bear to watch the person he loved gradually lose her light. So he turned to Jane, wondering if there was any way to comfort her. Perhaps the fresh air in the blooming garden could cheer her up, but there were not many flowers now. Flowers? Flint could not help remembering one of their first awkward dates, which had taken place in a flower shop. By noon, Jane pulled the Grand Duchess away from her work and smilingly dragged her into the garden. Eliana did not understand why Jane was so happy or why she was in such a hurry until she looked into the distance. Her mouth fell open in surprise. Everything in the center of the garden gave off a fragrance and was planted with all kinds of flowers. Flint gently patted her shoulder and asked if she liked it. These were pink narcissi that grew only in the north. As soon as he saw her, he had immediately thought of them. In front of him, Miss Eliana could honestly say that she was having a hard time because they were husband and wife. Eliana lowered her head without realizing it. That meant he knew. She lightly touched a petal with her fingers. They were very beautiful, and their scent was pleasant. It would not have been easy to grow such a number of flowers. Flint must have hired an experienced mage. Somewhere nearby, a cheerful, boyish voice thanked her for the compliment. Eliana froze in surprise. She knew that voice. Albert Kasef. He was delighted to meet the two rulers of the North. Grand Duke Howard praised the young mage, saying he had done well. Albert said it was an honor to meet the two of them, who were famous for their romantic love. Eliana took a step forward and smiled. For her, it was the same. She was happy to meet Albert as well. It was truly wonderful to see him alive and safe. It was embarrassing to say, but he was still only a newcomer and did not have any special skills. Eliana laughed softly. He was too modest. She understood that magic on this scale was by no means something easily accomplished. Albert and Eliana exchanged pleasantries for too long, and Flint began to feel jealous. Jane noticed that Her Highness looked cheerful today, while Grand Duke Howard shot an annoyed look at her. However, he soon wilted, and Jane was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. The flowers were indeed very beautiful. Albert focused his power and added more flowers here and there. What is wrong with him? He had not intended to go this far. The young man glanced back uneasily. All three of them were watching his movements. A single smile from that young lady was enough to make his heart skip a beat. The moment he saw the madam, he could not stop. After some time, Albert was completely drained and finally finished. Eliana's sharp eyes did not miss his condition. She ordered the butler to prepare the best room for the mage. Albert was embarrassed about staying, but the young lady cut him off directly. She would accept no refusal. She had only recently arrived in the north and felt a little lonely. Could he stay and keep her company for a while? Albert was about to agree, but Grand Duke Howard's gloomy gaze stopped him. He repeated with emphasis that he could not stay for his wife's sake. The young mage hurriedly waved his hands. He was sorry, but he had urgent business to attend to. Besides, if she asked him to stay with a face like that, who here could refuse? The young couple kindly saw Albert off and hoped to meet again. Still feeling the pressure from Grand Duke Howard, Albert Kasef hurried away. After turning into an alley, he disappeared behind one of the doors. The place looked disreputable and run down. A man sitting in a chair was waiting for him. He had finally come. The man said he knew about the Magic Tower's evil deeds. What did that mean? The prince smiled coldly, but he looked impatient. He told him to sit down first. What he cared about more was whether Albert had considered his proposal. But the mage did not give a clear answer. He did not like being bound, and he had no intention of taking part in a struggle for the throne. Prince Marcel had no intention of backing down, so they would discuss that matter later. Did Albert know that the mages in the Magic Tower had begun researching black magic? The young mage gasped in surprise and asked whether he could prove what he had just said. If that was a lie, the Magic Tower would not let it pass. Marcel was willing to guarantee in the name of Zaccardo that it was true. A burning fury rose in Albert's chest. Who was that mage? The young man's impatience and emotionality began to irritate Prince Marcel, and he once again ordered him in a cold voice to sit down. Before giving an answer, he wanted an equally clear answer from Albert. Would the young mage agree to cooperate with him? By evening, Eliana was in such a gloomy mood that she had nearly forgotten they were friends. Prince Karras came to visit them, talking endlessly without ever seeming to stop. Flint Howard said proudly that he had not lifted a finger for the mansion's decorations. It was all his wife's accomplishment. No matter how close they were, Eliana was still angry. If the prince had informed them of his visit in advance, they could have received him properly. Prince Karras ignored the hint and laughed. There was no need for formality. He had only wanted to pay a quiet visit. When Grand Duke Howard called Eliana by name, she detected a trace of tension in his voice, though he tried to hide it. Prince Karras wanted to speak with him alone. Could she leave for a moment? Grand Duke Howard's voice changed subtly. Fine, then let them talk. After the door slammed shut, Flint Howard looked at his friend with interest and asked what he wanted to do. The prince handed him something. He wanted to give this to him. Grand Duke Howard could hardly believe his eyes. On the table before him was a box. His mother's remains. For what his late father had done, Karras sincerely asked for forgiveness. He was sorry. Although a long time had already passed, a bitter taste still rose in Flint's mouth. It seemed he had fallen into a difficult position. He had been accused of kidnapping. It was truly an unpleasant story. The emperor had offered him help at the time, but he refused. It was his family matter, and he could handle it himself. Dmitri Rosano had to be punished for attacking the Grand Duchess. Judging by the date on the marriage certificate, it had happened after they became husband and wife, so there was a formal reason. Grand Duke Howard could hardly believe his ears. How'd he know about this? There was a hint of slyness in the Emperor's eyes. Did he truly think there was anything in Biotech that he did not know? He should not forget that the Emperor's eyes and ears were everywhere. Flint bowed again. He thanked the Emperor for his concern, but still asked him not to interfere. He did not want to make the matter public. The old man agreed, saying that if the matter spread, the Grand Duchess would not be disgraced, and he valued her highly. But the Emperor also did not want to miss the chance to restrain Duke Rosano. Flint felt angry, yet he had no choice but to remain silent. The old man noticed his displeasure and decided to change the subject. He had once promised that when Flint married, he would give him his father's seal. As for his mother's remains, which had been sent from Zaccardo, he had also kept them all these years. A servant brought an engraved box before Flint. If he accepted this gift and refused further interference, the Emperor would personally handle the rest. For a moment, the man felt that he had never been so close to the thing he had long desired. Very well, he made his decision. It was his honor that the son of the glorious Emperor had personally guarded his parents' relics. If he could keep Grand Duke Howard's secret, Flint would gladly return to the north. Flint bowed deeply once more, while the Emperor burst into loud laughter. For some reason, he felt sick, as though a bucket of slops had been poured over him. With a touch of sadness, Flint gently ran his fingers over the carved details on the box containing his mother's ashes. Let him leave his gratitude in the past. The Biotech imperial family did not deserve it. Prince Karras came back to himself. There was a question he had been curious about for a long time. Why did Flint still call the ducal lady Miss Eliana? They had not held the wedding yet. The prince was shocked, but technically, they were already married. Were they truly sleeping in separate rooms? The young man choked. They were at the beginning of their relationship, even in their honeymoon period. Flint sighed heavily. He regretted not telling her sooner, but they were not in that kind of relationship. Eliana did not love him. She had chosen Flint in order to escape Duke Rosano, but he still did not know the reason. For the first time, Prince Karras wondered whether his friend's mind was working properly. Would she risk being beaten half to death by her father for that sort of reason? In other words, why would she choose marriage as the way to escape her father? If she had simply run away without marrying, would Duke Rosano have beaten her like that? The Grand Duchess had risked her life to come to Flint's side, and he said that was not love. Flint seemed to receive a sudden revelation. In just an instant, everything in his mind became completely clear. Karras was right. After meeting his friend, he immediately went to find his wife. Eliana greeted him with a smile, as always. She said she was bored, but the mage had already left, and he himself had decided to come, keep her company. A faint blush rose on the young lady's cheeks. He had actually taken her words so seriously. Grand Duke Howard truly wished he had realized this sooner. Before leaving, his friend had asked him a question, because he still had not heard the most important thing. Did Flint love Eliana? The young man's response had been ambiguous. Prince Karras raised a suspicious eyebrow, hoping that the next time they met, his friend would be able to answer that question. Clearly, Eliana was happy that he was there. If he had come to find her, then she ought to thank Albert for leaving. Now that Grand Duke Howard understood his own feelings, an exhilarating sensation spread through his chest. At last, the day Eliana had long awaited arrived. The day of her wedding. The young lady was surrounded by slight nervousness, but she did not show it. Her joy was stronger. Miss Veronica could not help letting out an admiring sigh. She looked far too lovely. Eliana was grateful that her friend could come. Her support gave Eliana even more confidence. Today's Eliana was even more beautiful than the Empress, who was called the beauty of the century. If His Grace saw her like this, he would surely fall in love all over again. Grand Duchess Howard smiled with satisfaction. She truly hoped he would. The young lady was satisfied with everything the servants and organizers had prepared for the wedding. At last, her dream had come true. Now, it was time for the ceremony. Eliana appeared perfectly calm. Jane was even a little surprised. She had thought the young lady would be at least somewhat nervous. Grand Duke Howard was smiling brilliantly, perhaps because they were already married. The chapel doors opened, and Flint's heartbeat began to quicken. Eliana took her first step, slowly moving from shadow into light. The man's eyes widened in astonishment. She was like a goddess revealing herself to mortals. Her slightly dramatic eye shape, her gently upturned nose, her slightly parted lips and most importantly, her pink hair, all of it made Flint's heart tighten painfully. For an instant, the young man forgot who he was and where he was, and a shy blush rose to his cheeks. Eliana's smile belonged to him alone, and Flint dared swear that in that moment, his heart stopped beating. The guest could not help exclaiming in admiration. One only had to look at his Grace's expression to know. He was enchanted by her. The young man stood before the altar. Flint eagerly wanted to touch Eliana's soft hand. Marco waited for their approval. Eliana could not believe that the thing she had looked forward to most in her life was now about to happen. The priest handed 2 small lamps to the young couple, and Flint and Eliana reverently accepted them. A benevolent smile bloomed on Marco's face. The wedding ceremony began. Eliana knew that there was a bond between her and Flint, one strong and unbreakable, and today they would strengthen it through this ceremony. Then, the 2 children of God would accept each other as life partners. The bridegroom and bride would swear before God to love each other forever. Then, did the bridegroom swear to love his wife forever? Flint's gentle gaze did not leave Eliana for even a second as he swore. When the bride swore to love her bridegroom forever, the words of agreement were as sweet as honey on Eliana's tongue. When Flint placed the ring on her finger, his hand trembled slightly, and the young lady was deeply moved. Slowly, his face drew closer to hers. She felt his hot breath brush her cheek. A moment later, the young man suddenly pressed his lips to hers. Grand Duchess Howard barely had time to react. Before she could grow used to it, Flint left her lips with a soft laugh. The young lady let out a small breath, startled. Eliana realized that the wedding ceremony was complete and that they were now officially husband and wife in every sense. The thought filled her heart with a warm, weightless flutter. She would spend her life with this man. The guests discussed the wedding. It was hard to believe that Grand Duke and Grand Duchess Howard had planned the wedding together. One lady praised the decorations endlessly. She, too, was preparing her son's wedding. She would have to take careful note. The wedding cake was displayed on the main table. It was so tall that some guests' mouths fell open in surprise. The newlyweds lifted the large knife together and cut the first slice of cake. Soon, every guest received a portion of their own. The taste of the dessert was unforgettable. Music, joy, and dancing. Not a single person shed tears at the celebration. Eliana was happy to feel Flint's strong, steady arm around her waist, and happy to see the light shining in his eyes, which were full of love. Only welcome guests were present at the wedding, and the young lady could speak with them to her heart's content, which improved her mood even more. Flint called her over and apologized for interrupting the conversation. Now is time to receive the guests' congratulations. Aiden Cartray offered greetings to His Noble Highness the Grand Duke, as well as to Her Noble Highness the Grand Duchess, together with his wife and daughter. He was honored to witness the marriage of the Howards. Their family had prepared a modest gift for their wedding, and little Monica came forward holding a box. The girl awkwardly introduced herself, saying her name was Monica Cartray. This was a brooch she had designed herself. May it bring prosperity to the North and to their love. Grand Duchess Howard gratefully accepted the gift from the girl's trembling hands. It was touching that Monica wanted to bless her in her husband's love. It was a very beautiful brooch. She could feel Monica's taste in it. She would gladly wear it. After hearing the words of thanks, Monica finally relaxed and smiled happily. Watching the congratulatory scene from the side, Prince Karis whistled in surprise. Was this not the Grand Duchess's first time sitting at the main table and receiving congratulations? Yet she looked as though she had long been accustomed to it. Unlike the boring and closed-off Flint, confidence showed through her graceful movements and natural smile. Every guest wanted to exchange a few words with the newly appointed Grand Duchess, but Flint stopped them rudely. Eliana was surprised. She was not tired at all. To her, every conversation was quite brief. She raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked in a low voice whether the powerful Lord of the North was already tired. She still had plenty of energy. The young man looked at the guests again. Perhaps the conversations were not short, but they were not worth dragging out too long either. Karis could hardly stop himself from laughing. Flint simply could not tolerate any ceremonial small talk. His weary voice rang out in the hall from time to time. Next, next, next. Eliana could hardly stop herself from laughing. Her husband's reaction seemed far too amusing to her. Near sunset, the reception of guests ended, and a huge mountain of gifts had already piled up in the corner of the hall. By the time the guests left, however, the sky was completely dark, and Eliana sighed wearily. She was so tired she could fall asleep right now. Jane asked her to endure a little longer. Tonight was her wedding night. She and Countess Adele had personally decorated the bedroom. Eliana would certainly like it. Eliana had a strange premonition that made her uneasy. Jane opened the bedroom door for her with great excitement, as though it were her own room. Remembering what the bedroom had looked like before, Eliana could hardly believe they had managed to turn it into this decadent nest. Standing beside her, Jane was almost jumping with joy. This was how they had transformed it. She and Countess Adele had poured their hearts into the design. Eliana trembled almost with anger and strode toward the bed. She grabbed the bed curtain and yanked hard. Jane froze in place. This was not the reaction she had expected. As her mistress tore the bed curtains into shreds, the young maid tried with all her might to stop her. Countess Adele had originally wanted to buy this curtain, but had not done so because the price was too high. She had dragged the madam into this as well, and now they needed to choose some bed sheets quickly before His Grace arrived. The maid had only been gone for a few minutes, yet this had already happened. No, Jane, try to wake her. Your Grace, tonight is your wedding night. You must wake up. Jane touched her shoulder and shook her gently. Flint, who had entered Eliana's bedroom almost without a sound, stopped her. There was no need to wake her. At the sound of her beloved's voice, Eliana woke almost immediately. As the young couple spoke in low voices, Jane hurriedly withdrew. Eliana still looked exhausted and sleepy. She would feel better if she drank some water. Feeling a warm hand touch her body, Eliana opened her eyes in surprise. Grand Duke Howard was bent down in front of her, beginning to massage her feet. If he rubbed her feet like this, her fatigue would fade faster. The young woman felt a little shy. It felt pleasant, but for some reason it was also embarrassing. They stayed silent for a while, which only deepened the awkwardness. At last, Flint gathered his courage and spoke. He wanted to ask her permission. Could he call her Leah? Seeing the surprised expression on Eliana's face, the young man explained that he wanted to be closer to her than he was now. For a moment, the young woman did not understand. But for two people bound together by marriage, what could be closer than this? When he heard her agree, Flint was so happy he felt as if he might fly away. Then he told her to call him by his name as well. He hoped she would use a more affectionate form of address, because his name sounded too stiff. The young woman called her husband by his name with a faint shyness, and Flint answered her happily. When they had been in the North, he had thought about it many times. If one day he fell in love with someone, it would certainly be her. He awkwardly spread his arms to both sides, and as it turned out, he had been right. The young woman turned her gaze to his left hand. Seeing the ring, there felt both unfamiliar and pleasing. When the man confessed that he loved her, his voice was filled with sincerity. The vow he had made when he took her as his wife would be kept until death. There were many confessions of love in the world, but no sweet words were more precious than that vow, because Eliana had not doubted his sincerity for even a moment, and she wanted to answer him in kind. She loved him too. The lovers intertwined their fingers. She too would love only him. Even if the words of love she spoke did not fully match the feelings in her heart, she still kissed her husband passionately. Morning sunlight shone into Eliana's eyes and woke her. She rolled lazily in bed and gradually came fully awake. The young woman sighed regretfully. In the end, she had fallen asleep after all. Flint came out of the bathroom and looked at her with a strange expression, asking whether she had slept well. Following his gaze, the young woman looked down and only then realized that she was completely naked. Memories of last night rushed back, and Eliana wrapped herself in the blanket in embarrassment. The young man apologized clumsily. It seemed he had gone a little too far last night, but the young woman had no desire to accept his apology. It was the most natural thing in the world between husband and wife. Although she repeatedly assured him that everything was fine, Flint still worried excessively over her condition, even suggesting that they call a doctor. Eliana waved her hands awkwardly again, but everything was fine. In truth, it was not fine. Wherever the young woman went, she seemed as if she might lose power and collapse. Jane's voice was full of concern. Her Grace the Grand Duchess seemed extremely exhausted. Eliana held her forehead. Perhaps she should rest for a while. The maid escorted her mistress back to the bedroom, then left her alone. The other girls were all waiting outside the door, each of their eyes full of questions. Jane nodded solemnly, and the maids instantly let out delighted little screams. It seemed the two of them truly had spent an extraordinarily passionate night together. They were the protagonists of the most famous love story in Biotech, after all. Could they really hear good news soon? After some time, Flint came to see his wife. Marquis Sicklyman and his wife were waiting for them in the drawing room. Eliana still felt tired. She slowly remembered. These two were people from the northern coast. Isaac and Sarah governed the entire north in Grand Duke Howard's place whenever he was absent. In other words, they were the people he trusted most. Lady Eliana noticed that Flint seemed comfortable with them. When asked how matters in the south were progressing, the couple looked at each other in disappointment. The truth was that Duke Barn had sent Prince Pavleska to them. Prince Pavleska. Of course, Eliana had known of him in her previous life. Pavleska was Emperor Leopold's illegitimate son, whom Duke Rosano had brought into the imperial palace while Karis was missing. After his relationship to the emperor was confirmed, Pavleska began receiving the education of a crown prince. However, 1 year after the return of the war hero Karis, who had been believed dead, the situation changed. How could an illegitimate child whose mother's identity was unknown be entered into the imperial family register? He also questioned the accuracy of the test results. Rather than that, he would sooner believe that his stepmother had given birth to his son. As one might imagine, Prince Karis did not like the person who had replaced him. He began openly showing his intention to push out his half-brother, and Pavleska's position grew more and more unstable. In the end, under the pretext that he could not adapt to life in the imperial palace, he was sent to Duke Barn in the Southern Territory. So the South had already done all it could. Now it was the North's turn. Even Flint himself had not expected this. Eliana sighed sadly. He had nothing to apologize for, since the younger son had already exiled her half-brother. Leon might be confused, but Prince Karis did not hate Prince Pavleska. But Eliana knew that things were not so simple. What about the Emperor himself? His Majesty adored Prince Karis so much that he had even made his healthy second wife unable to bear children. If something might harm Prince Karis, he would surely oppose it. Even if that person was his son as well, would he not? She was right. Karis had sent his younger brother to the south only because he was worried for his safety. They did not necessarily have to raise him themselves. They could choose another family. However, Eliana did not intend to back down. No, they would take him in. If they refused, everyone would think it was because of her. If she opposed it firmly, they could send him back then. She was Eliana Rosano, which meant she had to bear part of the responsibility for her father's greed. A child had been torn from the world where he had lived peacefully with his mother, thrown beneath the weight of pressure and hostility, and then molded into a hero. Everything was Duke Dmitri Rosano's fault. Eliana began to feel a little irritated with her husband. He simply kept apologizing. The young woman was unsure of only one thing: how they should welcome this young prince. They needed to think about it together. After an intense discussion, the newlywed couple decided on a plan. Flint would convey everything to the servants. As she looked at her man, however, an entirely different thought rose in Eliana's mind. She was hardly listening to what he said. She wanted to ask whether Flint wished to become emperor. In her previous life, after the South, the next family entrusted with raising the imperial illegitimate child Pavleska Biotech had been the Rosano family. In order to control the young prince, her father killed the boy's mother, and Eliana did not even want to remember what had happened afterward. After Prince Karis lost the right of succession for some reason, Pavleska reappeared in society under Duke Rosano's protection. By the time he appeared, he was no longer the kind and sincere boy he had been in childhood. He became the crown prince, and the throne had effectively become his as well. Prince Pavleska killed his elder brother in front of everyone. The scene was bloody and chilling. What had he done in Biotech? A man who killed his brother could not become emperor. Pavleska's voice was full of contempt. Why would he need the throne? He only wanted revenge against the brother who had taken everything from him. The throne had never interested him, and now it was Dmitri Rosano's turn. The young man shouted loudly to everyone present. He pointed his finger at that man. It was Duke Rosano who had framed his elder brother Karis and turned him into a puppet in an attempt to seize the throne. Now, he had to be punished as a traitor. Duke Rosano had thought Pavleska would never know that he was the one who had killed his mother. The emperor had never forgotten, not for a moment, that he was the root of his misfortune. Let him disappear. He did not even leave his name in history. After Prince Karis died, his supporters gathered around Flint Howard once again, and so he had no choice but to appear before Emperor Pavleska. The young man accepted his death coldly and indifferently because he was waiting for the person who would kill him in the future. After Flint Howard eliminated Pavleska, he destroyed the entire Rosano family as well. Then he ascended the throne and became emperor himself, a future in which Flint Howard became emperor and the Rosano family vanished. That future was actually so desirable. But now, Eliana had begun to think differently. Even if he wanted to become emperor, he would not take that path. She would not stain the person she loved. She would take revenge with her own hands. A rustling sound from the nearby bushes pulled her back to reality. The branches of the shrub trembled, and a furry creature with yellow eyes leaped out. The cat looked straight at Eliana, as if it wanted to tell her something. With a soft meow, the animal jumped into the young woman's arms. Grand Duchess Howard smiled and stroked the purring little creature. How adorable it was. From somewhere to the side came a willful voice. "Where is Cheese?" Eliana guessed that must be the kitten's name. The bushes rustled again, but this time a person emerged from them. A smile bloomed on the boy's face. So it was here. It could not just run around like this. However, the moment he saw the mistress of the estate, the little boy became uneasy. The woman holding his pet looked gentle, but at the same time, she made him feel anxious. A faint smile rose at Eliana's lips, and Grand Duchess Howard greeted Prince Pavleska. Eliana remembered hearing that the prince was about 12 years old, yet he was even smaller than she had imagined. Had he been starved? The boy refused the cake. Shaking his head fiercely, Pavleska lowered his shoulders. He was not a prince. There was no need to call him that. But several years had already passed since he had been recognized as a prince. It was time he grew accustomed to the title. In the South, no one had called him that, and the name Pavleska was not used either. She could call him Pavel. When asked whether the boy wanted to be called by a nickname, he became shy. His name was Pavel, not Pavleska. He had left the imperial palace and given up his right of succession. The title of prince was too heavy for him. It seemed he had been greatly suppressed in the South and raised to be humble. That was precisely the crown prince's plan. There was a knock at the door, and Flint entered. But he was not alone. Judging by the way the boy addressed her, the girl's name was Charlotte. Her voice sounded angry. She had clearly told him to wait quietly. How had he run all the way here? The boy explained awkwardly. Cheese had run away. Charlotte raised her voice. She had strictly forbidden him from wandering around alone, yet he had disobeyed her again. The woman took the boy's hand and bowed. Charlotte Kisef, Pavela's guardian. Charlotte lowered her head in greeting and expressed her deep gratitude that they were willing to take in her and Pavel. Then the girl hesitated, as though she found it difficult to speak, and both Eliana and Flint had questions in their eyes. Pavel had been assigned a room in the main building. She thanked the Howard family for their generosity, but for her and Pavel, the annex would be enough. Pavleska stood beside her with his head lowered. He looked worried and uneasy, but had no intention of interrupting. The room in the main building had been arranged for the prince's safety. His Highness's safety was directly linked to the peace of the North, so please allow him to stay in the main building. For some reason, the guardian sounded somewhat displeased when she agreed, but Eliana ignored it and simply suggested that they go rest. When the boy saw his room, his mouth fell open in surprise. It was his first time seeing such a spacious and bright room. The boy excitedly tugged on Charlotte's hand, which displeased her. Joy shone on his face. This place was even better than his room in the imperial palace. The girl's face twisted. She gripped his hand tightly. Pavleska felt pain and fell silent in fear. Then Charlotte abruptly shook off his hand, pulling her own away from the boy's grasp, and walked forward. The girl plopped down on the sofa and looked around the room in disbelief, wondering what exactly they intended to do. In a cold voice, she ordered the boy to come to her side. Pavel's legs began to tremble. Pavleska hesitantly and timidly sat beside his guardian, and the two of them sat in tense silence for a while. Then the girl clumsily patted the boy's head, regretting that she had shouted at him. Pavleska, who had never received affection, was happy to receive even the slightest bit of it. It was all right. He understood why. Charlotte's expression changed subtly. She let out a heavy sigh and pulled the boy into her arms. Charlotte Kasef, the eldest daughter of Grand Duke Barn, had left her family after discovering her magical abilities, just like Albert. It was said that her talent was extremely great, and she had become a direct disciple of the master of the magic tower himself. She called herself the prince's guardian. Was this a request from a mage or a favor? In her previous life, Charlotte Kasef had been a true dark horse. Eliana pleasantly drank the first sip of her favorite tea and raised her eyes to the woman. Charlotte, sitting across from her, looked nervous, which was precisely what she wanted to convey. She lowered her head slightly in respect, but her voice was cold. Pavel had rejected the name Pavleska and also rejected his title. Therefore, as his guardian, she requested that he be treated as an ordinary child. Pavel should not become used to special treatment. That was not his right. The crown prince would point out his path for him in the future. He might no longer be a prince, but he had to become accustomed to the position of a noble. At the Howard estate, the prince's situation would be different from how it had been in the south. She only hoped Pavel would not be hurt by it. Eliana revealed a kind smile. She had no children and merely felt lonely, so Charlotte did not need to worry. Eliana would care for him as if he were her own son. The guardian was confused. She had accepted because she thought Pavel was adorable. However, there's only a 9-year difference between them, so calling him her son was truly strange. The maids had all been charmed by the blond boy. He was so beautiful that dressing him up was a pleasure. Pavel enjoyed the attention he received in the estate, but it also made him uneasy, and each time he would find an excuse to explain that he was not a prince. At last, the preparations were complete, and everything was ready. The clothes and hairstyle transformed the boy. Now, he truly looked like a noble, worthy of his status. Grand Duchess Howard praised the maids who would serve the prince from now on. A gentle smile rose at the young woman's lips. Pavleska now truly looked like His Highness Prince Karis. Fear appeared on the boy's face, and he corrected her again in a trembling voice. His name was Pavel, but even without the right of succession, a prince was still a prince, and the name bestowed by the emperor could not be rejected either. However, if he allowed them to use his nickname, they would call him Prince Pavel. The boy's spirits lifted. Then they could do that. Eliana clapped her hands in satisfaction. Then she had something else to do. He should come with her. She would introduce his teachers to him. Baron Wells bowed to the prince in greeting. From today onward, he would teach His Highness political science. Pavel felt awkward. He had never had teachers arranged for him before. But that was not all. She turned her gaze to Jane and asked whether Viscountess Sullivan had arrived. Prince Pavel would also have a literature teacher, Viscountess Sullivan. Teachers entered the hall one after another. A history teacher, a law teacher, and many others. Both Pavel and Charlotte were utterly bewildered, not knowing how to react. After Pavel's first lesson began, Eliana and Charlotte went out the door. Charlotte said unhappily that she wanted to discuss something. If it was about Pavel's studies, she only needed to ignore it. Eliana convinced herself of this, and sure enough, the conversation was indeed about Pavel's studies. But the girl's eyes lit up as she asked whether swordsmanship lessons could be added to his curriculum. Eliana froze in surprise. She had expected attacks and anger, not delight. Well, that was no problem. A few days later, Pavel was already holding a sword in his hands. Though it was a wooden sword, Pavel's stance was unsteady, and he did not know much. Yet the boy's eyes were shining. This was something Eliana had not expected. She had originally thought Charlotte would oppose his training. I hope Pavel can live like an ordinary child, unaware of the complexities of the world. But ignorance sometimes becomes not only a weakness, but also a threat. Eliana had never imagined she would hear her own thoughts from the mouth of this girl who had opposed her from the very beginning. So as she stood side by side with Charlotte, she felt a certain connection and understanding forming between them. After swordsmanship came etiquette lessons. Pavel's body was tired from training, so his steps were not very steady. He stood up straight and waited for Eliana's evaluation. The young woman was silent for a while, looking at him with an assessing gaze as she thought, and an embarrassed blush rose on Pavel's cheeks. Grand Duchess Howard gently adjusted the boy's shoulders. He was hunching too much. He should not clench his hands so tightly. It was better to relax. Pavel clumsily defended himself, saying that he did it unconsciously. Eliana waved her hand and had the boy walk to the end of the room again. The boy turned around, his eyes full of admiration and anticipation. He clumsily tried to ask a question, but became shy and hesitated. Eliana waited patiently. Would Pavel become like his Grace the Grand Duke? Lady Eliana smiled gently at the boy. Of course, Prince Pavel was noble by birth, and since he studied so hard, he would certainly become the most graceful prince in the world. Jane came at just the right time. Perhaps she could also make this matter proceed smoothly, and perhaps one day it would be useful. Pavel tried to read, but his attention was too scattered, and he often became distracted. After turning a page, he looked up at Eliana. Surprisingly, the young woman did not understand what he was saying, so she asked again. The boy indicated the cat in her arms with his eyes. Cheese was extremely timid. It would even run away from Charlotte. This was the first time he had seen it act like this. Eliana gently stroked the soft fur with her hand. It seemed animals all liked her. Even ferocious hounds or wild horses would become docile beside her. That horse had even once tried to kick His Highness Prince Karis. Pavel left. Perhaps the animals understood that she was beautiful. Grand Duchess Howard laughed softly. What he had just said was exactly like His Highness. They truly were brothers. From the boy's reaction, Eliana guessed that he wanted to ask her that question again, but was too shy. His voice was very quiet. Flint was like an elder brother to him, and she was his elder brother's wife, which meant she should treat him like a younger brother as well. The young woman parted her lips in surprise, but this boy was clever. Pavel had already gone farther than she had been able to explain. That meant Pavel could call her elder sister. Those words made the boy feel a kind of pleasure he had never known before. The days passed peacefully. Pavel studied diligently and obediently followed the teacher's instructions. When the boy began calling Eliana not just sister, but Sister Leah, that incident happened. This time, there were more monsters than usual. Adele had requested reinforcements, so it seemed Flint had to go. Unlike the peaceful capital, the North frequently encountered monsters. Whenever the seasons changed and food became scarce, they would always come down from mountains. Hunting and eliminating the monsters that regularly invaded the territory was one of Grand Duke Howard's primary duties. When he said he would set out, concern for her husband quietly arose in Eliana's heart for the first time. He only intended to go check the situation, so he would return in about 2 days, but he could not fully guarantee it. He asked Leah to look after the estate in his place. Soon, Flint finished preparing and departed, and the young woman saw him off with love. She sank tiredly into a chair, finally able to rest for a while. Not a single day had passed peacefully. It was difficult even to go to bed without worries. Memories of last night returned to her mind on their own, Flint leaning over her, murmuring low in her ear. Her hair had been damp with sweat, her cheeks flushed. Just a little more. Thoughts that were not very dignified filled the young woman's mind, and she fell silent. Duchess Howard shook her head, though this was her own fault too, because she had not refused him. It had felt far too good. Moreover, if her husband was that strong, it could only be better for her, and it meant the chance of conceiving a child was higher. Speaking of which, the political science lesson should be taking place now. Should you go take a look? She listened closely. Voices came from behind the door. It seemed the lesson had already begun. Jane felt that something was wrong. The atmosphere seemed somewhat tense. Should she announce that her Grace the Grand Duchess was about to enter? Eliana immediately grew serious. No, it was better to wait a little longer. His Highness should be wiser. The boy defended himself in shame, but the Grand Duchess had said he was clever. But that was not what the teacher meant. He was too short-sighted. He must never forget the grace of the sun. Pavel looked up at the man, his gaze full of fear and tension. Of course, he would not forget. He had to engrave that into his very bones and live like a dead man. That was all Mr. Wells could teach him, and that was precisely why the Grand Duchess had entrusted his political education to him. The door was shoved open with a bang. Eliana's furious voice rang out. No, she had ordered him to teach the child politics, yet he had taught the prince to live like a dead man. She had never intended Baron Wells to teach him such a thing. Surprisingly, he understood her intentions even better than she did herself. The man stepped back in fear, unsure how to answer. He soon realized that the only thing he could do now was apologize over and over. Eliana ignored the man, trembling with terror, and turned her gaze to the boy, asking whether His Highness would like to go to the garden with Charlotte. Pavel's frightened expression instantly turned into a smile. Of course he would. The boy disappeared through the doorway, running cheerfully toward the garden. Good. Now Baron Wells had to say whose orders he had followed in doing such a thing. Lady Eliana suspected that he had not acted of his own will. The man's expression tightened, even seeming afraid, but he had no intention of answering. Why was he silent? Was this truly that person's will? Judging from Baron Wells's reaction, Eliana had struck the mark. The man shouted hysterically. No, it was Crown Prince Karas's order. Crown Prince Karas had said His Highness must not harbor empty ambitions. She should understand his intent. A scorching anger slowly rose in Eliana's chest. There was one more question. Why had he secretly used her name? The young woman looked at him with contempt, wondering whether he had forgotten that she was the Grand Duchess of this country. She would have to inform the Crown Prince that Baron Wells had dared impersonate a member of the imperial family. For that, his property should be confiscated and his title stripped away. The Baron's voice grew shrill with fear. He was sorry. He had shown her the utmost disrespect. Yes, he had indeed been extremely rude to her. Just now, he had been so arrogant toward the Grand Duchess who had come to the north. Perhaps that, too, was a kind of local snobbery. She would inform the young prince that the Baron had been dismissed. And the reason for his dismissal was that the Grand Duchess did not forgive rudeness. Realizing that Grand Duchess Howard had already shown him mercy, Baron Wells repeatedly thanked her for her generosity. Eliana did not answer and walked toward the exit. Ever since she was young, her father had confined her education to etiquette and culture. She had been forbidden from showing interest in any other field. After all, she was no longer a young lady, so she did not need to know such things. Thus, Duke Rosano had raised her into an ignorant and obedient doll. Perhaps for the same reason, in her previous life, he had not allowed Pavel to receive a full education. She did not want to become someone like her father. At last, after several long days, Flint Howard returned to the estate. Love shone in Eliana's eyes. She was glad her husband had come back safely. The monster had not been dangerous enough to require Flint's personal intervention, but something must have happened. The gloomy expression on his wife's face did not escape his keen eyes. Eliana's gaze told him they were about to have a long conversation. Baron Wells, the political science teacher, had turned out to be Prince Karas's man. Flint was shocked, but what order had Prince Karas given him? Sorrow welled in the young woman's eyes. He had said His Highness should live like a dead man. Grand Duke Howard frowned. The young woman was glad her husband agreed with her view. She continued, saying that she had never told him to teach such a thing, but Flint's words left her frozen in shock. Flint Howard avoided her gaze, yet explained firmly that this was exactly the quality Pavel needed. Had the child not yet learned that from being trampled in the palace? This would only make the weak prince suffer even more humiliation. Flint tried to soften his voice, but Lady Eliana did not want to listen. Enough. Do not defend a crown prince in front of her anymore. Grand Duke Howard nodded submissively. Fine. Then they would change the subject. He wanted to talk about Pavel's upbringing. The man fell silent for a while, trying to organize his thoughts. Eliana had probably noticed it too. The more Pavel grew, the more attention he drew, not only from Prince Karas, but also from the Emperor. Did he truly mean to say Pavel was in danger? They could protect him. Eliana's voice cut off abruptly because she suddenly understood. Her husband simply did not want to go against the Emperor's will. Flint did not even try to prove her wrong. This change in her husband left Eliana speechless for a moment. She let out a heavy breath and rose from the sofa. It did not matter. If he would not do it, she would. Whether it was the crown prince, the emperor, or anyone else, no one would dare touch the Howard estate. In her private room, Eliana called for the headmaid. There was something she wanted to ask of Carol. There was a servants' meeting tonight, was there not? Determination filled Lady Eliana's eyes, and her voice was very firm. Then have him announce it there. She was looking for the deep blue flower of trust, and she wished to obtain it only from its true guardian. Breakfast continued quietly in the usual atmosphere, but it was far too silent. There was only the sound of cutlery clinking and forks scraping against plates. Throughout the entire meal, the couple did not say a single word. Eliana's heart was heavy as she silently watched her husband, thinking of him. Flint Howard pretended not to notice her persistent gaze, and slowly ate his breakfast. The young woman closed her eyes, leaned back in her chair, and shook her head. She put down her utensils. At that moment, Flint asked in a casual tone whether she had finished eating. Eliana rose from the table. She had no appetite, and ever since that day, she had been unable to look him in the eye. She had not entered the marital bedroom for several days. No, she was not disappointed in him. It was just that whenever she saw him, her heart ached. Why did he and Pavel both have to live as quietly as possible, keeping themselves lower than blades of grass. Late at night, Grand Duchess Howard could not sleep. Heavy thoughts pressed down on her heart like a burden. Estina leaped onto the balcony as lightly as a cat. This time, the lady was not surprised by her appearance either. If she had said she would come to see Eliana after several days, then the young woman was indeed quite surprised. Estina apologized awkwardly. After all, she was a busy person, and she was glad the lady understood. The mercenary jumped down from the balcony railing and quickly approached Lady Eliana, but Grand Duchess Howard was not frightened at all. A gleam flashed in the young woman's eyes. But how had she known Estina was the leader of the Asta Guild? Eliana had said she wanted to meet the guild leader, so Estina had come. She was not a substitute for the guild leader. The young woman put on a smile and laughed it off, but inwardly she tensed. It seemed Grand Duchess Howard did not want to talk about that matter. Speaking of which, she was curious what matter required personally contacting the guild leader. The task was simple. Find the rats in the Howard estate, and if possible, bring evidence. Eliana said it as though it were easy, but she had to understand that it absolutely was not. Grand Duchess Howard spread her arms to either side. That was why she had sought out Estina. The young woman liked those words and laughed. In the name of Asta, they would drag out every last rat. Finally, the mercenary asked the young woman whether she had lost the token. Eliana opened her palm. The hairpin lay within it. Soon, a branch of Asta would appear in the north. She could go there, show the token, and then she would have a chance to meet her. Also, she paused meaningfully for a long time. Tonight, she should go to the marital bedroom. It was not good to leave her husband alone every night. Eliana was surprised to discover that Flint truly slept in the marital bedroom every night. When she walked there with her heart pounding, she indeed saw the familiar figure, though that figure looked terribly dejected. Hearing the door creak, Flint lifted his head hopefully. Guilt stirred in Eliana's heart, and she awkwardly asked how long he had been there. The young man immediately perked up. He had only just arrived, hoping she would stay there tonight. Her husband seemed to have fallen asleep, but Eliana herself could not close her eyes. Sleeping together did make her feel somewhat better, but it was still a little forced. However, when those strong, solid arms wrapped around her waist, that thought was quickly forgotten. The fingers of those same hands gently pressed against her chin and turned her face toward him. No wonder people said that quarrels between husband and wife were useless. The next day, Eliana finally received the report. So they really had been embezzling money. She had known there was something wrong here. However, the amount was far larger than she had imagined. Was Miles truly so bold? This Miles was a member of the Howard estate, so it seemed the watchdog had bitten its master. However, saying he had bitten them was not quite appropriate. Eliana looked at Estina in confusion. The young woman's slender, calloused finger traced over the accounts, letting her clearly see the flow of funds. In this situation, the more accurate way to put it was that they had been sold out entirely. But that was not all. There would soon be a list. Eliana was quite surprised. So quickly? The mercenary sneered proudly. These people were extremely careless. They did not even try to hide it. Instead, they collected and shared information openly. To be honest, that was probably because of their confidence. Other than her, who would dare touch them? Eliana smiled proudly as well. She would take that as a compliment. Still, she might not be interested in this, but Estina told her just in case. This organization was called Clover. Across all of Biotech, they were the eyes and ears of the only living spy network. Around noon, Charlotte invited Grand Duchess Howard to tea, saying there was an urgent matter. Usually, she would take Pavel with her, but since it was Lady Eliana, she could feel at ease. The young woman assured her that they would take good care of the boy, so Charlotte could leave without worry. The young woman had few belongings, so she was ready quickly and soon left the Howard estate. Pavel said he wanted to see her off. Several hours later, the boy, exhausted after harsh training, fell asleep in the training room. He snored quietly in a soft chair when a figure silently entered the room. The mysterious person approached the boy quickly and soundlessly, raising a dagger above his head. A cold voice full of contempt stopped the maid, who had been walking through the estate in broad daylight, as if nothing were wrong. It seemed her Grace's words had been true. Countess Adele had arrived in time. The infiltrator disguised as a maid immediately hid the dagger in her skirt. What was the matter? She had only been about to visit the prince's room. With a sharp and precise strike, Countess Adele knocked the weapon from the mercenary's hand. The weapon skidded across the tiles with a piercing shriek. The woman's anger knew no bounds. How dare she? At that time, Eliana was peacefully enjoying the hours before evening. Cheese was purring in her lap. Grand Duchess Howard called Jane and asked her to bring her favorite tea. A few minutes later, that unusual fragrance filled the room. Jane was surprised and asked whether something had happened, because Eliana had always treasured the last gift Miss Isabella had left her. Eliana shrugged. She especially wanted to drink it today, because today was the day they swept those annoying rats out of the house. So she would say whose orders she had followed in arranging all of this. The spy disguised as a maid had nearly lost consciousness. Her entire outfit was stained with blood. She slowly raised her head and looked at Countess Adele with contempt, but said nothing. The woman growled. They had tortured her for hours and still gotten no result. Oliver sighed. Even torture could not make her speak. She was the most troublesome one. It would be best to lock her up first and wait for the Grand Duke's orders. Eliana did not let him finish. There was no need. Oliver and Adele had not noticed her appearance at all, because the lady had entered the room too quietly. Lady Eliana should not see such a bloody scene. Why was she here? They had to hurry and take the criminal away. She sat down in a nearby chair. She was fine. Let them continue. What had they done? Had there been any results? After being tortured, the mercenary had not revealed who was behind her, but Eliana was not interested in that. What she cared about more was who had allowed the mercenary into the duchy. In a gloomy voice, she assured the young woman that as long as she admitted that, her life would be spared. Countess Adele did not agree with Grand Duchess Howard's words, but Eliana ordered her to remain silent. She had already understood that they could not force words out of the maid. In that case, it would be better to achieve their goal through leniency. As long as she said only that, Grand Duchess Howard would not ask her anything else. It was that simple. After speaking with Grand Duchess Howard for only a few minutes, the young woman's mouth opened. Now, what echoed through the torture chamber was no longer a single scream, but several. At least she now knew who had sent them. Some cried out from the pain, while others still had the strength for anger. When he learned that Grand Duchess Howard had dared violate them, he would not spare her. Not a single muscle moved on the young woman's face. Was that all he wanted to say? Up until now, words like that had helped him. And in truth, both they and the person behind them had clearly underestimated the Howard family far too much. Countess Adele looked at her mistress in surprise, but did not utter a word. Seeing such a cruel sight without any surprise at all, where had she learned these methods of torture? Eliana did not care who was behind them. She cared about only one thing: who had betrayed the Howard family. The front door creaked heavily shut, and Grand Duke Howard stood in the doorway, clearly furious beyond measure. Countess Adele was rendered speechless with fear. In her distraction, she had failed to carry out the Grand Duke's order. Flint approached and asked in an angry voice what the Grand Duchess was doing here. The Countess lowered her eyes. These people were spies from an unknown organization who had attempted to infiltrate the heart of the Howard family, and they had captured them by the Grand Duchess's order. But Flint did not find that a convincing explanation. They could have handled this themselves. Why had they involved her? Eliana believed it was her responsibility to protect her friend. She insisted that this matter concerned her as well, so she had a duty to be present. Even so, now that he was here, she should not interfere personally. She should leave everything to him and go back. But the young woman did not agree. She was also a member of the Howard family, and she wanted to see this matter handled to the very end with her own eyes. Flint knew he had no choice but to agree. He asked her to wait a moment, then walked toward the captives. The man pointed the tip of his sword at one of them and demanded that he tell the truth at once. The spy was afraid, but still turned his face away, his entire posture making it clear that he would admit nothing. Very well, that was his choice. There was one more dead man in the room. Grand Duke Howard wiped the specks of blood from his face in disgust and turned his gaze to the next spy. It was his turn. The man trembled with fear as he backed away, but soon his back struck the wall. With one sharp swing of the sword, another crimson flower of blood bloomed in the room. When a man walked toward the next one, that prisoner was already prepared to say anything. Grand Duke Howard could hardly believe his ears when he heard him shriek that Miles had supported them in everything. Miles, the man who had lived in their estate for more than 30 years. Flint drew in a shocked breath. That was impossible. Eliana stepped forward and finally decided to make him speak. Was there anything else? If it was valuable information, he could avoid death. The man yielded. He would tell them everything as long as someone would listen. The one who had sent them was an inspector of the person above. Everyone present could hardly believe their ears. Eliana cursed inwardly. No matter how flimsy their organization was, she had not expected him to let slip even who stood behind them. She looked at her husband, trying to read his reaction and see whether he would attempt to bury the matter. But Flint was not that simple either. He had lived alongside Eliana for a long time and knew her well. A doubt he did not want to believe crept into his mind. Had she truly known everything from the beginning? He seemed to understand roughly what she was worried about, but she did not have to worry. He turned to the prisoner and demanded that he state what orders they had received, what day the meeting had been arranged for, and how it was to proceed. In the end, Eliana and Flint stepped aside and discussed everything privately. Soon, that powerful person would learn of this, that all the spies sent to the Howard family were dead. If he demanded an answer from her husband, it would be best to say this had been her own decision. But Flint was stubborn. He would not allow her to keep bearing everything alone. She could think of it, in a sense, as him repaying a debt. In any case, he would probably continue sending spies into the Howard family. Then Eliana would again, but the young man did not let her finish. They would handle this together. I was thinking too much. They sat in silence for a while. Then Eliana asked a question that had troubled her for a long time. How had he dealt with Miles? The man's voice sounded utterly emotionless and ice-cold. He was dead. For 30 consecutive years, he had never left the ducal estate and had always guarded it. It was because there were people like him that Flint had been able to return to the north. So Flint had trusted him enough to even turn a blind eye to his long-term theft, without knowing that his true master had long since ceased to be Flint and had become that powerful person. The old man trembled with fear, tears streaming down his face. He had been wrong. At first, the old financial steward had not taken the Howard estate seriously. But when Flint returned, he could hardly believe his ears, and he could not even imagine that the son of the Grand Duke could return to his homeland. The Emperor's obsession with testing the one who remained in the Howard family gradually broke him down. In the end, he swore loyalty to the Emperor and began handing over half of the North's taxes to him. The old man let out a heavy sigh, but he had nothing more to say to his master. Grand Duke Howard silently turned and walked toward the exit. He had nothing to say either. Oliver and Countess Adele closed in on the old man, their condemning gazes piercing him, and the old man's life ended just like that. There was one thing Eliana did not understand. Why had Flint forgiven him? He had not forgiven him. He had merely handed him over to those who should have taken revenge on his behalf. It would have been better if he had taken revenge personally, but he did not want to do so. The old man's loyalty to the Howard family had been genuine, but the objects of that loyalty had not been him. They had been his parents. He understood that he and his parents were different people, and he also understood that loyalty could not be transferred to him. Eliana's heart ached for her husband. They were indeed different, but he was still a Howard. If he were told that he was being oppressed, he would be angry. The couple fell into silence, each lost in their own thoughts. After learning what had happened recently, Charlotte immediately rushed to the Howard estate. She was so worried about Pavel that she did not want him out of her sight for even a minute. Did her Grace think the person who had kept trying to murder Pavel would have even the slightest mercy toward him? Indeed, these attacks were not the first. In her previous life, Charlotte must have died at the hands of those who attacked Pavel. The person hunting Pavel's life was no mere underling of the Emperor. Charlotte lost control from fear and anger. She shrieked, "Then who in the world is it?" The one who had let the assassins into the estate was a spy sent by that powerful person. Did she still not understand? The little boy's face turned pale. His own father. That was impossible. Until the young prince put on the crown, the attacks would continue. Charlotte was wrong. He needed to give up studying. Rather than being a prince, it would be better for him to become an ordinary child. However, Eliana did not agree with her view. That was the wrong decision. Pavel came from Biotech. His birth could not be denied. Charlotte kept shouting. Then what were they supposed to do? They could not change Pavel's surname. Why not? After all, she too had cast aside the surname Barn and become a Kasef. Moreover, even the Emperor would not dare violate the magic tower. The only way out Eliana could see in this situation was for Charlotte to take Pavel to Kasef. Charlotte calmed down instantly. She realized that this might be the right way to save Pavel, but his magic had never awakened. Relying on a faint possibility was not a choice. Of course, there were ordinary people in the magic tower as well. but all of them had to endure terrible oppression. Charlotte hugged the boy tightly. She could not allow Pavel to be treated that way. Eliana fell silent. This was indeed an extremely difficult situation, but there was no other way out. Whether a fate of eternal exclusion was truly better than death was not for her to decide. She turned her gaze to the boy. The decision had to be Pavel's. The prince was frightened by the intense pressure. He hunched his shoulders and lowered his head. Charlotte was about to answer for him, but the boy suddenly straightened his shoulders and said clearly that he wanted to go to Kasef. Summoning all his willpower, Pavel explained that he was not afraid of humiliation, but he was far more afraid that Charlotte would be hurt because of him. But as long as his guardian was there and helped him, he would overcome everything. Tears welled in the girl's eyes. Unable to find the words, she could only pull the boy into her arms. What a heartbreaking scene. Eliana was relieved that the conflict had been resolved, yet she still could not understand why she had assumed in advance that he would suffer. Charlotte avoided Eliana's gaze, because there was no other way. The Grand Duchess could not understand how Charlotte Kasef, the Magic Tower's top student, could be so short-sighted. What was stopping her from taking control of the Magic Tower and establishing her own rules there? Charlotte could hardly believe that Grand Duchess Howard would make such a suggestion to her. Eliana was not saying that even if Charlotte became Tower Master, this matter would be easy. Changing foundations that had endured for centuries was almost impossible. But how could she retreat without even trying? Determination blossomed in Charlotte's heart. She would do it. The boy's eyes shone with gratitude and love for his guardian. She swore on her honor as the future Tower Master that she would never back down. Dozens of different flowers bloomed in the garden, filling the air with fragrance, while the murmur of water in the fountain brought a pleasant calm. Eliana was finally able to be alone with her husband. It had been a long time since they had taken a walk like this. That was because he had been busy all this time. Monster attacks had become more frequent. Was it time to take action? But this happened every year. They had already strengthened their defenses. The losses would be small. The North should not have to bear this burden alone. But when Eliana looked away, she soon forgot her own thoughts. The sight of a man reaching out to pick a ripe peach was painfully familiar to her. The man turned around. The sharp gaze in his cold eyes made Eliana's insides clench with fear. She felt her limbs turn cold and could not move at all. The girl's legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the gravel path, unable to breathe. Grand Duchess Howard could not breathe. That man, how could he be here? Hearing movement nearby, Prince Karis turned around in surprise. He hurried over to see what had happened to Grand Duchess Howard. The men bent over her, asking whether she was all right or feeling unwell. The girl tried to smile and convince the others that everything was fine, that her legs had only gone weak for a moment, while the prince, as always, remarked sarcastically that she ought to be more careful. Before long, the three of them sat down in the pavilion. The roof blocked the sun, making it a little cooler there. As expected, Karis devoured the peaches greedily. This year's flavor was impeccable. These were Zakador fruits, and in Biotech, they could be grown only here. For that reason alone, he was willing to come to the north every year. However, unsurprisingly, peaches were not the only reason for his visit. The Emperor had sent a letter to Flint Howard, placing an important mission on the young man's shoulders. His task was to receive the delegation from Zakador. The success of the negotiations between the two countries depended on him. They would come to mourn the late 7th Princess Isabella of Zakador, and the 2nd Prince of Zakador would personally lead the delegation. Look how flustered they were. They had remained silent all this time in the face of a tragedy that had happened on their own soil, and now they had suddenly decided to show themselves. Clearly, Emperor Alexander had no intention of tearing up the peace treaty. Karis wondered why the young lady reacted to this news with such anger. They had arranged their wedding so splendidly. Receiving a delegation was nothing more than a small matter. He would also send people from the imperial palace to help them. Grand Duchess Howard's voice was cold as she wondered why such a task had been given to the Howard family instead of to His Highness. Still, this was better. She should see with her own eyes just how much their apology was worth. With His Highness's permission, she would take her leave, as Lady Eliana had to make arrangements for receiving the delegation. Out of concern over the incident that had occurred not long ago, Flint intended to leave with his wife, but his friend asked him to stay. In the end, Grand Duchess Howard turned around to bid them farewell and wished them a pleasant conversation. Judging from the displeased expression on Flint Howard's face, he did not like the idea of letting his beloved leave alone. Prince Karis grabbed at his own hair. This time, he had gone too far. The Grand Duke pretended not to care. He did not understand what Karis was talking about. He had destroyed Karis's father's eyes and ears. The Emperor had flown into a rage, and it had taken great effort to calm him down. The Grand Duke remained composed. He had not known those people were the son's eyes and ears. If someone had warned him in advance, he would have spared their lives. The prince's voice trembled with anger. That meant he intended to play this role to the end. Flint knew his father would not stop. He would send new spies. All they could do was hope that something similar would not happen again. Since Karis was no longer sure he could protect his friend next time, Flint answered those words with a cold laugh. He did not need his protection. What was curious was why Eliana still did not revere the son as she once had. Sorrowful sobs came from barracks. Karis held his head. He was finished. Countess Adele, sensing that she was about to hear bad news, pierced him with a tense gaze. What on earth was he talking about? But who knew when it would happen? His elder brother's supporters were unlikely to spare him. The moment he returned, he would be finished. Soon, the rest of the soldiers also gathered in the room. They encouraged the prince, saying that he should strike first. And if His Highness did not make a decision, Grand Duke Howard would personally finish everything. So he should muster his courage. The other soldiers continued encouraging the young man, while Flint and Adele withdrew to a quiet place. The girl admitted that, honestly, she thought his death would be the best way out, but that desperate expression had stirred pity in her against her will. Flint felt the same. She had to support him. Whether he collapsed or stood firm had to be his own decision. However, Karis soon pulled himself together, contrary to their expectations. But Flint knew that doubts still tormented the crown prince. He was unstable, slept poorly, and woke in the night screaming from nightmares. Flint saw how heavily he breathed and how his sweat-soaked shirt clung to his body, but he said nothing. And when Urez finally returned to Biotech, his meeting with Pavleska shook his confidence. He could not bring himself to strike the boy down because he recognized himself in that child. How he wished that boy could remain only a child forever. That would change many things, and it would preserve his piety. Flint was just about to write to the Imperial Palace when he himself appeared, arriving at the perfect time. Charlotte Kasef had already taken Prince Pavel to Kasef. Prince Karis naively thought the girl intended to show him the local scenery, but when Flint explained that Charlotte was going to take him on as an apprentice, His Majesty nearly choked on his tea. He could not refuse the future Tower Master of the Magic Tower. Karis smiled bitterly. How absurd. Of course, this was for the best, but he suddenly felt so small, having been outmaneuvered by his own little brother. By the way, Prince Pavel had brought him a message. Please tell his brother Sherry that he sincerely thanked him for his kindness and care. But did he deserve that gratitude? Karis felt that the aftertaste of the tea was unbearably bitter. A few days later, he brought the documents. It was time to prepare for receiving the delegation, so it seemed their route had already been decided. Once Prince Karis returned to the capital, he would personally select and send his own people to them. By the way, why did the Grand Duchess not have a lady-in-waiting yet? Eliana lifted the corners of her lips in a smile. She happened to be thinking about that as well. The prince offered to help her with the matter. Flint remembered that his wife had a good relationship with Miss Hayne. What about her? Eliana would be delighted to have Veronica, but obtaining her would not be easy. She laughed softly. It was not that Miss Veronica might refuse. Eliana was simply certain that she had been born for a higher position. Veronica Kane surpassed her elder brother in every respect, but primogeniture blocked her path to the title. She refused to accept her fate and fought to the very end for the right to become the heir. And after the young count's mysterious death, she ultimately took his place. Grand Duchess Howard already had someone in mind, but her status required some procedures. Flint Howard knew it, so it was Jane after all. Eliana remained silent, confirming his words. All right, then he would find a foster family for her. The girl thanked her husband for it. Karis could not hide his surprise. Flint had agreed so readily. Eliana had discovered that Jane was a direct descendant of an extinct baronial family. Since noble blood flowed in her veins, her current status was no obstacle. That was more than enough. Prince Karis laughed nervously. Those two, when on earth had they become so close? Flint cleared his throat awkwardly. They were married, after all. It was only natural. And yet not long ago, he himself had not even understood his own feelings. Her ladyship's words shocked Jane. She was going to become a noble young lady. The girl threw herself at Eliana's feet, her forehead striking the floor, ready to beg Grand Duchess Howard to withdraw her decision. Eliana did not understand why she would react this way. The girl took the maid's hand and helped her up. Jane was destined to become a noble young lady, and a noble young lady should not crawl on the ground. Grand Duchess Howard placed her hands on the girl's shoulders and shook her gently, trying to bring her to her senses. But Jane could not believe that an insignificant commoner like her could do such a thing. She could never become a noble. She was not a commoner. The blood of a baron flowed in her veins. The girl tried to resist again, but her ladyship cut her off sharply. Did she truly think Grand Duchess Howard was doing this for her sake? Jane would become her eyes and her hands. She would help her, not because Jane wanted to, but because Eliana wanted it. This was her selfish whim. And how could she not love this girl, the most sincere, kind, and loyal person she knew? Did Jane dare disobey her order? The maid lowered her head and pressed her lips together, but remained silent. Of course, she would obey her ladyship's will. Jane's entry into the nobility proceeded quickly. Fortunately, the Marquis and Marchioness of Sycamore offered to adopt Jane. From that day on, Jane began receiving an education befitting her status as the daughter of a Marquis, while continuing to serve as Grand Duchess Howard's attendant. The work of reserving magic gates for the delegation had been completed. If it was about payment, then everything had already been handled. The matter of raising the rates had already been discussed with the administrators and would take effect next week. The Trade Guild had objected, but they still could not deny that the rates were indeed too low. If they denied that, they truly had no conscience. Then what about the tax freeze? The days in the Howard household passed in endless busyness. Not only did they have to prepare to receive the envoys, they also had to compensate for the effects caused by the workers' absence during their stay. The newlyweds filled out piles of documents day and night, signing here and stamping seals there. Representatives from the Magic Tower had recently visited Viscount Catlat's territory, but they soon returned. The possibility of finding magic stones was too small. The girl quickly scanned the document. It sounded reasonable. However, this issue needed to be discussed separately, so they would leave it for later. What was on the agenda now? Suppressing monsters was not merely enormously expensive. The cycle of their outbreaks had already become unstable, but the North no longer had enough troops. Eliminating monsters and protecting the territory was the North's duty and responsibility. Even before the Grand Ducal House of Howard was established, the North had lived this way. Eliana remained silent, unsure whether she should argue. At the end of the conversation, Flint put away all the documents. They were almost finished, so he would deliver them to the Secretariat. But the North was also part of the Biotech Empire. So why was this considered entirely the North's responsibility? Eliana ultimately decided to voice her opinion on the matter. Flint looked up from his work and stared at her with widened eyes. Had her husband never thought that such a responsibility was unfair? Even if the North was part of the Biotech Empire, it was under the rule of the Howard family. Therefore, the North's problems had to be solved by the North itself. But the fact that Howard governed the North did not mean he was its sovereign, and Eliana made up her mind to change her husband's thinking. At last, she had the chance to ask that important question. Or rather, did he want to become emperor? Did he want to accomplish the great undertaking his grandfather had failed to achieve? The thick bell cord snapped with a desperate crack, and Eliana nearly jumped in fright. Fear unexpectedly crept in her heart. She had never seen her husband so angry. The girl froze in place, completely motionless. She waited to hear what Flint would say. His voice was dark. He did not know what his grandfather had once planned. Grand Duchess Howard involuntarily felt her throat tighten, unable either to inhale or exhale. Flint's sharp shout truly knocked her off balance. Her hands began to tremble faintly. When the inkwell fell to the floor and shattered with a deafening crash, the girl gasped in fear. Flint grabbed her shoulders, moving so quickly that the girl shuddered in fear again. Fortunately, she was not hurt. He would call the butler over at once. Flint strode toward the bell, seized what remained of the cord, and pulled it. If anyone else asked him the same question in the future, he should simply get angry. Sometimes, intense emotions made words appear more noble. A moment later, the butler appeared at the door. Flint explained that he had knocked over the ink and that it needed to be cleaned up. Civil war had indeed broken out in the kingdom of Kane's son. The old king had killed the queen and married a new wife, while the late queen's son was gathering an army to kill his own father. That meant the kingdom of Kainsun no longer had the leisure to concern itself with the alliance between BioNTech and Zakador. Their intelligence agents could be recalled. Jane folded the small note her mistress had written and walked toward the bird. She carefully tied the note to the pigeon's leg, then released it. The entries on the intelligence board increased at an astonishing rate every day. Eliana reread the new data, compared it with the old, and guessed something. Lauren was still wandering about as before. If Jane had the chance, she should try to find out where Princess Laughlant was now. However, the girl was worried about her mistress's health. The dark shadows beneath her eyes grew deeper by the day. Perhaps she should rest for a while. But Grand Duchess Howard was extremely stubborn. Organizing intelligence was urgent, and only she and the Grand Duke could do it. She did not want to ask Flint for help, because he already had more than enough to do. Eliana could barely force out the answer. She blinked rapidly, but consciousness was slipping away from her. The last sound she heard was Jane's terrified scream. Then Grand Duchess Howard's unconscious body slowly slid down along the wall. The frightened girl immediately called for the doctor, who arrived quickly. The diagnosis was obvious. It was overwork. Eliana needed proper rest. The female doctor promised to prepare a medicine for her ladyship that would relieve fatigue very well. But there was another matter. Unfortunately, her womb was rather weak. It was not infertility, but pregnancy might be difficult. The doctor continued giving advice on how to maintain her health, but the girl suddenly interrupted her. Eliana looked at her with the eyes of a hunted animal. Her voice was firm and cold. Not a single word of this was to be told to anyone.